big Resurgence tournament is here. Ready to pit the best players in North America against each other to decide who will rule Fortune's Keep. But before we crown the best Resurgence team, the CDLRs have assembled some of the best Warzone players here to prove their mettle.
Of course he wins it because he wins them all.
We started with 64 teams in our qualifiers and got down to 32 after the week were lost in combat. The remaining trios battled it out in our semis, and only the top 16 made it through to our finals.
Oh, yes!
The remaining participants will put it all on the line for $100,000.
There it is!
Do the open qualifier teams have what it takes to hang tough? While the seasoned Warzone warriors drop in and remind us that to be the best, you've gotta beat the best. It's now or never. The CDL Resurgence Fortune's Keep Finals starts now.
Left, 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 right, left, 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 right, left, left, left. Squad up. It don't matter where you been.
It don't matter where you been.
Modern Warfare is back again.
Modern Warfare is back again.
Drop on in, no time to waste.
Drop on in, no time to waste.
Pull up with the bob, superheroes, no capes.
Pull up with the bar, superheroes, no capes.
Squad up. Run it back.
Squad up, run it back.
Got nothing to do, and that's a fact.
Got nothing to do, and that's a fact.
Avec l'équipe, on va débarquer.
Avec l'équipe, on va débarquer.
All is second play all day.
Second play all day.
These badass honeys gonna bust your face. These badass honeys gonna bust your face.
I swear this ain't my mommy's place.
He swears this ain't his mommy's place.
Ranking up all day and night.
Ranking up all day and night. It's not a game, it's a way of life. It's not a game, it's a way of life.
Squad up.
Squad up, back for more, back for more.
Squad up.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Squad up, back for more.
And welcome back, everybody, to the grand finals of the CDL Resurgence Split 2 Fortunes Keep. Incredible stuff, right? Taking place here. We had yesterday our qualified teams played semifinal A and B, and now we got the top 6 teams going for $100,000. I'm Taylor Reflections. I'm joined by the wonderful Dream as well as Ghost. Dream, great to be back with you again. How you feeling?
I'm excited. I'm back for more, if you will. Oh my gosh. We learned so much yesterday just watching the semifinals. It was absolutely insane. There's so much excitement. There's so much hype. And not to mention, we have Warzone 2 exactly coming out 1 month from today. It's Call of Duty season, baby. I'm ready. I can't wait to see which king or queen is crowned today.
King or queen, you are right about that. Nadi ended up qualifying just by 4 points. We'll be breaking that down in, a little bit more in just a bit. Ghost, great to have you again. You're not on the casting desk, back on the analyst desk. We had to bring you back, brother. How you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic, man. There's a lot to talk about. We've got 2 reigning champs defending their belts, right? The CDLR former champs with LAG, and of course, our World Series of Warzone champs with Legion. I think there's a lot we could break down with our qualifier teams as well, with team colors and otherwise. I mean, I could talk for hours and hours, but I'm really excited to be here.
Well, as I said yesterday, we had 16 teams compete across, or at least more than that, 32 across 2 semifinals, A and B. Top 8 teams from each semifinal moved forward to make 16 teams competing today for $100,000. To get you caught up on how the scoring works, let's take a look at it. 1 point equals 1 elimination. So you want to make sure you're getting all of those elims, and a fun storyline about that in just a bit, but placement matters, as we do see first place 2 times multiplier. One thing to take note of, though, if you are getting last place 14th through 16th, you're only getting the 1x. So if you get 2 points or 2 eliminations, you're only walking away with 2 points. So there's definitely value in surviving until the very end. What's everybody playing for? Well, I talked about it, $100,000, right? Well, first place is $30,000. 8th place, $3,000. The reason why I point that out, top 8 has been the name of the game throughout all the qualifiers, and including including grand finals. You want to make sure you're top 8. If you do, you place in the money. And, well, that's where everybody wants to be. If you want to stay up to date, exclamation point format in the chat will, in fact, bring up that point system so you can keep up to date and make sure you're not in the dark. Plus, I'm sure I can answer some questions while the casting is going on. But today's going to be an incredible day without question. Both semifinals were wonderful, and it's time to start recapping those semifinals. And first, we'll start with semifinal A. Dream, we had a trio that was absolutely incredible. Of course, I'm talking about Z Colors, who ended up taking semifinal A, and they did so without winning a single game.
Yeah, it's crazy because they kept that consistency on top of their eliminations. Like De Niro specifically, like he's been one of the key factors even during qualifiers. Like they're popping off and staying consistent with their numbers, but just simply the fact that they were able to do it in the semifinals is absolute madness.
That's right. And also Goj, other than Colors, Attract, a last-second addition, and he ended up coming through, actually clutching up for his roster, winning a game in semifinal B. But most importantly, to be a last-minute addition, to perform as well as he did, Goj, brother, that is something special.
Yeah, I mean, Attract has a long history of competing, so it's not surprising to see him pop off, but when you start walking through the delineating factor on the best Warzone players versus the players that maybe are a slight hair worse, it usually comes down to chemistry in terms of teams, but Attract was making plays like the one you're seeing on your screen to win the game. Back-to-back eliminations, and then the final 1v1 through the gas, Garenko shot, just absolute textbook, and it actually carried this squad up with the help, of course, of Zepti and FaZe Blue all the way up to second place in semifinals B. Very impressive performance from a team that not necessarily haven't put in a lot of hours together as a trio.
That's right. I know you have a lot more to say about FaZe Blue and Co. when we get to that point, recapping as a whole, right? Semifinal B. But we also had a bit of a surprise yesterday. Apathy coming in with the dad strength. Dream ended up actually qualifying for today. I don't know if he got any rest from yesterday to today. I'm hoping he did. But either way, that dad strength, it's strong.
Oh man, he's a Super Saiyan. Apathy is, I mean, the 2-time world champion. Still no surprise here that he plays and has the gunny. Like he was absolutely dominating teams around this gatehouse area. But yeah, with that energy going into this, and of course alongside Rated and longtime duo Slack, like it's so awesome to see these guys just dominating. And I mean, going into this, they were super confident. Like as Goj kind of mentioned yesterday, like these guys, this is probably the most confident tournament that they like are playing going into, and that just was clearly it shined.
It definitely did. Goj, dad strength is a real thing, brother, and it helped out without question. But I want to talk about, obviously, our queens, as Dream said in the beginning. Nadia placing top 8, rounding out 8th, in fact, winning by just 4 points. Incredible job, first and foremost. She was one of the invited teams when it came down to Activision hands, picking a team in general. But she had Flanked on her roster, which Flanked played a little bit differently than everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, she had Flanked and Intex. Intex was the kind of leading slayer for their squad. 22 eliminations across 5 games. Flanked at 16. Yeah, Nadia right behind at 13. But the story of this team was not only that they found some chemistry when they hadn't played together a ton, but more than that, it was the final match. Intex, again, put up a ton of numbers, but the final match, they were just outside of the top 8. Only moments away from trying to qualify. It was only Flanked alive, and well, this is exactly what happened. He got the helicopter, and not one single person on this map shot at the helicopter. He found sushi dice after sushi dice, slamming people onto the ground, uses the helicopter until the final circle, and it's the reason they qualify. It was the most chaotic thing I've ever seen, because he stayed alive in that helicopter for nearly 10 minutes, grabbed 8th place by only 4 points over, TBE with Minnesota Rocker. Like, crazy performance from Flank the last map to clutch it up and make it happen.
I was losing my mind. By the way, sushi stomper, I don't know what you said, but I like that. I'm gonna have to take that for next time. But Dream, I know we were talking about, you actually mentioned the helis in the beginning. Like, if I was in a heli, I'd be shooting it down. Nobody was trying to shoot it down. I don't know if Flanked is gonna get away with that today.
I think and I think we kind of saw that at the end there. Like there was a team that was trying to shoot it down but got punished. I believe it was Slack that picked up the kill. So you could be punished for shooting down vehicles, but at the same time, no one was really utilizing them or using them. I think at one point we saw maybe somebody in an armored car or something of the sort, but the helicopters weren't really utilized. So it's like, hey, Flanked took that opportunity to just stay alive and play the multiplayer, because that is important, obviously, to play the late game and value your life. We see that so many times when it comes to these teams in any given situation.
Well, Coach, let's take a look at our semifinal A qualifiers. We had 8, obviously, out of the 16 move forward to today. We mentioned Z Colors a little bit earlier, how dominant they were, but who else stood out to you?
Well, of course, you got to talk about LAG. You got to talk about Team Biffle. I mean, you could really spend a lot of time on all of these teams. I got to give a shout out to Seattle Surge, right? This is Lofwo plus Wars is what I'll call them. It is Joe's birthday today, so happy birthday to Joe. They played very consistent all the way through. They didn't have some massive pop-off map like we saw with Team Biffle. Team Biffle, of course, dropping a 46-kill victory. It was absolutely absurd. Biffle by himself, kind of playing this amoeba formation is what I was calling it, where they were kind of rotating back and forth, always within range to help each other out, but letting Biffle do most of the slaying. So those are the teams that were at the top of the list. But LA Thieves, Apathy, on your screen right now, they were able to kind of sneak in at the last moment, all vying for those final spots. And I got to give a shout out to the team that came in 8th in Semifinals A. I think they're going to have a better performance today. Team Ebates. They essentially had one massive pop-off game at the very beginning, and then they just held on by the skin of their teeth. I mean, they were, I think, 0.5 points or something away from not qualifying, and they had done just enough with a 39.4 game in the first map to stay alive and qualify.
Hey, look, game 1 can carry you through, right? At least in that case, it ended up helping them qualify. Today, we are doing 8 games, so it's going to be a gauntlet for sure, but one pop-off game can be the difference between, who knows, making the money or not making the money. So many great names streamed throughout all of these highlight packages. We even saw a little bit earlier on Rational doing his thing too, but regardless, though, Breadman was also making moves, playing for Seattle Surge. Loved watching him compete. His movement is nasty.
Yeah, and I think his movement, even in the early Verdansk days when I first found Breadman and saw this guy play, not only are his movement nasty, his vibes are just as high. Like, he is so calm and collected, like every gunfight. I love that. I love watching that guy play.
Hey, let's talk about our heat maps, Goj, because this was brought in, which is a new addition, I think, to the broadcast, but I've been a big fan of it because it gives you a good understanding of what ended up taking place specifically here in semifinal A. Goj, walk me through.
Yeah, no, this is a super cool kind of picture of where people decided to drop, because there was at least some chatter about, oh, we're going to be dropping in this area, we're going to be dropping in this area, and you saw some teams contest early. But when that didn't work out for you, maybe it was eBay squad that dropped 39.4 points on your head, and you said, well, we got to get out of there, we're going somewhere else.
That's right.
Else you can kind of see the teams start spreading out. Now, it is according to kind of the plane line or otherwise, you can see kind of the edges of the map near Winery are nearly untouched in terms of drops, because there's not necessarily a lot of loot or cover over there, but people started finding their spots. Around drop 3, you see that smiley face kind of up there on keep. It stayed around for the most part all the way to drop number 5. It's really cool kind of showcase of how the team spread out.
I think everybody was just happy to play. I know I was happy to watch Fortune Keep in general. That smiley face, though, was definitely pretty awesome. But let's take a little bit of a deeper dive with the heat maps, right? We talked about locations, but Dream, I want you to walk me through eliminations. Now, granted, this is dependent, right, when it comes down to the zone overall.
Yes, and we kind of talked about the rotations, like let's say coming out of Winery, the bottom half of the map, and you know, in a normal public lobby there's more teams, but here we have 16, there's less teams. So landing Winery or finding spots where, you know, where you have levels where you can take cover, you see those in like Keep, where we see a lot of eliminations happening in the Keep area, in the Gatehouse area, in the Grotto area, and in the Winery area. So the infrared is really heavily contested consistently in those areas. And then you see kind of like for drop 4, it did spread out a little bit, you know, again, depending on that plane line, but you still see terraces and the higher grounds favored in this situation.
I love that you said that, Dream, too, because the one thing I wanted to add to this total list was also Lighthouse is always contested. Doesn't matter the plane line, doesn't matter where people drop. There's always going to be a contest at Lighthouse in all of those high ground positions. So watch out for that.
The high ground, right? Those high ground definitely makes a difference, and we've seen that time in and time again. We're going to see that, of course, today. Semifinal A is broken down. Let's take a look at semifinal B. Starting off with our winners, Toronto Ultra, Nickel, Xenon, as well as Picnic Basket. Goes this trio. They were incredible.
They were fantastic. And look, they have the experience, right? This was Tiberius Khan back in CDLR Split 1 on Rebirth Island, and Toronto Ultra picked them up this time around, and for good reason, too. I mean, this trio is well accomplished as a trio. Shout out to Base God Xenon. This guy kind of just pops in whatever he wants on big tournaments and just pops off every time. But Nick Cool, Picnic Basket, stalwarts in the Warzone community. Excited to see them back and excited to see them perform. Besides one map, they were very consistent through semifinals. And they did take it. They won. So, hey, it worked out for them, right? Play consistent, play together,
sure.
Play with your own strategy, whatever you had decided beforehand. Seemingly, they felt very comfortable in semifinals.
Yeah, you can even tell down on the bottom there, in terms of their eliminations, they're within 4 of each other, or 5 at most. That's pretty consistent. At times, we will see at least one player have, way more than the others. But for the most part, it seems like this trio, Dream, they're consistent across the board. Like Ghost said, just to echo that sentiment, consistency is key. That's what wins you events.
Yes, exactly, it does. And it's like when you're on the brink, especially, I think it was like their drop 2 that they were like 9th place, and just seeing that, it's just amazing because they kind of did the same thing earlier in the year during the Split 1 where people were like, Tiberius Khan, who is this squad? They came out of nowhere, and it's so awesome to just see them get picked up even by an org. Like, these guys are good and they're grinders and they're consistent, and yeah, I was amazed by the fact that they were just able to come back and just keep that composure.
Well, Toronto Ultra, they were only one of the 8 that qualified. We had 7 other joining them today to compete against the other 8 from semifinal A. This is the full list. We talked about FaZe Blue Ghost, but Optic Texas for me. Love these guys playing with Destroy. He brings the energy.
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about Optic later, and I love those guys. Can we talk about the Optic spoilers? Team Inveiled, they went heavy on Optic. I mean, Inveiled was throwing down crazy numbers, of course, playing with Sage and Goat Clamp. We got to watch out for this squad. They are so deadly when it comes to playing an aggro level of positioning, and they found themselves into the top 3, top 5 nearly every single time. I mean, these guys are well experienced. They've played together for a very long time. That's one of the squads I want to watch out for, but plenty of other teams, of course, that qualified. NYSL, you gotta shout out Aiden and co. Knight was putting up just absolutely obscene numbers, 36 some odd eliminations, only I think 1 behind Biffle overall. And then, hey, Team IQ, my man IQ was doing the dirty work all the way through this match. He was kind of one of those unseen heroes that was just kind of like lurking in the shadows and finding a crazy amount of eliminations.
Yeah, IQ, Valid Hands, Arrays, a talented roster. And Dream, yesterday, they ended up taking a victory, which, again, we talked about how volatile this competition can be. We had a different winner for each and every game yesterday.
Yeah, and I feel like, too, in just comparison to the A, that B, it felt a little bit more preserved with some of these teams. But, like, I mean, when it even comes to, like, let's say FaZe Blue and co, just the fact that they were able to have that resilience to pick up a tract, like, last minute. I know that Invader was their person that had to sub out, of course, due to a family emergency. But it's amazing to see that they were still able to take second with a fill-in. And, man, every single one of these squads are obviously really good. And I am just, I know that we're gonna be in for a real treat today, because my goodness, when we combine the two, semi A and B, it's gonna be insanity.
Yeah, because there was a lot of difference between the two. And speaking of, let's hone in on that, Ghost. Let's take a look at our heat maps for semifinal B, more specifically for the landings. I don't see the smiley face, but still, though, I am looking at a lot of information. Break it down for me, brother.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of differences, but also a lot of similarities. Let's talk about the similarities first, right? You see a lot of players were congested early on their landings. A lot of people in Keep, a lot of people in the Gatehouse area, just outside of town, rather, in Overlook or otherwise. This is pretty similar here in Drop 1, and then people started spreading out, because the problem when we were playing 5 drops is if you have 1 to 2 bad maps, you're really going to have to swing for the fences in order to qualify, especially with the level of aggression we were seeing all the way through all day yesterday in semifinals A and B. You can see that lighthouse in the bottom right hand corner of your screen is always contested, and it will continue to be contested because it is certainly one of the hottest spots on the map in terms of kind of having that overwatch position, picking up free kills from distance. And then Keep will continue to be a highly aggressive drop, just on the side of, hey, you can play your life here very, very well. A lot of teams like to play that kind of 2 aggro player, 1 anchor player strategy, and you can play your life inside of Keep with so many different angles to hop onto, so many different rooftops. You can shoot just about anywhere on the map.
I love that you said anchor. I want to break that down a little bit further because we talked and hit on that point yesterday. Important to have the anchor staying alive in case you do lose your 2 other teammates. But let's move to our other heat map. In this case, obviously, Eliminations. Dream, you broke down semifinal A. How does semifinal B look?
Still kind of the same too, as Goj mentioned. I really like the fact too that was stated that we only had 5 drops. Now we have 8 to kind of adjust towards landings, positionings, or strategies. But still, in the high ground areas, you still do see where a lot of those eliminations happened. Overlook, at least in drop 2, a little bit of drop 1, but still, again, depending on that plane line, of course, where teams decide to land. But either which way, that anchor roll, the 2 and 1, when you land in areas like Keep, when you land in areas like the Grotto or Overlook and Town, like you have the buildings to use as cover, right? So that's why, of course, we see a lot of that contest heavy happen. But it's, again, no surprise here to see these areas highlighted, because not only do they have the areas of cover, but like Keep has a lot of cash, right? These teams want to get a lot of cash and get their loadouts as quickly as possible. So that also depends on where the buy stations are, not just the plane line.
It's a great point, Dream, and I gotta give it over to you, Reflections, to just say, how many people do you think watched VODs to learn landing spots for everybody else? Because we get a chance to see all these team maps, but all these other teams are probably staring at VODs, trying to learn where we should or shouldn't drop. I think we might see a lot of variation today.
Yeah, because this hasn't been played competitively, specifically for Fortune's Keep, right? This is like one of the first times, and I think VOD review would be important. You said that, right? Sometimes you got that dog in you, and I think some of that dog is looking at the VOD review, Goj. So I am hoping they did their research, because it's going to be valuable, because, again, there's not a lot to choose from. There's not a lot to choose from when it comes to honing in on competitive Fortune's Keep. But we had a lot of CDL teams join us yesterday, and we had 7 make it to today, and all 7 of these guys incredibly talented. We've talked about a couple of them, but just to look at the full list, I think for me, I was super happy with New York in general making it through. New York subliners, a talented roster. Talking about Knight, Z-Smith, as well as Aiden. 3 talented individuals. They've got chemistry, Dream. They made it here for a reason.
Yeah, not to mention Knight. He has always been a Rebirth Resurgence demon, like 31 eliminations, which is absolutely insane for the squad. And of course, the fact that Aiden and Z-Smith have had, I mean, the trio itself, they've had this experience. They've played in the previous CDLR, and I mean, just the numbers and the consistency that they continue to bring, and the plays, the big brain mega plays through the gas. Like, we've seen them do that so many times, just being able to handle those adversities that come their way.
And we also had Optic Texas tearing it up yesterday, as I said, Destroy, Nice, Cool, Calm, and Collected. This trio, they have experience and they have chemistry, Goj.
Yeah, they got a ton of chemistry. Z and D have played together in thousands of events. It feels like thousands of dollars earned, that's for sure. But Oakley Boy and Z go way back as well on the Facebook platform. They've played together in events and in pubs. So I think this is a trio to watch out for. Really excited to see Optic Texas field a really competitive roster this year, and they can make some waves.
All right, well, game 1 seems to be getting ready to go, so I'm going to go ahead and dip out. Spider Tip, Maven, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Spider Tip, this is our first time together, and it's going to be a sensational and very delightful day.
I completely agree with that. I mean, sensational, 100% delightful. I mean, there's $100,000 on the line for these 16 teams.
Yeah.
And it's Fortune's Keep, which I know you're super experienced in. So what an epic day. And map number 1, let's kick it off.
And the first thing I saw that I thought when I saw the heat maps was the one blank spot in the middle, like right of Grotto, mid-map. That's where we drop constantly when we play, and no one dropped there at all. We just drop mid-map and get mixy, but this is a little bit different.
Yeah, no, it is actually one of my least favorite places to drop. So the fact that you go there is pretty wild. Every time I go there, I just get decimated. But looks like we are cutting on over to LA Thieves. Got rated on your screen. That's going to be that dad buff in the form of Apathy, joined alongside Slacked. I mean, I want to see where they're going.
I mean, what a story it's been with App stuff. I felt so bad. It was like the day before his baby was born. I was playing Fortune's Keep solos. I killed App 3 times in the game. I was talking shit. I'm like, App stinks, blah, 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 blah. Then I see his tweet that he's having a child. I was like, oh, I feel horrible. And now here we are. He's in a tournament competing for $100,000.
You should, because you just said all that. His team absolutely just got decimated, and now he's got to go on a massive regain. You're cursing him, dude.
Yeah, no, I really feel that I am. But he's sensational. I've cast this guy for feels like a decade, and I feel like this team's got a lot going for it. That sense of Apps, like kind of the twisted movement guy up in your face, always played an SMG role. Raided's that guy that values his life, always a smart like CDL player, and Slack's like kind of a do-it-all. Like he's one of the more underrated Call of Duty players of all time. So there's a lot to like about this squad.
I'm going top mid.
Yeah. Actually, one of my favorite things is when they kill me in Fortune's Keep, because typically that happens to me. You said you killed them, I get killed by them. It all is full circle here, and let's see what they can do. Apathy able to find a personal supply box, so he's able to get his loadout weapons super early on, and I think he's kind of looking around. Maybe here's an enemy nearby them. That might be NYSL, because we just got to see a little bit of where they were. In the meantime, Raided gonna find a nice down. That's actually gonna be on Scum and in the hands of Slack. So you know that team, that LA Gorillas team, is looking to run it back-to-back. Your split one champions.
And they've got the potential to do it 100%. I mean, Scummin is one of the freaks in this game. Like he is almost like too nasty for his own good, in that he like takes fights in these games like he's playing pubs sometimes. Like he'll ego chow people like they aren't other professional elite players, and it can hurt him. But if someone's gonna like world star 1v3 a team, he'd be maybe at the top of my list. Guy's nuts.
I mean, I would also say that it would be Aiden or Z-Smith. Z-Smith, just an absolute grinder. You put Grenko in his hand, he's gonna be a freaking menace. But Knight, 31 eliminations. You heard Dream say it in the pre-show. I mean, they haven't had any luck just yet finding someone, but they are looking to kind of turn and burn here. But let's come on over to Breadman. He's got that long, flowy hair and so much skill.
Yeah, I'm a little jealous of the whole hair thing. I kind of wish I could pull that off, but nah, he is. I mean, when you think of mouse and key players that have, I don't know, been around since early Warzone and actually been able to stick with it and compete, I mean, we talk like Bread, Husk. Yeah, I mean, the list is short. It's them just battling in a controller player's world.
I know. Do you play controller, Maven? You play controller, right?
I played mouse and key for like 2 years with Warzone. I switched back to controller because I was going insane with close range fights about, I don't know, 6 to 8 months ago. So yeah, I'm back on the sticks.
Gotta get a little bit of aim assist action. And speaking of that, we got Joe on your screen, and he's wearing a normal hat, but I saw Wars kind of went over to the bucket hat. He wanted to fit in with Breadman, so maybe that's a little bit of a extra buff that this team is looking to get. And over by that terrace,
he's got the birthday buff too, right?
Oh yeah, the birthday buff. I'm not gonna sing here, and hey, look at that. You mentioned the birthday. Gets a nice down, cut on over to Stu. Trying to find some action here, getting tagged up, and unfortunately going to fall. Luckily still does have that self-res. Let's hope this team does not get pushed.
Well, it just gets it off and gets knocked basically instantly. Now swapping over to Kellers. Getting some guns to work with. One thing that stood out to me, I've always been like a Blixen guy, even with all the nerfs and stuff that have changed. I love the Blixen. Like, it's just been Marco and Armadillo basically across the board, which I guess I just got to switch. I just like the Blixen. It's my gun. I don't know.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, Maven. I saw you using the Owen gun pretty recently this week, and I had some questions. Okay, there is a very good reason for that, and it's an embarrassing one. I am probably the worst player in the United States of America with throwing knives. I don't know what it is. I will beam the hell out of someone, but then I will miss my knife. The Owen is more forgiving because the larger mag. So if I screw up my knife and have to finish it with bullets, I still can take a fight. That is literally all it comes down to. I'm the worst knife thrower ever. You heard it here, chat. If you are a terrible knife thrower, be like Maven, grab that Owen gun and utilize the extra mag. But hey, Nadia on your screen, she's running that armadillo, as Maven said, and they are still kind of keeping it in the keep, right? In Semi B, this was their favorite place to land. They were challenging a lot of teams like Destroy's team, NYSL, and it seems like they haven't really found too much action here just yet. We saw in the semis, a lot of teams were landing on top of each other, but now that there's $100,000 on the line, seems like a little bit slower pacing thus far.
Well, I think that's always been the key to like any BR. I mean, whether you're talking PUBG, Fortnite, I mean, whatever, like everyone kind of gets their spots. Everyone just sorts of, you kind of just want to, I don't know, limit the RNG a little bit and drop and get looted up and be ready to fight versus like scrambling around with nothing and battling on drop. So I thought the heat maps they showed going into this, like with the pre-show, and it sort of showed how it like thinned out and spread across the map as the drops went on, was pretty telling of everyone just kind of wants to get their spot, is what it is.
You got to claim it, right? You like assert your dominance early on and force the teams to leave. And hey, what better team that's going to assert their dominance? That's going to be your World Series of Warzone champs, that Las Vegas Legion team in the form of Hisoka, Skullface, and Mayapo. I have watched this team thrive throughout so many tournaments, and I'm excited to see what they can do here. Hisoka on your screen. This man, every time back in the day he would win a tournament, would straight up bark after a victory. And I really kind of want to see what he can do here. Nice knocking it down right there.
I have definitely barked midcast multiple times, so I love that personally. But no, they're like someone that'll take like any edge they can. And like when we did watch World Series of Warzone, like they got, what is the specialty box you would get? They would give you specialists, and everyone came down. Like people were scared to do it, and it would give you what's it called, foresight. They would show you like the final circle. Like they were the one team that was doing it. No one else was really taking advantage. Like these guys are gonna find whatever nerdy stuff they can to try and get an edge, and they're gonna go for the dub.
Hey, they're doing everything that you mentioned. Hey, the area of the map that you dropped that we say we don't like this area.
Yeah.
Look where they're at. They are absolutely owning it. Sure, Hisoka is going to fall, but Skullface and Mayapo are going to come in like SEAL Team 6, looking to decimate the team that is coming their way and go ahead, get that revive back up. You want to get back to full force. I love seeing all the XM4s. We looked at the stats. 90% of the people, that's not a real stat, I just kind of made it up, are using that in the Armadillo as well.
See, it's weird because that was my gun for a long time. Like I love the XM4, but I've gotten so used to having, like with the extra attachments with Vanguard guns, like having fully loaded off the break. I've just stayed with the auto. I just love the auto. It's my gun. But I just can't, if there's that like unfortunate sequence where you don't get any AR and you like win one fight and you're screwed, it's just frustrating. I hate not having ammo. It pisses me off.
I mean, that would make sense with the Owen gun. I mean, Hisoka's bullets, he's hitting every shot. He doesn't need to have extra ammo. This is why they are stellar, taking people out of the air, just constantly firing. Sure, that has the spawn protection, but that's not going to stop them from emptying an entire clip into them.
Yeah, and the UGM hits. This thing hits like a truck. It's still like that one gun. There's always something where like you drop and it just feels a little too fast. And you're like, oh yeah, it was an LMG. What do you know? Just get absolutely smoked. But yeah, that thing is a tear. And I gotta mess with the Marco more. I've never really liked it. Something about the centering when it pulls up with the sight, it's like a little off compared to like the Blixen. I don't know what it is, but I need to use it more because when I watch others use it, I'm like, this thing is disgusting. It's a laser beam, hits hard, nice strafe. I just, yeah, never really used it much.
You know,
I like it as floor loot though. It's like the one thing out of a box I love.
Yeah, but when you watch people like Skullface or Hisoka using these weapons, it's like, wow, that looks like it would be a really great gun. Then you realize, oh my god, it's user air. And it's the same thing for me. Yeah. No big deal. Like, it's the same thing.
Yeah. When you realize it's just it's a you problem, that can be tough. But now this is the gun, the Gorenko right now. Oh, like. Wow. I love to snipe as just see how fun it can be, but I like the natural like bolt action single shot, like pop, like hits hard. This thing with like the semi-auto, it's not really my cup of tea, but like it is disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, recently it did get nerfed. I think it was like 80 meters on the damage range, but here in Fortune's Keep, this thing is running supreme. And now Blue on your screen, last alive, waiting for his teammates to come back in. You just saw right there, Resurgence is disabled. Attract had 5 eliminations. Blue had 2, so they're looking really solid. Down to 11 teams remaining. Let's cut them back over to see what NYSL is up to, and they've already lost Night full.
They've got the money. there is a buy they have like wide left that might be able to work. But this is that time where like, you know, the size of this compared to like Rebirth, if you have early deaths and stuff, like you can find a safe spot. It's like easier to get back and get rolling. But once you're like this stage of the game,
yeah,
it's tough to not get in the blender sometimes and to actually like get back, get equipped, be ready to fully fight.
I love that you mentioned the blender, because once you get in it, it is so entirely difficult to get out. And as they move over to that buy station, they're going to get into a scenario here. Aiden able to grab a down and a full, trying to make it 2. Nice double kill right there. Oh, but C. Smith's going to fall. Now Aiden has to clutch it up in this moment.
You hear the call, bleed out, double res. As he's going to try and work it, just get to it quick. There's both buys. Now can he get out with his life? Going to try and just finesse low ground. It looks like he's out for now, but now this rotation's going to be, it's going to be tough. Like to just find an opening where someone doesn't have high ground holding you. I mean, I'm surprised he's gotten this far, to be honest.
Okay, well, there you go. You're just cursing people left and right. I mean,
well, that one, I mean,
fair enough. You cannot rotate through that little alleyway. Someone is always on that tower, and you can see right there what happens to the end of night. That is going to be the team just pushing in. That house is never safe. You just don't live there.
No, I've had, since we dropped that part of the map, I've had some just absolute insane skirmishes around this house. Because, like, it's right on the edge of, like, the linear rotation. If people are coming over from Lighthouse, depending on how late Circle is, it's just, like, that one kind of point of interest, like the first one when you're pushing in that side. And it can be nuts, but, Z is going to drop. So they're fully wiped. How many left? 12 players, 4 teams. 5 teams. I'm a liar. I don't know numbers.
No, it's okay. Us casters, we don't have to really do math too often. But Braxton on your screen right now. That's going to be Team Braxton. Brolic, the sub for Tyrannics. They did really well in the World Series of Warzone, coming in 3rd place. But that's not good enough for them. They want a W, and this is the way they want to start it out. King of the Gatehouse right now. Braxton up on top, 4 eliminations, and they just got to find 7 other people in the lobby, sharing the resources. Talk about ammo right there. You need to share.
We can keep going.
So they're in like a really good spot for a second, because you like having high ground, obviously, but when they have to rotate, that means that you then have to jump. Then also streaks come into play, but there's like this timing where like having high ground actually blows, because you have to work lower and people can just hold an angle. So we'll see how it plays out. I mean, you're really just hoping you can get a lot of picks before you have to move from this high ground.
Oh my god, the cluster came.
Yeah, and they don't really have a gas mask, and Empathy's already fallen. Brolic full dead. This is all gonna be on Braxton, and he's got to make this rotation. It's gonna be, you're right, dicey, but I like the way he dropped off towards the back and not necessarily the front, because it would have been full open season on Duck Hunt. Gonna die to a gas. Does have self-res though.
No, he tried to stim, he just didn't time it right. So he has the self-res, thank God, but he just popped the stim a tiny bit late. So, I mean, whatever, you're alive, I guess, but you'd love to still have the self. Not that it might matter, but there's 3 other players left in the lobby, 3 teams. So he's got, what, a duo and a solo to work with.
You can serve that.
Good on plates, has fighting. Tempered.
1v1. He's gonna be weak because
1v1, yeah, here you go.
All right, this is going to be the battle. The 1v1 to decide who's going to come out on top here in map number 1. And Braxton is heading full on into the church, trying to find some information. Oh, but he goes down the hole.
I was about to say, yeah, the fight was lower. So the one spot he was going to come up was the ladder or like out in the gas through the tunnel.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, now it's like
if this is going to come out of the gas, yeah, no, it's sort of just, it's what does he have? If he has a gas mask, the other player, and there are stims, he was just in a fight. There might be other stims he can loot on the ground. You've got nothing to work here from the POV we're watching. So I think he might be screwed.
Oh,
no? Okay, he's got one stim.
Have one stim. Oh, but he's got a muni box.
Take that back. That muni box might be the game. He's on 11 too. What a game. You know what we were talking about? Just all the little nerdy things, all the stuff to get the dub. There you go. Now, okay, so now we pushed out into the gas to try and find more stims as well. He found another.
All right.
Brax, you're just hunting for stims at this point.
Yeah.
Look, sometimes you're a hunter, sometimes you're a gatherer.
Oh my God. They're literally both just running around trying to find stems, yeah.
Little foragers. I think Braxton's got this one and he's done after this. I don't know if there's going to be anything else that he's going to be able to do. And I see the look on his face. He knows it. He's like, please let this go.
He did it. He did it.
just enough. I thought the munitions box was going to be enough, but he was able to find, I think, 2 or 3 different bodies that had stims. And that's such like a weird ending, but it's also like, it's kind of great because it's stressful. It's like, who can scramble around and find him on the ground? Unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, well, congratulations to Team Braxton coming out with the W here in map number 1. We have 7 more drops remaining, and what a way to kick off this $100,000 Fortunes Keeps tournament. Then by like a war of attrition to find as many gas masks or stims that you can. I mean, you have to be resourceful.
Well, I can't believe, like, it almost, I was worried that like kind of choke on the first stem where he had to use his self-res was going to be what cost him, because technically he should have had a self-res in that scenario. He literally, like, I think it's like 2 ticks left, you have to hit it, and he just waited like a half second too long and ended up having to burn his self-res. But you heard it, like, I've been in that spot before, like, you heard the teammates comms. It's really helpful because, like, when you're a player and your eyes are trying to be everywhere in that spot, and also, like, if you have to take a gunfight, like, you're worried about stuff, you don't always see everything, so you kind of heard them all, like, stim here, like, just trying to call them out so you could scoop them up. But unreal, they get it done.
Hey, they did exactly what they had to do. But now something that you called out, you're like, Hisoka has 11 eliminations. We're talking about the placement multipliers, getting seconds 1.8. So while Team Braxton did get the W, was it enough eliminations to kind of outplace that Las Vegas Legion team? It might not have been.
No, that's what I was surprised with, because I feel like everyone we kind of hopped to was in like that 3 to 5 range, maybe like a 6, and then I saw he was on 11. I'm like, damn, they're on a game. So you gotta be frustrated if you're him a little bit, because I think he's probably thinking when he had that muni box, like, I'm good. At least that's how I feel. I'm like, I'm all right. But unfortunately, luck didn't go his way. Brack's able to find more.
Hey, well, they killed it, and shout out to them. Let's bring back the desk. Let's see what they've got to say. I know they're dying to break down all the action. What is up, Reflections and Co?
What's up, Spider Tiff Maven? Hey, well done casting the first game. And what a game that was. An ending that we did not see at all yesterday. And Goj, I think off the rip, there was a big discussion between Spider Tiff and Maven breaking down the weapons and their usage. I know we didn't really have a chance to dive deep into that yesterday, but I know we want to talk about it a little bit more today.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from this last match. And while we do, we can talk about the weapon usage. I mean, we saw UGM usage in the semifinals as well as the group stages. And we saw the XM4. And it's kind of worth noting, in the group stages, the XM4 was used around 56% of the time. 56% of the players were using the XM4. But in the semifinals, it was only about 35%. So people starting to favor some other weapons. Maybe a bit more Gorenko usage. I know that started upticking well over the 33%. But overall, I think whatever weapon you're most comfortable with is going to be the best option, and certainly the UGM, if you're using it at distance, is a powerhouse.
And what was Flanked using, Dream? I know you caught a glimpse of him using something maybe a bit unorthodox.
Yeah, I saw. I was like, is that a shotgun loadout? But I know it was mentioned too that apparently Ultra was also using that as well. And I also feel like we were seeing a little bit more Marcos as well. I mean, and Attract. I mean, he had that crazy beam with the Marco yesterday on town. So I just wonder if a few people were like, yo, I lost that engagement. Let's switch it up because well, Marco is one of the weapons that also hits as well as the Arma.
That's right. And Goj, man, that final ending was pretty wild to say the least. And good on Brax for, you know, having a well, honestly, not even the confidence. He had to go out and find more stims. He does so, and he wins over a munitions box, which we thought that was going to be the game ender. Turns out it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot we could break down, and I think our casters did a fantastic job of doing so. It was kind of the fight before the storm battle, if you will, that was really interesting to me, right? Playing the high ground position. I love what Maven called out there, is that oftentimes it is the most valuable, but in order for you to rotate out of the high ground position, oftentimes you will get picked off if you're not able to pick off people that are trying to rotate in. So it's a bit of a trade-off, and things were going seemingly in Braxton's favor, ends up surviving until the 1v1v1, finds the 1v1 to finish it off, and then both of those players, both very smart, highly intelligent, high IQ players, said, we're not even going to engage. I think I can outlast my opponent in the gas, and that gas starts chunking away at your health as the longer you stay in there. So with munitions, with stims, it was just a battle of the stim shots, and it looks like Braxton was able to take it probably by only a couple seconds.
Yeah, but even second place Las Vegas Legion racked up a ton of eliminations and are not missing out on much, right? I think a 1.8 multiplier is what they're getting as opposed to a 2 for getting first place. So very well, they could still be in first place. Prime example, Zeke Colors yesterday not winning a game, yet still taking semifinal A. Remarkable performance from them. But we did have a lot of heavy hitters, Dream, at the beginning get eliminated. I'm talking about Team Biffle, Strixie, LA Gorillas route. Zeke Colors followed shortly after. Goj mentioned VOD review. Maybe that VOD review is coming in handy.
It could be possible. And I mean, from yesterday too, those were our heavy slaying teams. I believe it was like 68 kills that LAG managed to pick up and 70 from Biffle. But either which way, like even despite having a bad drop, we talk about those eliminations, right? Like with, Las Vegas Legion, like they were the teams, of course, that were able to pick up those eliminations early game. And I believe they were actually one of the squads to not knock out, but to disrupt LAT and their landing, which we saw right in the beginning, and that's kind of like a good strategy to land on the outermost part of the maps and just kind of work your rotations depending on the circle. But playing on the outermost part of the circle could be beneficial, just as you can catch people on early rotations.
Well, Goj, game 1 is finished. I'm curious who's in first place, and matter of fact, who's our top 10? Let's hone in and take a look. Las Vegas Legion, they do take first because of the elims. Surprisingly, Brax in third despite winning game 1.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, Hisoka on 11 points, missing out on first place. That's like 2.2 points that he's missing out on individually as a team. Maybe a bit more than that. They obviously slayed out as per usual, though. 39.6 at the top. Team Unveiled. Off screen, I was going to shout him out. He had nearly double-digit limbs by himself. The team overall, fantastic job. 37.8. There's Brax at 28 after the map 1 win. And then, hey, my boy IQ, this guy just slithers around and will not die. Apparently found eliminations this time around. 27 points. You can see the rest of the teams falling down. It's worth shouting out NYSL in 6th place at 18 points. They went out very early in this last round. They got 10th. They did achieve a multiplier, but they found some eliminations along the way. And you see Team Optic at 12.8. Not a bad day in the office. I think you're gotta be looking for at least 15 to 16 points or so to make sure you're solidifying yourself into the money every single map, at least on average.
True. Yeah, I think that's fair. 15, 16 points, especially after watching both semifinals. Yeah, but that was a wild lobby, Dream, for me as a whole. It seemed like it went even faster than the lobbies yesterday, which is saying something because I was blown away by the speed yesterday. But obviously everybody came to play, and we knew the merging of semifinal A and B could pose some problems for maybe some of our top hitters, which it seems to have done so. Do you think things are going to speed up or slow down like we saw yesterday, Dream?
Well, teams are going to just switch their play styles up. I think that, kind of like how we saw yesterday, the first drop was really hot and heavy. Teams just deciding, let's just full send everything or just land, where we're comfortable and play as quickly as possible, because at the end of the day, you want to catch teams off before they get their loadouts. And I think I kind of saw really quickly NYSL, they had their loadout and they had specialist perks on the ground that they were picking up. But either which way, it's going to get only crazier, I feel like. And these teams are just going to have to adapt.
Hey, we got 8 games to get through. Maven, Spider, Tiff, let's get game 2 going.
Hell yes. All right, back into it. What a ridiculous game 1 we saw. And it was kind of cool. Tiff and I, before the drop 2, we were kind of looking at, we got some of the stats sent to us in a Discord, which was basically a total breakdown of like what guns people had, what loadouts, what perks. And I don't know, the one thing that popped off the page to me was like Serpentine versus Quick Fix. That was like close to 50-50, and that's something I always kind of battle with as well on Fortune's Keep.
Yeah, it's something that really bothers me. Like, it's really cool when I have it, but any team that I'm fighting that has Serpentine, I'm already like complaining about it. But it's one of those perks that I find probably a lot more on the ground in the boxes as opposed to picking up Quick Fix. So it's one of the ones where I'm like, hey, I'm gonna elect to use Quick Fix, get that health regen as soon as I kind of finish off my kill, and then back and ready for more so I can take on the next chow. But coming on into map number 2, we're gonna look at the POV of the team that just took the victory. Sure, they're only 3rd on the leaderboard, but they are back and ready to start the climb. Because you guys said it in the pre-show earlier, it is the battle of consistency here today, and we have 8 maps. So map number 2 on your screen, and Braxton ready to show what he's got.
Yeah, I think it's just like a thing of if you can consistently get to late game, like that's where a lot of kills come, right? Like we had like 30 players left, and then over the span of like 3 minutes, it thins out to 12. Like as the circle gets smaller, that's when a lot of the kills come in. So as much as you want to get kills, we know that's important based on how the leaderboard works right now. I guess I just feel if you're getting to late game over and over and over again, the kills are going to come.
Yeah, I think prioritizing the placement, kind of like you were mentioning, holding that high ground until it's like a point of time where you don't want to get caught off guard trying to like give up the high ground depending on which way that ring pulls. I think that's a smart way to go. And you can see that Empathy and Co really enjoy playing this side of the map. I'm not really sure what Destroy was doing there. He looked like he was kind of thinking, maybe taking a breather.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he would have got some audio there, but it's kind of weird with vertical audio sometimes, so he might not have heard him at all. But yeah, kind of just got with his pants down, easy beams. Oh, a little gold box, which I'll tell you what, I used to love when they would drop a Duffy all the time. Now I'll get like $800 out of one. I'm like, what is this crap? Give me the cash.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a bag, you know. Speaking of a bag, 100K on the line today, and Veiled over here on the rooftop, just moving, quick feet, trying not to die here. Jumping down, but he's gonna get tagged up, caught from the side, and unfortunately will go down. And now we're gonna have to look for Goat Clamp, and that was gonna be Super Evan's team out here chowing at Winery.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting too. Like our other, probably like when I play with Merc and Teep and people and Sim, like our other favorite drop spots probably Winery. It's just a lot of fun to fight Winery. I think one of the reasons it's maybe not as hot in this is just rotating out of it sucks, because you have on one side of it, you've got Lighthouse, great, awesome. Somebody's probably up there sniping. On the other side, you have like the keep walls, sick. I don't want to deal with that. So it's just like rotating out of here sucks. But in general, I think Winery might be my favorite place to actually battle. Like it's a lot of fun. It's a fantastic POI.
They are absolutely destroying Team Biffle right now. They took down 2 of them, so there's only 1 left standing. And I love that you brought up the rotations, because it's absolutely correct. That's why you probably go to land in that no-name POI near kind of just on the other side of Grotto. But now coming down to the wine cellar, Sage just trying to check all of the corners, has that ground loot FFAR. And, you know, I'm not really too impressed with the ground loot version of it. Back when it was meta in Verdansk, it was my favorite thing, but now just not
literally
it. But Sage having no issue.
The far car combo back when that was like the greatest like snipe support do it all weapon ever was probably the most fun I ever had in Warzone. Like the far could do anything. You could put somebody on skates up close. You could hyper beam somebody at range. Yeah, it was an issue 100%. But it's got a bit of a buff. I think it's still decent, but not back to its heyday. That's for sure.
Gosh, those are some good times now that I think about it. I surely wasn't as good with it back then, and I've definitely gotten a lot better. So maybe we just need to bring it back for one more moment, right? Before we move on to Warzone 2 and Al Mazrah, like give us just another moment with it. But Veil just kind of looking around, trying to take some high ground, keeping an eye out for the team that might be coming through. You can hear the comms flying, just trying to give call outs. When your teammates kind of come back in from respawning, you get a little bit of a budget UAV and give you a little bit more information. And now Veil gonna catch him from behind. That's gonna be Scummin and Biffle and a lot of different teams here.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of nail it there too. Like that mini UAV, I think one thing some Warzone players are guilty of compared to maybe like CDL players is their comms are kind of ass compared to CDL players, because a lot of times you're sort of like muted out frying, you know, right? But like that specific comm, when you get a kill, calling out where the other guys are is crucial, because your teammates don't see it, right? Like you get that mini ping, they do not. So you have to be very specific and on point with the comms so your teammate doesn't get caught.
Yeah, I love that you brought that up. I mean, we could talk for days on the Warzone versus CDL pros, and you're going to start opening up that argument once again. But that is a massive.
You get whatever stuff you want,
get the pings.
Comms very different.
Yeah.
Comms very different. Yeah, that just is. Yeah.
We'll have to run below gate or something.
No, totally. And coming on over to blue with Attract and Zepti, kind of running that very edge of the ring, but yet someone is still behind them. Oh boy, absolutely annihilating him, and now Attract gonna fall as well. But maybe that was Zepti. Zepti able to get a kill, and Attract is still alive.
I don't think he had dead either. He just full sprinted up the steps, it looked like, at least with the kill cam for a second. Maybe just so locked in on the snipe, or thought it was a teammate's footstep audio. I'm not sure, but he'll get dropped. Now let's see what they can do from this top keep wall. Gorenko in hand, looking to pop heads.
I want to get to the tower or something.
But yeah, now it's like, yeah, you see top left of the map kind of where they've got to go. It's sort of how do we want to now handle this rotation, because our spot's going to go from great to not so great when it's in poisonous gas.
Ooh, and this is the rotation that you don't want to make. You talk about rotating outside of Winery, but pushing into Winery is almost just as bad because people are going to take high ground in that tower over at Winery, and you're just going to get picked off with people running the Gorenko. I think like 19 different people have this weapon in their hands at any given time, especially for map number 1. They're going to have to make their rotation over. Aiden sitting on 2 eliminations, but no worries, 11 teams still remaining. And you mentioned it, all those kills going to come in the end game. UAV up, they've got some information on some teams there, but a PA and a bag. Maven, he finds a bag.
Okay, we love to see that. They feel rare nowadays, but no, you kind of nailed it in the sense of, yeah, this is going to be kind of the opposite of what I was saying. Now you have to go towards Winery, and yeah, you're right. The same holds true. It's like Winery, a nice nade. There's the knock, but it's like Winery's like its own map, like its own little island. It's just sort of separate from stuff with tough crosses. So they have to focus on all these kills. They had all the dots and the people outside. Quality beams flying in, gonna get dropped. Aiden piecing, but yeah, get these kills because I don't know how these upcoming moments are gonna go when they have to start to move.
Yeah, there's so many Gorenkos. They're gonna get sniped. They have to watch their head trying to rotate in. Someone flying in. Aiden's just going on full season right now, looking for a little bit of ducks to hunt. And the call outs are there. You can hear they're pinging where they see teammates. And I said the Gorenko, but I did not know it was going to be in the hands of Z-Smith. And check that out. 1 down, a nice shield crack right there. But the rotation is going to have to start coming through. If you're in chat and you're curious who's still alive, check on Call of Duty Echo. Make sure you look at that Call of Duty Dead or Alive tracker because Z-Smith's out here just killing everyone.
Yeah, so they still have to win these fights, but then like I guess in my eyes there's like 3 things you can kind of use to cross. It's either like you get a snipe and a knock, right, and use that moment and hope you get a second to get across. You have a precision or a cluster that maybe can clear a spot to get across, or sometimes you just kind of wait for the third party audio in the sense of like wait for them to be fighting on edge and then try to find an opening. But like just look at the minimap, like this doesn't look fun at all. So you hear all the gunshots. I would think like while they're fighting, try to get across.
Yeah, or take advantage of the fire sale, grab some gas masks, maybe get a PA or a cluster strike, cause that audio and like, you know, visual clutter, and then make your move because there's no free real estate on the edge of that zone. And does Unrational, oh my God, they did the black market contract and got Foresight.
Oh my God. Well, this I've never done this in Keep. I'll be honest with you. In Keep, I have not, but they've got loadout down. Oh, 1 person knocked. Oh God, they are getting fried. Things went from good to not so good. Is flanked. Well, lived up to the name. The flank comes in, able to get 2.
Now Scummin has to play his life, only has an ISO to his name. That's going to be really spicy because these tents, bro, you can shoot through them. All someone has to do is pop a UAV and they are going to decimate you. Scummin, 15 seconds. You can hold on. That is a really atrocious scope, but I'll let you have it. At least you have the ring information, but you just need your teammates to really send it.
All right, now it's the game plan.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, when we looked at the breakdown, it was a lot more amped, but there were some people running Combat Scout, and like, Combat Scout's great in like all situations, but especially out here with tents. I mean, you get a tag and you can just incinerate somebody. It might not come into play, but this is the one spot where I think it's really, really powerful.
Yeah, I gotta land too. They're gonna.
Actually, it's my favorite thing to do to people. It really makes them mad. Next thing you know, you get that comment like hacker, and I'm like, you know what? No, I'm not. My 1.5 could never, but it's okay. But they're looking really good here, Huskers.
Spider Tip has been shadow banned for 12 days.
I mean, look, if you want to accuse me, I'll take it. Ooh. A little bit of Fennec action. Haven't seen that too much, but oh, I forgot Shifty. So Unrational's actually going to get a full on Shifty. Shifty, a last-minute sub coming in on Team IQ. Arrays, unfortunately, I believe was having some internet issues. Shifty, thanks to you, stepping in super last minute. I believe they were already top 5 on the leaderboard, so clearly it's working out.
I was trying to get this coming now. This guy's not a dip.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have had to step in late, come up in the clutch, try to form a bomb quickly and get out and fry. But here's a look at the Dead or Alive tracker and where we are sitting. But you've got a lot of full squads left. One of those gone right now. Scummin is down, and Huskers and Unrational trying to clutch, but Unrational is getting fried. He's gone.
Placement's huge. We have good kills.
Ooh, yeah, and the placement. Now they're just gonna have to stay alive. This is a live look at the team that was kind of the one putting the Thorn and Huskers team side. Believe and Strixie's still alive, trying to make something happen. But Strixie, 10 eliminations. This is going to be massive if they can get up to 4th place. I feel like the goal for a lot of these teams was to hit that 4th place mark, because from 2nd to 4th place, you're getting 1.8x multiplier, and that's almost as good as that 2x. So the 4 is where you're really aiming for.
Come on, boo. Come on,
and this,
come
like,
on, baby. It's me and you right here.
I love the gas, the fire, but you're on 10 with 21 left. So
Can you see the whole
it's just tough because, you know, you're not in the best spot in the sense you don't have any plates to work with. You're thinking about placements. 10's enough. Like, listen, I'd love to push for more kills, but yes, push for that top 4. Do whatever you can. You're corner to corner.
They're close.
If you can get a few kills in a top 4, fantastic. Gonna lose one though. We'll see if the trade is there. The movement though on point as they're flying around. How many are there? Not gonna happen. Tries to chow, gets cut down. And I think that was like 10th place, 8th place, somewhere in that ballpark.
That was a really good
Oh, that was going to be Team Braxton just really dealing the final blow to them. I think it was 9th, which is a 1.4x multiplier, which, I mean, it's still really good considering they came out of map 1 with a fat donut. They had 0 points on the board, so anything is absolutely better than that. And they had at least 14 points just from one player. But Braxton and co kind of chilling underneath Winery. This could be one of the moments if someone's going to stay down low and other teams are going to be up top, and we could see another stim play. Anything is possible, Maven. Anything's possible.
Yeah, this is really just going to be dependent on where this circle holds.
Just literally sit still so they don't hear us.
Wait, did you drop?
One might drop. One might.
I mean, they have to know they're low. They just fought down there, but
I'm gonna go far left. I'm going far left.
Oh, he's gonna go.
Okay, this is what I was gonna wonder, because you have two. Yeah, you have like 2 options, right? Like you can like go out that like tunnel face. Good luck, or you can wrap all the way out towards the ladder. So they're gonna split a bit, and this might create a bit of chaos. Brolic already able to get 1. He's coughing up a lung now.
I got the one shot right there.
He got somebody weak. Trade might be there. I think the teammate was able to pick it up.
The 1v1.
And it just thinned out so quick.
I don't know where he went.
Can he clutch up again?
The call's coming out. Yeah, it's another 1v1 situation. Braxton was the one for the team, and there goes the down in the clutch. Dude, this kid is on fire.
And that one a little bit different than last time around. One time through the stims, this time through the beams, and the kind of the long wrap with the gas mask ends up paying off. Unbelievable. Back to back.
Look, that's the first time we've had a back-to-back winner. Semi A, no map repeat winners. Semi B, no map repeat winners. But the first 2 maps in the $100,000 finals of the day go into Team Braxton. Let's get another look at that winning moment. A nice little stim coming through. Gonna go ahead and replate up, and then it's all to the sky right there. Switches to the EM2.
Oh, he only had to hit a couple bullets. Like, he was so weak coming out of the gap. Like, the tracking was on point. And like, what's the thing that kind of stands out for their team now, back to back? They're around like what, 12 players left and all 3 alive. So like, even though like they've been in like a really kind of crazy situation both times where you have to rotate out, they had all 3 alive. So like, at least one gets out. It's Brax, and he's able to clutch. But when you get down to, you know, 5-6 teams and 10 players, there's not going to be a lot that have full squads. And what that gives you the advantage of is there was twice they were able to trade and at least eliminate a team or knock somebody out, and they get it done. But are Brax going to show us every single way to clutch today? I don't ever know, but so far so good.
I mean, that would be absolutely astronomical. They're just showing us why they did so well in the World Series of Warzone. They carried that momentum forward. But, you know, like I said, that 3rd wasn't good enough, and they are showing us just how much they want that win here today. Let's throw it back to the desk. I'm sure they're dying to break down all the action. What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, Spider Tiff Maven? I feel like I haven't had a chance. Well, I still won't have a chance to talk to you, but one day I will. What a second game. Goj, we went all day yesterday without a back-to-back winner. All of a sudden, grand finals, Brax pulls up and just shows that he's the big dog in town.
I think they have 62 points after 2 games and 2 back-to-back wins. Talk about wind in your sails. That was a 34-point win. I gotta talk about weapons for a second here, Reflections, because we saw an EM2 at the end. The EM2 had a 4% pick rate in group stages. 4%. That means 2 people out of 48 people used it as one of their loadouts that they picked up during group stages. And hey, maybe he picked it off the ground. Maybe it was in his loadout this time around. Regardless, was able to find that elimination. But as we were looking towards some of those other stat lines, as we see some of these crazy plays from this last game, I mean, one of the other things we saw, the XM4 in the Gorenko, it's a classic combo. The XM4 has dropped in overall pick percentage to 31% overall. The Gorenko has gone up to 39% overall. And then Ellen, you were right. Marco's up to 23% pick rate, up from about 15-16% over there in group stages.
Which is crazy because I mean, I really feel like I don't know exactly like the intensity of the moment, what happened with Attract, but I feel like people saw that and they were like, yo, I'm gonna switch it up a little bit because hey, maybe they notice it's winning more engagements. But either which way, like you can't count out, man, Braxton, the fact that they were in this situation and where they survived 2 times in a row, like completely blessed. But Maven said it best. I feel like it's kind of about how long you can keep your team alive to that late game, because in these intense moments where you don't have a resurgence, there's like 29 people left, and it's like if 3 as opposed to 1 is staying alive, like the chances of you to win are much higher.
I can't believe Brax wins it in the fashion that he does. Back-to-back wins. And Goj, you mentioned like 61 points. We'll see that confirmed in just a second with the leaderboard. But I want to also bring it down a notch and talk about some early exits. More specifically, coming out in first place going into Game 2, Las Vegas Legion. They tore it up in Game 1. Despite them getting second place behind Brax, they still had more eliminations with the multiplier that put them in first. Game 2 rolls around, Goj, and they're eliminated within like the first 3 at least. Definitely not something they wanted to see.
Well, I love looking at that Dead Alive tracker there on the Call of Duty Echo stream. You guys can go check it out as well. ! Dead Alive. But I think one of the things to call out too, it's not just Legion that went out early. Yes, they kind of fell from graces after leading the leaderboard, but some returning faces to dropping out early. That's Team Biffle, that's Team Colors, and that's Team Ultra again. Some of our dynamic trios that we were kind of taking a look at before the broadcast started, saying, hey, these are the teams to watch out for. First 2 maps, they are struggling. Now, if there's any silver lining with going out early, it means they're going to have to continue playing aggressive, and they are very good at doing that, specifically Team Biffle. They put up the best game of the entire weekend thus far yesterday, so still some kind of light at the end of the tunnel, and we're playing 8 maps today. So they got some time, but they got to get on their horse pretty soon.
Well, Dream, after 2 games, let's take a look at our leaderboard. I'm sure there's some shufflings that has taken place. Our standings, Brax in first place, no surprise, with 62 points. Inveld working his way up, though, with 57. Las Vegas Legion in 3rd place. What else stands out to you?
Well, of course, the fact that 3rd place, Las Vegas Legion, despite going out early, they still were able to pick up at least enough eliminations to keep them up there in that top 5 spot. But another little bit of a drop off here too, from 5th to 10th. LA Thieves had a little bit of a drop off as well. So, I mean, when it comes to these points, either which way, it's really close, like 2-1 deficits here. But Team Braxton, of course, even though they set that bar high, they just have to keep the consistency throughout the whole tournament.
And I want to take note, New York Subliners, they've been there. Despite them not necessarily having the highest placings, their elims off the rip has paid dividends. That's why they're in 5th place. I think they could be a sneaky team to work their way up and potentially surprise a lot of us breaking in the top 3. Who knows, after Game 3, maybe even Game 4, because that's only 2 games down, and we still have, 6 games to go. Quick math for you out there. Goj, though, when it comes down to the overall kills, I had a sneak peek at one of our heat maps, and it was absolutely insane. It seemed as if pretty much every portion of the map was seeing action.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the things we were talking about during the break, right? We've been mentioning this idea of VOD review. It might seem a bit crazy, but these players are playing for $100,000. $30,000 goes to first place. That's $10,000 a piece. It's a great payday in the office when you're playing some Warzone. So you're going to do everything in your power in order to find some success. Watching those VODs, kind of reading where some of these teams have been dropping is super crucial. And I think a lot of our teams have decided to spread out so that they make sure they have a decent early game. If we learned anything from the semifinals, is if you go out early, you really can't do anything. It's Resurgence, right? Like, throw your lives away early if you have to, but you cannot all three go out. So if you're gonna land hot, at least have one anchor kind of landing on the edges of the map. Maybe we didn't see that as much in semifinals A and B. We are seeing it a little bit more today. So some different strategies coming into play, and I'm not gonna say I'm surprised.
Well, let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into those hot landings as well as elims. We got our heat maps, both landings as well as eliminations. Dream, I want your opinions first, Goj. Of course, I have to get your opinion too, but Dream, start us off.
Man, I mean, look at all those red, all that red over by the gatehouse area as well as winery. But this time around, we see a little bit action on that far east side of the map, over in the open area on the beach side. And that's, I believe, where we saw LAG, where they had the foresight, which, my goodness, I didn't think I would see anybody use, by the way. Yeah, it's just still kind of the heavily high ground populated areas just as well. But you see kind of like, depending on where those landings are, like just how teams are rotating in, working the outermost part of the maps. It's just easy to get those picks, kind of like how Goj mentioned, that 2-in-1 formation is really beneficial. I just wonder if teams do have that sniper support landing on the outermost part, because if they're looking in, then that's just easy picks if you have a Gorenko.
Yeah, and I think it's worth mentioning too. I mean, I'm not trying to out them on main, but Las Vegas Legion, they really struggled this last map. They've been traditionally dropping in a spot where they didn't drop this time around, if our heat maps are correct. Just on the outside of town, on kind of that northwest corner of the map, right where the helicopter is, doesn't look like anybody dropped there. So I don't know if they're changing it up because of the plane line or what have you, but this is a much more spread out drop spot heat map, like you talked about, Ellen. And to be honest, the amount of dead space, if you will, is minimal in comparison.
I think that's the most chaotic heat map we've seen in terms of eliminations. Normally it's focused, but it was all over the place. Just comes to show everybody's playing around with their landing spots and overall rotations. Let's bring in our wonderful casters, Spider Tiff, and maybe the first time I get a chance to talk to both of you. Spider Tiff, we had you yesterday. How you feeling? You're doing a wonderful job with the commentary.
Hey, I'm feeling really good. I mean, I was really excited to hop on the mic with Maven. Sure, yeah, I'm no Merc, but we're still having a good time with it. And, you know, I'm just having fun, you know?
No, we're having a great time. This has been fantastic. Yeah, no, Joe was competing. There was like the optic, like throwback Black Ops 2 event. He got like just double bopped out, just destroyed. Rainbow Ray got smoked. Like I got to hang out with Joe last night. He was going through it, but no, it's been great. I'm having a lot of fun. It's been a good time casting with you. You've been doing an excellent job. And now we'll see where this crazy day goes. We've got 2 drops, 6 to go, and so far consistency king. I mean, Brax and them are getting it done. I don't think they're gonna win every game, but like the big turnaround here this time is you got like Empathy with 13. Like you step it up in the kills department, still able to get the dub. But I just don't.
I think they're doing everything.
I didn't think there'd be many back-to-back winners. Basically, so I'm impressed.
Can they make it 3 though? I did peep the Twitter timeline during that death segment, and I saw Braxton tweet out, he's like, I got the ice. He's like, I got the ice in my veins. And I'm like, all right, look, if he's feeling it, this could be an interesting journey. I know it's really cool when a lot of these like players that maybe you don't know who they are in chat, or maybe they don't have a massive name. Like if you looked at like Huskers or some of these other people, right? TBE in particular, who sadly didn't actually qualify for the finals today. But this is a good moment. When you have those open quals, you can find new players to bring the hype surrounding them. And I think that, you know, Team Braxton is a name that you really need to be looking out for. And as we jump on in to map number 3, I'm excited to see what they get to do, because we get to start on board with their POVs as well. Please go shout out Team Braxton, Empathy, Brolic, the beautiful sub cutting in for Toronix, who did have a family wedding, so was unfortunately unable to compete, but doing really well together as a trio.
Yeah, I mean, you have a last-second change. You win your first 2 games. It doesn't get a whole lot better than that. I mean, vibes are high, I am sure. But there's a Duffy. I love to see that. Some early cash for 3,500 off the back. Satchel to work with. I think I saw maybe another orange box in the back. Yeah, so they're going to have a ton of cash and a fast loading here. Oh, yeah, that was real quick.
You just need to land here. You just need to land here. I think you're not getting the bags because you're landing in kind of that no-name POI, and I feel like Gatehouse might be your new calling.
Well, we land mid-map because we feel like everyone's just scared to like chalice there. Like no one drops there because they don't want to drop mid-map. So usually it's just free loot, fast loadout, and then you're mid-map and you can fly whatever direction you want. But it's different when you're in, you know, lobby with casuals, a public lobby versus this. That would be the worst place ever in this, and that is why no one has dropped there.
Yeah, we did get a good look at the heat maps, and you can see it is pretty much dead empty there. Everyone's like, no, that is the zone that we are not going for. I don't want anything to do with it. But we don't really have too many people using the UGMs, and Empathy is one of the people that is electing to use that UGM throughout the tournament that we've seen thus far, throughout the semis, now here in the finals, and it's working out really well for them because while I do love it in Caldera, the reload speed, bro, I could make a freaking hot pocket by the time that thing's done reloading.
Well, I know what I'm eating for dinner. As I love hot pockets and haven't had one in ages. But yeah, no, that's why I've never been able to run an LMG outside of like the Bruin when I had that one attachment that just made it like an AR and reload fast because I don't have the patience to deal with that type of reload. I literally, as a human being, I can't do it. I cannot do it.
I'm dropping up here. Oh fuck! The buy's over there. Did you buy it?
Yeah, just listening to the comms fly, you can hear it. There's another bag right there. They're looking to get a loadout, 17 grand for them, and they already got a loadout, so plenty of money to get the UAVs, grab all the information. How do you feel about this location on the map right here? They're kind of outside winery towards that bay side. Bay is always known, we talked about it yesterday, as like a regain area, not a real fun place to land, and you see right now someone went camp and has already got a loadie. This is how you get those free kills, Maven.
Yeah, this is like another area where you kind of hope to drop and I guess be undeterred, right? Like you're just like on the outskirts of the map. It's not like a great spot, but maybe you won't have to deal with a lot of action. But now you can see how tough it can be. I mean, your loadout dropped for that other team like right in the wide open. They had no chance to get it. The swarm is coming in. It seemed like there was a miscommunication on a purchase from the squad for a moment, but now they are rolling.
Rolling indeed, and they do have a portable redeploy balloon, but luckily there is a balloon just on this side of camp as well should they need to use it. The ring is going to come in, picks up a bounty to get some good information. You can see they're just inside of winery where they kind of just were, but hits the balloon, trying to get an oversight here at Lighthouse. There's probably someone sitting up on top with a Gorenko.
Well, maybe they were, but you fly ahead, that's going to be an easy drop as they were locked in with the snipe and they just come soaring. But the reason that, you know, where they're flying back to, it can be kind of tough is just because, yeah, you have like, you're like pinched between what? Top Lighthouse and the top of winery if somebody's there. There's a lot of high ground around you where you can get smoked, but yes, at least you have a balloon to make a play from that position. And, well, you saw just that.
Hey, they just decimated Picnic, and now coming on over to Attract FaZe Blue's team on your screen. No eliminations for Attract. Oh, Blue. How many helis do they need? I think they're trying to prevent Flanked from grabbing one of these because we saw what happened, you know, last game or in the semis. The last game of Semi B, Flanked was just piloting that helicopter towards endgame and no one shot him. So Blue was like, you know what? I am going to be really proactive in this moment and just grab all of the helicopters on the map.
I like forget they're even on this map because they just don't come into play all that often compared to nice shot compared to like, I don't know, if you're dropping peak on Caldera, like I just know a chopper's gonna hit me in the face at some point because I'm not gonna get to it fast enough. But here I just sort of like forget about the utility of it. But yeah, he was stacking them up there. Like he's having a car show, but a chopper show, I guess.
Chopper show, I like it. You know, I would take a ticket to the chopper show as long as I'm the one kind of operating it, not getting chopped up by it, which typically is kind of the end that I end up on. But, you know, they're just kind of chilling, vibing, got a deployable cover, really trying to lock down at least one of the stairways, which is pretty smart. And they're just kind of overlooking all of the loadouts. Good information here, and nice down out of Blue. I expect nothing less. If you got FaZe in your name, go ahead and finish it off. Is that 6 eliminations? 5 eliminations? Make it 6?
Well, now the precision's going to come in. Those choppers are going to be gone. I thought he might try and hop and preserve one, but they'll just work low. And these fights in these towers can be, I kind of mentioned it earlier, but like vertical audio, like I've gotten my horizontal audio to a really good place. Vertical's still kind of iffy, and it can just be very, very difficult fights through these towers. And while they're in the midst of one now, oh, there go two. It looks so good. Chopper control, tower control, snipes on point. Suddenly Blue on the run.
Blue on the run indeed, and finds himself in Graveyard, opening boxes to try and get the teammates back faster. Luckily, Attract gonna respawn in 13 seconds left to get Zepti back, but you know, this is like one of my least favorite places of the map. It's all fun in games, plenty of loot, but every time I land here, I just get absolutely rolled by whichever team is kind of coming out of town.
Yeah, I don't mind. I kind of like fighting in Graveyard, but my issue is more there ends up being that one potato that's like in one of the, what do they call it, mausoleums or whatever the hell they're called, just like crouched in there with a heartbeat, and I'm like, okay, sick, awesome, and that's what I die to.
It's always those. It's the ones sitting in bushes. It's the ones kind of hiding in the caverns below behind these boxes. But Inveiled gonna get tagged up, about an inch of his life remaining. So there is a team in the vicinity, but you can see Inveiled is just kind of split out from his team. I've noticed this a lot. Typically, you'll have that anchor position that the pre-show is kind of chatting about. Make sure everyone's staying alive while that Resurgence countdown is on, and you've got your fraggers that are gonna go out, try to get as many eliminations as possible. But a lot of these teams, everyone has the ability to be a fragger in their own right, and some teams electing to pick up 3 Gorenkos, but hey, you know, that's all that matters. 2 eliminations for Inveiled, and they're just kind of running down, looking like little gremlins down in the caverns.
Yeah, I'd rather do many things than fight in the caverns, because like I guess it's still like the dust and stuff that's like kicked up constantly. I can't, oh my god, the fire damage ends up taking him down, but I can't like,
no, I'm good, bro.
There's just so many gunfights I feel like I can't see people down here, and it's not even like a darkness thing, it's just like a,
yeah, it's fun.
it's like all the dust. I don't know what it, maybe I'm just blind, but the number of times I'm like at a gunfight, I'm like, I can't see what I'm shooting at. This is not fun. I'm out of here. I hate it down there. I hate it so much.
He's gonna push up, bro. We don't like life like that.
I hate it. I want out. Take me home. Mom, help. I want to go home. But regardless, they're doing great. But the thing is, I think you mentioned it. There was a fire shotgun in the hand of Clamps, and that's not what you want to run up against in some of these tight corridors. And Foreign Jace last alive for the team. Got to hold it for 1 minute, 25 seconds left on that Resurgence timeout. So you got to make sure that if you're going to go on that aggressive front, now is your time. You got about a minute left. So you don't want to make any chances once that clock kind of eliminates. We got 13 teams remaining. This is what typically happens, right? It goes from 13 to 5, and Jace getting completely chased, and that's going to be by Aiden. So NYSL making that no-name POI their playground.
You mentioned the fire shot. I'll tell you what, you cannot belittle my very real trauma that I still suffer from 2 things that have existed on Warzone. One being the doof and one being the DMR. I see them and something inside me bleeds.
You know, honestly, I've been a victim of that fire shotgun. Unfortunately, not too much the DMR, but they did bring back with that most recent update, kind of the ground loot weapons are supposed to be like a revisit of the greatest hits. That's why you've got the FAR on the ground. That's why you see kind of some of those moments like the Krig, the Growl. But the DMR did not come back. Probably a good thing.
Yeah, never. Isaac tweeted out a clip. He was being sarcastic about it. He's like, bring me back to this. And it was just him like 2 popping below DMR. I was like, that's the only time I stopped playing the game for a month. No, I do not need that ever again, but we'll see what Knight able to do in a battle, able to get it, sticks the nade. I don't know that he had to use that, but just want to give him a little extra love.
Honestly, you should look into equipping the Semtex, because it's pretty fun sticking people instead of knifing them. And if you miss, they still blow up. It's kind of nice.
I run Semtex on everything but like this, but I probably should, because I'm not bad with Semtex. And as I said, knives are not, no, they're not my cup of tea. But you've still got a ton of people left. This is that big moment where the circle is going to really dwindle down. And as he hits a snipe, I think he gets popped as well, just trying to crawl away himself. We'll see if Smick can get back into it. Teammates still up.
Hey.
There's the self just on edge of storm.
Yeah, this is that rotation that you mentioned that you hate doing, and they're gonna have to make their move over towards the grotto. And that, if that's the end zone, grotto, I don't like it. Take me out.
Well, it's just going to lead to another, it could lead to another like crazy situation where you've got one player top, one player bottom trying to finesse when you have like these multiple floors. And we'll see where it ends up pulling to, but it's also one where you just kind of hope you guess right. Like, does bottom end up being better? Does top end up being better? It's hard to tell until you see where it's going to draw.
I feel like being in the caverns is never the way to go when that ring starts ending, because they can just sit there and watch all the zip lines. If you hit the balloon, they're gonna look for that as well. And we saw just what Braxton was able to do with the EM2 there at the end in map number 2. You're just easy pickings at this point because all of these players can hit their shots. Aiden picking up another team wipe. That's gonna be on Breadman, and Knight getting tagged up is gonna fall. Is his teammate there for some re-assistance there? Z-Smith not gonna be able to do it. Play your life at this point.
Does he have stim?
Well, the only time it becomes a problem, really, if you're top, is if it pulls like south towards like the cove. If it pulls that way and suddenly you have to like work down the mountain, you get screwed. But I mean, it's a small chance, I guess. Like I prefer top 100%, but let's see if they can scramble out of this situation because they're not in the best spot.
Let me know when you need the ammo box.
They have the stims. They have the ammo box. That's what's going to keep them up for now. Now, where do you go from here? Because it's pulling towards town, I think, right?
Yep, it's gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Definitely towards town graveyard area. I thought they were looking for gas masks. Typically, some of these buildings down here will have like gas masks hanging on them, and I always grab one every time I'm down here and then die with it somewhere else. So it looks to be like there's none available to them. But luckily, that muni box gonna come in absolute clutch, able to restock up on them stims, and someone's down here lurking a whole team of 3, and Aiden unfortunately going to fall. And can Z Smith kind of trade it out? That's gonna be the LA Thieves.
I mean, you just saw it light up with Combat Scout. Like all 3 players were there around the balloon.
I think we got top.
He's got, okay, so he has restock. So that's going to be massive.
Climb the ladder, bro.
Please. Up the ladder we go. Now remember, I mean, it used to be OP as hell back when like stims with restock came back so fast, but that ended up getting nerfed. So there is a decent timer on it.
Right in front of us, still left.
Okay.
Oh my God.
So not exactly an ideal situation, but obviously it could help play out well. And now, yeah, apathy.
Absolute above, down low, one shot right here.
Childborn, back to the 100K to fry. They're in a good spot. What, you got 4 teams?
Another one
and 3 other players. So they are definitely in the best position right now. There's another wipe going to come through.
3v1.
That's it. Okay, 3v1.
3v1.
No one's there.
Comms are flowing. Slacked.
I didn't see the names of the kill.
Eye on that last player. Yeah, no, they eliminated Z Smith. That was NYSL went out. They're full dead. This might be this might be rated.
Let's fucking go. Good shit, dog.
Regardless, the hype is there, and
good shit.
That was a huge bounce back, guys.
rated,
So where were they
apathy,
before?
slacked.
They,
we have a new
so they
winner,
were like
map
around
number 3.
10. They were around 10, so they needed that. They needed some points for sure, because they had like 23.2 before that. You're talking first place was like 62 total score, so like they're back like 40. You needed to get a solid W. You know, you'd love to have more kills, but the fact is you get a win, you're going to move up, you're going to keep yourself in contention to have a shot to maybe make a run, because we still have a lot of drops left.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through this, and now that Braxton is not going to be a victor, we have a new winner in our hands. It's going to be the LA Thieves, and they were so split, so let's get a kind of look at that ending moment right there, just on the outskirts of the tower, trying to run through the bridge. Couldn't catch a name on the player that they got the elimination on, but that is going to be a massive victory that was very well needed. I think they had some high eliminations in there as well, because you said it best. Their first 2 games really weren't that stellar.
They were like 5 to 7. I think you'd want to have more just because you were so low. But like one thing I saw was App had 2,000 damage. What that tells me is they were in the blender to some degree. Like they had to have been in a state of regain. There must have been a lot of deaths. Like he had 5 kills, but 2,000 damage is, it's just not a lot. Like you shot at a handful of people. So I would think that was one of those just kind of heard slack, like really satisfied to get the win, because I bet that was one he just kind of grinded through. I don't think that was like one of those fun wins where you dominate at all.
Yeah, that's kind of one of those moments where you're just like, thank God we won, but GG go next. I'm just ready to run it back. Let's go ahead. Let's throw it back to the desk. I'm curious to hear what they've got to say. They want to hype up the LA Thieves.
Absolutely, and we are going to hype up LA Thieves, taking it, like Maven said. They went into game 3 in 10th place. Who knows where they're going to be now, but what a performance that was, taking it all. And Goj, I mean, seriously, they needed that.
Oh, they absolutely did. 23.2 points, like Maven highlighted. They just dropped a 42-point game, I believe, like nearly doubled their overall points just in one map. That's how quickly things can change around here in Fortune's Keep as we get a chance to look at some of these different replays. I think some of the things that were notable that we noticed from this last game was not only weapon choice, but also perk choice, Ellen.
Yeah, and I mean, and it's kind of like when you look at the perks. Okay, so we kind of saw there at NYSL Stuck in the Caves where Combat Scout can be beneficial. Like if you get things on people, obviously it gives infrared and it shows the information. But I was kind of like in this conversation of like Serpentine over Quick Fix, which one is more beneficial, you know, out of the two? And I mean, Goji, when here comes to the statistics and like actually reading the percentages, you're amazing at that. I don't exactly have that in front of me, but it was still just really cool to see the utilization of that and how beneficial it was. But we also talked about the teams that do have like the tendency to stay alive late game, how that's beneficial. And we saw LAT there, they had more strength in numbers, and I believe that was Clamp that they knocked out. That was the second place team, which they've been consistently in the top like 7 spot or so, or say. So as long as at least Team Unveiled can stay consistent, that's the key here. But it didn't really seem like too much of a change from drop 2 to drop 3 in terms of just like play styles. It kind of just felt a little the same.
But still, it goes back to the point that I've been making. It's hard to be consistent. I mean, Ebates going into game 3, 4th place, early exit for them. Same thing for Optic Texas, which seems as if they're struggling to get their legs underneath them after a dominant performance. Well, I shouldn't say dominant, but a great performance yesterday in general qualifying nonetheless. And of course goes your boy IQ going down a bit early on. But again, goes the biggest storyline, Ebates from 4th place to a very lackluster game 3. Not going to feel too good.
Yeah, it's not going to feel too good, but I mean, you can throw it whichever way you want to. I mean, we can talk about LA Thieves and how they really struggled the first 2 games in terms of total points.
True.
Then they drop a 42-point banger. We got plenty of games left. Everybody's still in this thing. You can see Optic Texas in first in the next 3 maps if they do something dynamic. So look, there's still a lot of games to be played, but I know you wanted to call this out, Reflections. We're nearing the halfway point here at this point. And so if things are not working out, if you are Optic Texas or maybe some of the teams that are even lower, what are the things that are not working? Like, spend some time thinking about it. 8 games allows you to actually transition your playstyle slightly, whether it's your contested on drop or otherwise. Lock it in, figure it out, get some good comms. I was talking to the Ebate squad before the broadcast of the semifinals, and they say, hey, if you're not going to slay out early and you have trouble, the best thing you can do for yourself, you have to keep composure, because there's always an option to work your way back into the money. And again, that's top 8 today.
Hey, let's look at our standing stream to see who's going to be up on top. We talked about Ebates maybe falling down just a lot, actually going from 4th to 8th. And the reason why I want to highlight that, simply put, we're now almost to our halfway point going into game 4 Dream, which means you want to be top 8 if you want the money.
Indeed, and I mean, we kind of mentioned that consistency factor. I mean, even Team FaZe blew up there with 76 points. So Team Braxton, despite winning 2 games, they're still sitting in 3rd at 72.8. So either which way, it's still a little bit mixy. That drop off though from 8th, that's like kind of like what you guys were talking about. Is it going to force these bottom half of the teams to essentially play more aggressive, to kind of just like starting to put them on that back foot where that lead is creeping up away from them? So consistency is key, of course. And yeah, I'm just curious as we go into the 4th drop, how much these landings are really, really going to change as we further go along, and what adjustments are made.
Yeah, seriously, landings have been a big topic, especially when we take a look at our heat maps, which I do believe we have them ready to go. And we'll see them side by side, Ghost, landing and eliminations. Walk me through what story this is telling us.
Well, I think the first story is that our landing map looks nearly identical. Nobody really changed anything up from what we can tell from this map from 2 to 3. Now, the elimination's quite sizably different. Now, for everybody at home, you're like, oh, why are the kills over there? Well, it's because of the way the circle pulled. So let's be very clear. Last time the circle pulled to the east. This time the circle pulled to the west and the south. So you're seeing a large amount of eliminations in that kind of like southwest area in the caverns, because that's where our final circles were ending up, right? That's where you saw C-Smith and Co. have those final fights, Aiden kind of popped out and found a full team of 3 hiding into the bunkers like they're Gollum looking for the freaking ring of power. Like, what are we talking about? You know, the caverns are a crazy spot. And I actually pulled up my timer, by the way. I think we had 29 players as the 4th circle was closing, and in 2.5 minutes we got down to the final 3 teams. It was chaos in those final circles, and specifically in caverns, there's a lot of people ratting out staying alive, and then all of a sudden we had teams dying in milliseconds.
Caverns is getting wild too, Dream. We even saw Fire Shoddy down there for just a little bit, something we literally did not see during the qualifiers, so we're seeing a bit more variety.
Yeah, and I believe too there was a mention of an RPG, so maybe teams are just utilizing that to get people out of these high ground areas. But when it comes to the zone circle too, one thing I wanted to add just to touch up what Goj said was, like, had that circle pulled like back towards Grotto or like towards a different area, that made it really impossible for the high ground and the low ground. Like, I was worried at that end play there because I'm like, oh my gosh, like this is a situation where the high ground could actually very well not be beneficial. But either which way, I'm excited for the next drop. I can't wait to see where it goes.
Now, RPGs are out, so no helis are going to stay airborne and get some cheeky points. Let's bring back in our casters, Spider, Tiff, and Maven. We're hopping into game number 4, officially our halfway point, and Enveld staying super consistent. Maven, those boys, they're playing well.
Yeah, they've been amazing, and it's kind of just going to what I said right at the beginning. It's get to the late game, because you know, you heard Ghost talking about it, like the number of kills that go down late. And I think the heat map shows it perfectly. Like, all of the hotspots outside of like 1 is basically either on rotation to where the final circles are or in the final circle area. It's like that is where everything goes down. So just continually get to that point. I mean, it's a battle royale, so you gotta pray for a little bit of luck with draws on circle. Just try to be in the best spot you can and look for kills then.
Hey, I think that's some solid advice as we jump into map number 4. I really love this screen. We get a good look at just how many players are coming in, but coming on board, we got Nadia, we got Flanked, and we got Intex. Flanked, well known for being the pilot in the helicopter, kind of sealing their ticket here into the finals. And I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do. You know, they really need to kind of throw down. I believe they're sitting in 10th place right now, so just outside the top 8. If you want to find yourself in a lion's share of that money, the name of the game is to get into top 8, and they're keeping it consistent with their drop spot just over here near terraces.
Yeah, they sort of need to do like what we were just talking about with like Apathy's team. Like, you're kind of on the outside looking in, right? Like, first place has 87 plus points. You're in like the 30 range, but like with that win from Apathy's team, like they jumped up to 65, so like they're in the hunt. You need like one of those good games, solid kills, and a win. That's all it takes. But drop by drop, if you're still trailing by a massive number, it just becomes like too much pressure to consistently. You can't expect to be like Braxton's team and just win back-to-back games and like pop off and come back at the end. It's hard to rely on.
It really is, and even with Team Braxton winning 2 maps, they're still sitting just in 3rd place. So it didn't even seal their deal because they didn't have as many eliminations as they possibly could have, but they did make it to that late game to get the multiplier that they needed and maximize the eliminations they did have. But I feel like, you know, staying really locked and loaded close together here in this early game, especially at terraces or keep, because you know, so much action here, and Intex just really kind of just crouch walking into the underskirts of this watchtower. This is a really spicy place to play in, because you know, you mentioned it, you're like, that vertical audio is just kind of forgiving, right? You can't necessarily always hear it, so just kind of when someone's crawling around, you're really not gonna be able to hear that.
Yeah, and like even if you like hear it, it's just tough sometimes to tell whether like the person is at the bottom of the tower or like are they about to jump on me in a second. It can just be a little bit tricky sometimes, the vertical audio. So yeah, take it slow at times. I mean, if you're flying in a public lobby, I mean, you're probably able to snap and outgun somebody, but with this type of competition, like you just got to be prepped for any type of fight. But to Nadia's POV, usually when I go here, I don't know what I call this, the church, but it's like the zombie church to me, because that's usually where people are like doing a zombie box or something. But just with the rafters there and the different windows and the high ground, like I just die in the stupidest ways when I'm there. I always just the dumbest deaths. I'm like, oh, a guy's in the rafters crouched, awesome.
He flew to the house for sure.
A little Spider-Man action there. Someone coming to take you down from above. I mean, that happens to me frequently. I try to stay away from that. I usually go for the balloon and just try to take the top church. But
that should be your thing.
I mean, I am. I'm short, Maven. I gotta climb things. Look, I gotta keep the high ground as much as possible. I'm like 5'2", dude. It's tough out there. But coming on over to Team Unveiled. They're just getting a little campy, you know, over at camp.
Quality beams. I thought he was going to hit the explosive barrel for a second. That was going to have smoking him, but he's able to do it without the assistance of the barrel. He's got one more close. The nades are going to funnel him towards him. Easy pickings. He's able to rack up another.
I'm good.
And they're not too split. I mean, his teammates are pretty close, but good job finding kills on edge.
I got high alert. Landing in
Yeah, that's not going to be good. They're at camp. The first kill was on Rated. Second one was on Picnic, which are two really massive teams that you kind of want to take down. And Unveiled just kind of on an island of their own. Hits the balloon. I'm pretty sure Unveiled did this last time. Jumps on over to Lighthouse. And he's going to take a Gorenko to the face. That's not what you want. Still have self-res, but you know someone's in the house behind you. They're going to wait for you to res and steal that kill. Not that I've ever done that before.
No, because I think he cracks the guy, so that whoever he cracked is panicking and running away. I think he got sniped from, I'm assuming, like Winery was able to pluck him, so
probably
he was actually just able to get the self off and live to see another day. If anything, just the guy scrambling away got his life saved.
This guy, I need him to jump off though.
Yo, follow me, Sage. I'm coming.
Oh, just lurking below, just waiting for him. Yeah, the guy's probably going to jump to the outskirts and maybe go down towards the caves or Smuggler's Cove. Like, you don't want to jump down that ladder, especially if you know someone was down below you. But let's check on in with that Las Vegas I can't even talk. What is this? Las Vegas Legion team? Let's go ahead and bet on them because clearly I'm not good at betting. So, but if you in chat are hyping up the Las Vegas Legion team in the form of Mayapo, Skullface, and Hisoka, now's your time. Mayapo sitting on 3 eliminations and lurking in a tower with the Gorenko, which is my biggest nightmare.
On top of the roof.
And they're like a team that's still in the hunt. They're like 63 points again, like leads at 87. So they're still battling. Still a good shot to do stuff. But now from the tower, which no one likes getting sniped by somebody positioned in this tower, but you got a shot to do it. Nice live mark. Just misses it, but hits the second. Head gets popped off.
out there.
Guy flying above y'all.
Ooh, there's a team we haven't talked about. That was going to be an elimination onto Team Ebates. That was DJ Moss, and I had a really good time watching some of their strats as they went through the open quals. And now Mayapo is going to get found out, forced to kind of reestablish his positioning here, maybe re-shield up, and able to get a nice little reset here. But the question is, where were those shots coming from? And I think that Mayapo is kind of asking himself that as well. Marco in hand, just trying to kind of quick feet around, looking for some quick information. But at this point, trying to get a nice elimination on that man in the gazebo. Cyril getting peppered from afar. At this point, you have been found out. Maybe it's time to leave.
I'm still looking.
Yeah, you'd love to keep holding that, but it's going to be tough to hit these shots if you just keep getting peppered from Graveyard. But for now, he's good. I think he's got footsteps of multiple on him right now, and that is going to be the case. Able to drop one. Serpentine not going to get him out of that. The ping comes in. He sees the other dot trying to finesse. No stim to work with, but he does have a muni box. I would have put the muni box down already just to get stims back. Unless maybe it's one of those things you're holding it for late game, which could be the case.
On the patio above me. I'm not telling by the heli.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, using that Semtex to really claim that space and prevent someone from rushing you from the side, I kind of like that. But now, Hisoka's POV, this is one of those interesting areas. This is going to be spicy because a helicopter always spawns here, and Hisoka getting a nice team wipe. That's going to be so mission critical. One of my favorite buildings. There's always a redeploy balloon over here. They're saving that personal supply box right there just in case they need it if one of their teammates goes down. Drop back down on that box, able to grab their loadout and just continue on the aggression. They need a massive game here. They're sitting in 6th place, and they were the World Series of Warzone winners, and they clearly want to go 2 for 2 here.
Yeah, it's hard because it's like, yeah, it's all Warzone, but it's just a very different beast from playing the big map. But not saying they don't have the potential to do it. It is just different. And my God, as he peeks around the edge, there are just bullets directly to the forehead, takes him down to like 1 or 2 hits, but for now can survive. And he's calling out somebody ghosted, and that, unless you like get it out of a box, and I'm sure some people want it, but like it's not as common on this. Like you don't run into ghosted players nearly as much as you do on like the big map.
Hello, goodbye to that person. You're not coming in Hisoka's window. And I kind of like that. Skullface got the triple red being hunted. That's going to be on Shifty, a full team wipe on their team. So Team IQ is going to be out for the count here in map number 4. And you said it, I don't run Ghost either. And typically I don't see it come out of boxes. I feel like Serpentine is the one that's always like shoved in my face alongside like Engineer.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten Ghost for sure, but like it's really rare. And I don't know if they ever released like a breakdown on like per percentages and like chances of getting him, but it definitely seems like it skews heavier towards, yeah, like Engineer. I get Engineer like hardline all the time. I'm like, thanks.
They were flying in. That's probably
it's like
what's the one? Like, Point Man. Oh, cool. More XP for my gun that's been maxed for a year. Sick.
Yeah, just keep playing.
Yeah, no, that's one of those wild ones. I think I saw someone like going into semis. They didn't qualify for the finals. They were tweeting after getting like kind of roughed up by the Gorenko. They're, oh, speaking of the Gorenko, looking at Mayapo's hands, a nice down right there. Some massive eliminations coming out on this Las Vegas Legion team. This could be an absolute banger game, but Mayapo is just living. Oh, in this tower, and shots are going to go out. Not going to get the down, but dude, I'm just ready for this guy to hit only heads.
Yeah, I thought honestly that first shot, I think he might have got the crack on it, but like, I thought that was good. And it's tough with like the added spawn protection, like especially if you're sniping, like you gotta hit him in the dome for sure. But just trying to find the angle through the doorways, see what easy pickings he can get. But they've got all 3 alive. You still have 26 players up, and this is one of those. This is one of those where you could, you know, we talk about how fast players thin out, right? As the circle gets smaller, but if it is a town or a keep ending, that's probably the spots where it'll stay healthier a little bit longer. It might not be much longer. It might be an extra minute, 30 seconds, but there are like a lot more individual buildings and spots of covers you can get as the XM4 is raining down fire from above.
Yeah, I actually started picking this one up more recently. I know we chatted about it earlier, but I don't feel like there's that much recoil on it, especially if Skullface is going to be mounted up here in this tower. This team really favors this area, and if you're going to watch the graveyard area and try to pick up all the eliminations you can get, I'm a fan, and you hear it right there. Hisoka coming in. Hey, he's gonna balloon. Get him off. Get him off. They're gonna get a nice down right there. Easy pickings, duck hunt out of the sky, and this is going to be the game that they need. I feel like it is only a matter of time, and once they start getting that momentum moving, they could probably start stringing some insane games together.
Oh no, they got the potential for sure, but now it's sort of you see where circle is. I don't know your best spot to be here, but this is sort of what I'm talking about. Each team can sort of get a building, right? Like you can get places of cover, so you should stay a little bit healthier and not be like how Goz was talking about over that like 2-minute span. It just went from 30 to 5 or whatever it was. Like you should have a lot more team-based fights until everybody has to move.
So we just split our money,
but you're able to post up a little bit more, as you can see. Exactly, that's what's happening right now.
Underneath us.
Yeah, but they're like a little low on resources. No one has extra shields. Rated doesn't have any on him. You've got ground loot weapons in the hand of Apathy and the MP5 and that BP50. It's just not what you want. So at this point, you're right. Just stack up on each other in these little buildings and maybe catch someone that's rotating off guard. But this can go any one of these 7 teams' ways.
Yeah, and you can see it can be a little bit difficult to beam with floor loot at times, even when you're trying to get mounted. Definitely not an ideal situation, but like even if they had good resources, I don't know if you're playing it a whole lot differently right now, just based on where the circle is going. All right, so this works out for them in the sense it's pulling south.
No, he dropped off. No, he dropped off.
It's pulling towards them, so they should be able to get a couple of kills and rotate, but will the lack of resources be the big problem? We'll see.
I say they pull money here, buy some shields, and just let Rated get a full chance, right? Because the TTK is so fast, at least get Rated fully up there. But Slack gonna get tagged up and a PA coming their way, gonna get forced to have to jump off the high ground and rotate way early, so no kills really being picked up. Slack able to grab it down at least.
I'm here.
Yeah, like this is just those moments like no one's died. Like you're just kind of holding at 14. Now we start to dwindle as the fight starts to go. Slack is going to get dropped. I didn't see if he was able to get his full kill, but I believe that he was. And now you have a radar jammer, so you hear like, where's it going? Where's it going? Like they're trying to figure out what's going on with the circle because they can't see anything on their damn minimap because someone decided that would be a cool feature to put in the game to just jam your minimap so you don't know what's going on.
You know, grab that heartbeat. heartbeat. Does it work during a radar jammer, Maiden? I've never used them.
I have no idea.
Nothing works. It's just chaos. And what do we expect here in the Fortunes Keep $100,000 tournament? Then a radar jammer completely ruining all 4 teams' experience. Sure, Rated had a PDS and was able to drop it, but no stims to his name. I think if you just go out to ring, deny someone an elimination and an extra point at that. And there you go. 3rd place. 1.8x multiplier. Now let's see who's left alive. Oh, we've got a winner. Maybe we have a winner here in map number 4.
Yeah, that happened quick. I mean, I bet there were a lot of question marks on where to go with regards to the circle for a lot of these teams. I'm just curious if the squad that had the radar jammer down is ultimately who was able to win it. Like, just based on having that little bit of extra information, they were able to post up. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, it was just kind of an awkward situation, hopping between players that were sort of just like, where do I go? What do I do? This is not a great situation to be in. And then the map just ended.
Hey, it's over. There's a team that is victorious. I believe it was Team
I have no idea who won.
I'll wait and I think it was them. I'd have to wait for the desk to see because I mean that was really
Ultra. It was
fiery,
Ultra.
and it was Ultra. Okay, we do have that confirmed for us, and I'm excited to see what our desk has to say about it. So let's throw it back to y'all.
Maybe the desk is not ready yet. No, they are. Hi, guys.
Were they not ready?
Hey, Spider Tip Maven, I love you. Thank you so much for that. We're all trying to figure out who won that, right? Because some of these games have ended pretty wildly, and but no, Team Ultra, they take it. Well done from them. So now we are starting to see, you know, some different winners coming in. Because at a certain point, Dream, I was starting to get worried Brax was going to win them all.
Yeah, and I mean, he was one of the teams that went out early, which is crazy considering obviously how consistent they've been playing. But I just really feel like there was just a lot of crazy things that happened this game, but teams were kind of favoring more of holding down locations. It seems like the teams that kind of favored a little bit more of that aggressive play style were actually being punished, Goj.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you start looking at some of the teams that went out early. Guess what? Optic goes out early yet again, and Colors goes out early yet again, and then Braxton, like you mentioned. So some heavy hitters, certainly, and also just some underwhelming performances for some of the teams we really expected to be at the top. But speaking of underwhelming, I mean, Toronto Ultra has been struggling this entire tournament thus far. 3 games, they were sitting in 14th place out of 16, and then all of a sudden they bring it back, play super strategically, and grab the win. It is worth noting, we got the tallies in. They only scored a total of 18 points with that victory. Now, bit of wind in their sails, momentum on their sides going into kind of halftime of the event with 4 maps to go. But even still, that's still gotta hurt. You wish you would have got, you know, at least double-digit eliminations to take you up to the 20s to 25s to 30-point range like a lot of our other winners.
Yeah, I think, but for me, though, it's confidence building. You're now at the halfway point. Game 4 is done. You take the victory. Despite you maybe not getting the most eliminations or more eliminations than you wanted, it still has to feel good to finish on top. Each and every victory has definitely got to put you closer to the winner's circle. At least you would have to assume. And Veld, though, has been just unbelievably consistent, man. And, you know, it's interesting, too, because we definitely highlighted them and talked to them during their semifinal performance stream. But today they seem to be absolutely on fire. And so I think the most consistent team we have had so far.
Yeah, and that's definitely what will win you obviously in this tournament. But I really, from Ultra, which is crazy, that something that kind of happened like yesterday was they were a team that kind of started to heat up mid-tournament. So to see them take this last drop here is not really surprising. I just feel like as we kind of head into this little bit of break, that they're just going to literally utilize their strategy. They got warmed up. They're a little bit adapted to the players around them. And now they're just going to start frying.
Frying indeed. And speaking of that, I want to actually talk about teams that, you know, may have been frying or not frying so much, Goj. Now that we're 4 games down, after watching and even yourself casting semifinal A, what has been different for today? Because it does seem like the endings of these games, each and every game, and even the beginning of the games aren't as aggressive as they were yesterday.
Yeah, well, I think, again, it goes back to VOD review, it goes back to strategy, and it also comes down to the fact that, well, we have the best 16 teams rather than the best 32 teams. So a lot of these teams are contesting each other off drops and wiping teams off drops. There is this massive, crucial kind of linchpin moment you will always look back on when you're looking back on some of the lobbies that you didn't do well. And it was, hey, how did we all three get wiped? Are we not playing Anchor correctly? Are we not split enough? Or are we too split and we're taking 1v multiple situations? We've seen a mixture of both of those. The amoeba formation that we saw from Biffle Squad apparently hasn't been working out for them. They've been really struggling throughout this whole tournament for the first half. Are they out of it? Absolutely not. There's not a single team on this list that is out of it because they can put up crazy numbers and you can win when you're in 14th place like Ultra has. But as we look back on some of our top kill leaders, even from semifinals, I mean, Biffle dropped 37 eliminations in 5 maps, Unrational at 31, Knight at 31, Stukawaki at 29. Some of these teams are completely silent right now. I mean, we love Color Squad. They were undefeated going into the finals. They won everything. Stukawaki at 29 eliminations, they've been getting knocked out early. I don't know if it's an intentional grief or a frustrating loss.
Yeah, I don't think it's intentional, right? We don't want to start calling that. But for you, Dream, you know, you've been a competitor before. And you know, like, when you're at the top of the food chain, all right, people are going to be gunning for you, right? And they want to take you down. And I think Z Colors, you know, had a large target on their back. You know, they're now currently in around 11th place, maybe 10th, maybe even a little bit further down. They just haven't had a good performance. But I think, like Ghost said, VOD review, you know, that target's on their back and everybody wanted to try and beat them, and they are.
Yeah, and I think too, they were one of the teams, might I say, that were, I think, like using different perks, so to speak, like running cold-blooded. I think they were like one of the only teams to run it, like full teams, like where everyone was running it in the qualifiers. So maybe teams saw that and adapted because, yeah, De Niro and Stukawaki were the top 2 performers in terms of like KD and slaying out. That, yeah, they adjusted to some of these play styles. And one of the things that, you know, that's different, of course, from at least the qualifying teams is they started with 64 teams. Now we're at 16. So you can only imagine like that drop off of teams, the play styles with less players in the lobby, of course, will change like rotations or some of the strategies for these squads.
Yeah, that's right.
Here's the thing.
Goj, I don't know if you had it.
I do. Here we go. I need to clarify something, all right? When we're talking about intentional griefing, this is a strategy. We're playing for $100,000, okay? I mean, if you know where somebody's dropping and they've been dominating all the performances and you think you can win out early on ground loot, why are you not contesting that, right? Like you should be. So I don't know if somebody is dropping out. We don't have the data on if somebody's dropping on Color Squad every time and wiping them, or it's just unfortunate circumstances. But if I'm a team that's playing as an underdog and I see these teams dominating, if I can stifle their performances and prop my own up, that's a big win in my book. So keep that in mind when we start talking about strategies. You want to pay attention to drops, and I think you're going to see some more teams change up their drop spots going into the second half of this event.
They're going to have to, especially if they're not in top 8. Let's take a look at our standings and get more of an understanding who is top 8 at this point, and even our 9th and 10th place. So 9th and 10th, Toronto Ultra, Team IQ. Surprisingly, Toronto Ultra in 9th place despite winning game number 4. But, you know, obviously Dream, you know, they hadn't had good games up until that point.
Right, and this is the time to turn it around because, I mean, being midway, you still have 4 more drops, so there's still plenty of opportunity for these standings to shake up. But I mean, just kind of like a little bit of a bubble between 8th through 10th, either which way. I mean, it's just close all around, but it's kind of crazy to see Las Vegas Legion. They're also another team that not necessarily maybe taking wins, but they're still getting those eliminations alongside with NYSL. So just if one of these teams take a serious like big dub like that like with those eliminations, that is going to be crazy with that 2 times multiplier and the standings. I mean, again, it could just, anything could happen, I feel like, still at this point.
And I did call out New York subliners, all right? Watch out for them. They're sneaky, all right? Granted, they're getting some highlight plays, but they've been working their way up, all right? They're not Team Unveiled in first place. They're not Brax winning back-to-back games, but they are in 3rd. And they're in 3rd for a reason, okay? So I think they're definitely going to make an impact towards the end. Let's take a look at our highlights, though, from our 4th game, and maybe even overall. Goj, I've been enjoying today. And hey, there's the man of the hour, man with the power. That's Aiden, baby. I'm telling you, they're on the come-up.
Yeah, anytime there's a tournament on any title, Aiden just seemingly finds his way to nearly the top of the leaderboard every time. So not surprising at all with nearly $400,000 earned in Warzone. Sure, they're here and they're slaying out and they're doing well. Expect to see a lot more of them in the second half of this tournament. But of course, we've talked about Team Braxton a number of times. And Veil's team is at the top of the leaderboard. Can we shout out Veil currently leading overall kills, and actually in second in overall kills at 24 kills. We're getting some of these numbers updated. Mayapo with a 10 elimination last game actually just jumped him up to 29 total kills in 4 maps. A great start by both of these two players, with Aiden in third at 21. Overall, fairly high slaying out games, but that 18-point game is just kind of haunting me from Ultra, because they really needed that to be like a 20, 25, 30-point game to really be in the mix. But at the very least, it kept them in the conversation going into the second half.
Got to stay in the conversation, right, Dream? Look, you got to stay relevant. You got to stay competitive. Halfway points, so many good snipes, a lot of good moments, and a lot of changes. Luckily, though, we didn't see any RPGs, I don't think, in Game 4. So that's always nice.
Yeah, I was like, I couldn't believe that. But, man, with those utilities, too, it's just crazy what some of these players decide to pick. But you see kind of like right there at the end with Rated, I think he had like a gas grenade or something, or a stun. You know, if you don't have a stim and you're the last one alive in the gas, then that's kind of where you find yourself. You have to scramble around and find something to stay alive. But pick and choose wisely.
Well, I think it's time to talk to one of our players representing LA Thieves. Let's bring in Apathy. Hey, congratulations first and foremost, brother. I know this is a tournament, it's important, but I just want to say life comes first, family's important, and congratulations on your new baby boy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It definitely was a hard decision, but you know, the wife and baby are doing well, and I was like, I got to come to this event, I got to show up, and I got to be there for my team.
Is dad strength the real thing, Apathy?
Oh, it is. Trust me. I've experienced it firsthand.
I love that. And did you get any sleep at all, brother? Because I was a bit worried. I was like, man, going from having a baby to playing in a tournament, surely you didn't get any sleep.
I'm not gonna lie, man. First day, you know, it was an all-night thing. I slept like 30 minutes here, 20 minutes here, 30 minutes there. Came home, I took a power nap. You know, I was definitely not fully there, but today I feel way better, and I'm just ready to rock and roll.
You're blessed, brother. You really are. Dream, what do you got to say?
Well, first of all, obviously, Big App, congratulations. I mean, baby Ryan is absolutely beautiful. I personally, and at first I was like, man, should I ask this? But I was just kind of curious a little bit on like your team's, just your poise in terms of loadouts. Because I saw you pick up a personal loadout crate, and I know that at one point we saw you guys kind of like playing around them, especially if you saw an enemy have one. But do you, in this case, like if you pick up a personal loadout crate, if your other two teammates pick up their personal like loadout, do you keep it there? Like, do you grab your loadout, or do you just keep that there?
We try to keep it there. It's definitely a good way to regain. You know, I feel like it's so mixy. We're playing aggressive. A lot of teams are, and you know, we're eventually gonna die. So if we can, we try to keep our loadout crate there. But you know, sometimes it seems like a lot of teams are running like Ghost, Tempered, and these are very good perks. So we try not to, but sometimes we got to get those OP perks to really take over the game.
Yep, thank you. I was just curious about that, because I know it's so beneficial if essentially if you have your loadout crate and then your team falls, and then at least they can go back in and regain and pick their stuff up despite perks. But yeah, that's it for me. Good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
App, I gotta jump in here, man. I love y'all's performance in the quals. I had so much fun watching you compete. Obviously, that last game, incredibly clutch. You guys made it into the finals. Honestly, by the skin of your teeth. Talk to me about the differences thus far between these kind of semifinals and the finals. Competition level different, or is it a lot of the same? Thinking about strategy.
I think competition is definitely higher. I feel like there's better teams, better players. You definitely get punished pretty bad. It feels like it's very hard to regain if you have a bad start. You're not in a good situation. So, you know, we're really trying to kind of have a good start, have a good landing. You know, the games that we don't, we notice that, you know, we end up having a really bad game. And to win this whole tournament, you can't have any of those. Obviously, some of the best teams in the world are playing right now. So that's kind of our goal moving on, trying to, you know, just have better landings. So there's more consistency involved.
Well, Apathy, got a lot of love for you, brother, and I know the fans do as well. You're representing LA Thieves well, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. I'm sure you guys are going to kill it.
Thank you. It's time to turn up.
There you go, baby. Time to turn up. Apathy coming through, giving us some wisdom. Love that. And also letting us know the age-old question, did he get any sleep? Which he got a little bit, okay? But he's performing well. Hey, he's a competitor. He's been a competitor for many years. He knows what to do, and life is great. Life is great. Let's take a look at our heat maps, though. First, taking a look at our first 4 drops. I love that we have all 4 to go. Dream, will go to you to start us off a little bit. Looking a bit similar, but also different in a couple of areas.
Yeah, and just kind of like yesterday, we don't see like heavy like red areas. Like, you know, it still seems like a quite a bit of a spread, but compared from drop 1 to drop 4, like it seems like it just continues to keep spreading along the map. Just in terms of these teams just playing more safe. But either which way, I would only imagine that we're going to see the shake up a little bit more. But it just seems like throughout the landings, teams just continue to spread further out, and like I kind of mentioned earlier, teams are choosing to just find a spot but also kind of bunker down, at least the teams that are maybe in the top half of the bracket, maybe just kind of lock it in, stay focused, but keeping control of their areas.
That's right. I think teams are going to definitely change things up going into drop 5. Just simply put, if they're not where they want to be, I think changing up is going to be the right play, Goj.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think, Ellen, you hit that perfectly. It was highly focused on that terraces area in Graveyard, funny enough, but then it spread way out on the outside of Winery. Let's take a look at elims across the board on each of these different maps and see how it's kind of correlated. Again, these are all focused based on where the circle is finished. So you can kind of, it kind of shows really where the circle's finished up. Of course, drop 3 was down at the bottom of the map, southwest, and then drop 4 was all the way on the west side inside of town. So it's kind of cool to see these heat maps because you get to see some of the early fights. Like in drop 4, you're seeing a lot of early fights on the east side of the map, right? Over there on the edges of Winery. Looks like those spots are continually being contested. There's always a hot spot on Lighthouse because it's one of the high ground points overlooking things like the caves and Smuggler's Cove, and of course everything around Winery. It's a dynamic position. You're always looking for ultimate high ground wherever you could go. So overall, very cool to see these heat maps and see where the kills are located, whether it's via the drop spot or of course the final circles.
That's right. Biggest key takeaway for me is just how spread out it is compared to semifinals. Well, there was the halftime. I hope you guys enjoyed it, plus interview with Apathy. I think it's about time to get back into the action for game number 5. We'll bring in Spider Tiff and Maven. Maven always dancing around. Maven, you just love life, man. You're just enjoying yourself.
Listen, I don't do anything but play video games or talk about video games, so life is good.
The life. That's right. That's the life, man. Shoot, play with your dog too. Which, by the way, your dog has been very well behaved. I thought he was going to.
Yeah, he's sleeping. He's sleeping behind me. He was outside for a while chasing squirrels. I thought for sure he was going to break something or like just knock over a light or something, but he's being a very good boy. So thank God. He's a very smart breed. I think he sort of knows I'm like working and busy, and he's sort of just chilling, which is good because usually he is a psycho.
That's a psycho. Spider Tip, can you relate? I know you got a dog over there too.
Look, I have a German Shepherd, and anytime I am working, she is kind of one of those things where she's like, oh, there's a camera. I want to be on it. And I'm like, no. Like, this is not your moment to shine. And to be fair, she's a lot better looking than I am. She's super cute and super cuddly, so good for her. But no, she's a chaotic. She's chaotic, and it's probably better that she's in the other room.
We still
German Shepherd's wild, man. German Shepherd's like legit, like, so we have one, and look at this big boy. There we go. Beautiful.
Look at this big boy. What are you doing?
Now you riled him up, Maven. You riled him up. Now he's gonna be all over you during the cast. Oh man, my German Shepherd runs me over, and it's bad. One day I'm gonna break something, but that's okay. I sit down for a living and talk about games. Hey, Modern Warfare 2's coming out. It's incredible. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. Let's go and take a sneak peek as to what we could expect.
Left, right, left, right, left, squad up. It don't matter where you been. It don't matter where you been. Modern Warfare is back again. Modern Warfare is back again. Drop on in, no time to waste. Drop on in, no time to waste.
Pull up with the Bob, superheroes, no capes.
Pull up with the Bob, superheroes, no capes.
Squad up, run it back.
Squad up, run it back.
Got nothing to do, and that's a fact.
Got nothing to do, and that's a fact.
Avec l'équipe, on va débarquer.
Avec l'équipe, on va débarquer.
All is second play all day.
Second play all day.
These badass honeys gonna bust your face. These badass honeys gonna bust your face.
I swear this ain't my mommy's place.
He swears this ain't his mommy's place.
Ranking up all day and night.
Ranking up all day and night. It's not a game, it's a way of life. It's not a game, it's a way of life.
Squad up.
Squad up. Back for more. Back for more.
Squad up.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Squad up. Back for more.
Tell you, man, gets me every time. Love that. Maven, why weren't you in there? Or were you in there? Did you make a surprise appearance?
Listen, I think it's absolutely insane that I have not been featured in a Call of Duty commercial and or have a character in the game. Listen, I've been doing this a long time. I need like, I had like in Black Hat I had Vacation Maven, who was like a bald dude that I call Vacation Maven with a Hawaiian shirt. But one day I'm gonna get in a commercial and it's gonna be very sexy.
One day we will get to that point. Well, hey, we already reached the halfway point. We're hopping into game 5. Things must continue. 4 more games to go. Spider Tiff Maven, I'm gonna hand it to you.
Thank you. Let's keep it going. Yeah, halfway through our first time casting together. It's been a fantastic time. You're doing awesome. It's been great. You're wonderful.
Bro,
I'm 6'3", you're 5'2". Together, we're like a giant.
I mean, together we are like a giant, but look, if you're gonna keep coming at me with that gas, I mean, we're gonna have to do this more. Step on over, Merc. I'm just gonna that's what's gonna happen. I'm just gonna steal it from you. Keep going to those tournaments and hopefully do better next time. No, I'm just kidding. Like, for real though, that's a great cause. I caught some glimpses of it yesterday, a little bit of it today, and it's been a joy. So, but I'm having so much fun here with you. But moving on to map number 5, the second half of this $100,000 tournament. Any teams that you're kind of looking at that you're like, hey, I need to see something out of you. We need to step it up, you know?
Yeah, you would think that I was like looking through that during the halftime show, but I was actually preemptively getting $40 worth of Shake Shack ready on DoorDash. So that's where my focus was. But no, as far as who's going to bring it back, I guess, listen, I'm a play-by-play commentator typically. It's a little bit different, this stuff, but I try to be a storyteller, like set the tone, and like, I think the apathy thing is the biggest thing I've got going right now, which is thinking about he just had a child, he's on little sleep, he's here to play. I want to see him make a run, and I love the man, I do.
Hey, well, I hope they do. They do have 1 map win under their belt, so maybe some consistency here in the final 4 maps will really do it for them. Currently sitting in 5th place, which is $9,000, which is, hey, that's good if you just had a baby, some quick little cash. You know, babies are kind of expensive, but jumping on board, we got NYSL on your screen, Knight's POV in the back of Keep, trying to get some early loot. This is a really great place. If you just want to get some early cash, you can dance on the table and get a good bit, maybe a nice little satchel to couple with it. Quick loadout because the buy station's out back. I mean, not a bad way to start, but I feel like a lot of the teams have stopped challenging them here.
Well, that you sort of saw from the heat maps, and like even one that stood out to me too was like I think Lighthouse. It looked like there was a lot of like drops there. It was red, but then it started to thin out as like the matches have gone on. It's like people were battling for it and finally just gave it up to one of the squads. But I always imagine that happens just as the game goes on. Like you spread out your drops where you try to play it safe and get locked and loaded, but that can change in the final couple of drops because desperation kicks in. Like if you are out of the conversation, you need to get in it and you need to drop a ton of kills. You might mix up your drop and havoc can happen.
Yeah, so you mentioned that, and I'm looking at like Team Braxton. You know, they started off with 2 victories, right, in map 1 and map number 2. Well, they've been really lackluster throughout the next couple of games. So this second half, they have to be incredibly strong. Sure, those first 2 wins have kept them within the top 8 and in the money, but they are nowhere near the top where they were. And Team Unveiled now sitting in first place at the top, where they currently, you know, are doing a really good job. However, 3.6 points separating them from second.
Well, listen, I said that, you know, I think trying to play for the late game is like the most important thing. Yes, but like, what is the 2 top teams, the 2 teams with the most kills? That actually applies to the top 3. 3 teams with the most kills are in the top 3. So like the kills are the important thing. That's where you're going to get the points. So it's like if you are getting to the late game but not getting any kills, I mean, take what I said and throw it out the window. You have to find the kills.
Definitely, and Sage doing really well there before falling, and Veiled and Clamp are downstairs in the winery caverns, and they were kind of running up against Super Evan, so that's going to be Biffle and Co. just kind of vibing in winery as well. This seems to be the teams that keep running into each other, and you mentioned, yeah, they've got the most killed and Veiled throughout the first 4 maps, sitting on 24 eliminations, so that's super critical. Now they just need to kind of spread it around and keep doing what they're doing best, because clearly it is working. Sage going to come back, try to get his weapons, and unfortunately going to fall again. Clampin and Veiled trying to find some easy pickings over towards Bay. You see someone trying to get a loadout over there, maybe a little bit of an airstrike to kind of get some visual clutter going, but repositioning is nice here.
I think what you said sort of like kind of nails just how different this is versus pubs. I mean, if you watch these guys stream and stuff, you know, they're playing Fortune's Keep, they're dropping 24 per, not 24 over 4. It's just a very different environment. It's played very different. You're not splitting much. You're playing together. The comms got to be on point.
Yes.
So that, okay, so what they're talking about now, I don't know what the issue is, if it's a bug or when it happens, but like Joe was like the first person I played with that like called it out, where you'll live ping someone and others just don't see it. I don't know when exactly it started, but it'll happen from time to time, and I think it seems like that's what happened there. Like someone got the live ping for him, but he just didn't see it.
That's kind of frustrating. I heard it in their voice. They were kind of like, oh man, now we have to really full reset and just navigating the coastline over here, trying to wait for Clamp to come back and join them, opening boxes, get your teammate back a little bit quicker. Sage sitting on 2 eliminations, but rotating out of here is not what you want in some team. There goes the live ping right there, already going to hunt Sage. They're like, they do not have a good advantage in this moment. They're sticking on ground loot, but let's see what Las Vegas Legion is doing over here on the outskirts of town, just kind of doing a little bit of hardcore parkour, waiting for Skullface to come back in and join them.
Yeah, he was green ping, so watch out.
And I think like live pings and just good comms are even more important in this than maybe even like the big map, because you just the pace it's played at, but then you can't rely on audio on this as much as you can something like Caldera, because the sheer amount of like clusters going off, precisions, gunfights around, like when there's a lot more audio going on around the map, it just makes your close range audio worse. So like, yeah, it can be frustrating, but now the cluster, like look at this, cluster coming in, trying to finesse away from that in a gunfight, like it's just absolute chaos. It is, it's a blast, but also gives me a headache sometimes.
2 more.
Yeah, you have to be really smart and kind of just think about everything that could go wrong, and then know exactly where all the little nooks and crannies and tunnels are, especially on this side of the map. And we watch Hisoka just really finessing that side and getting out of way of the cluster. Oh, but to find an absolute... Man, that guy just got turned on. Nickel, what's up, my guy?
I'm good. I have it down.
Yeah, he was 1 bullet. He just got out of that. And I don't know if he got ripped on the push, but it seemed like he wasn't full plated when he took the fight as well. Able to soar, able to hit the shots, looking for another, but now when you're in these positions, there's usually people up top on the cliff sides. One teammate gonna drop, that's gonna be Mayapo, trying to get out of it. That's a snipe to the back of the head. Suddenly they're dropping in Skullface, the only one up.
This is absolutely chaotic, which is nothing short of what we've experienced throughout the 4 maps. So of course this is going to be happening now. Skullface maybe looking for some crates to open up. Mayapo going to be able to join him. 29 eliminations thus far, looking to hit the 30 mark here, and I'm sure he already has, but the callouts are coming in. There's going to be people here in the tunnels, and yeah, you hear it going in right there. Maybe someone's trying to do a supply run.
Okay.
It's just, I mean, this map, or like Rebirth, is always sort of managing chaos, right? It just is. That's just what it is. But like, when you're playing in a public lobby, at least you can sort of focus on the fight you're having and the perimeter around you. But when you've got the level of talent that are here and Gorengo's on the map, it's like you're also just hoping you don't get popped in the dome while you're focusing on a fight. No one's gonna miss a bullet in this type of setting. It's hard. It is. These guys are giving it their all, but it's tricky.
Yeah, I love that you say that it's just totally different, because we're coming off a World Series of Warzone, right? Just because you succeed on Caldera doesn't mean you're going to find success on Fortune's Keep, because so many of the tournaments have been on that big map, and maybe some of these players just don't have the hours in on Fortune's Keep, but they're making it look like they know exactly what they're doing. They're just talented individuals, obviously, but this team, I don't know how Las Vegas Legion is still alive. They have just escaped chaotic mess after chaotic mess, and they are just living down here somehow.
Start buying it.
Well, I think that's sort of key. I think one of the people on the desk sort of talks about it. Like, you want to have sort of that one anchor, which may have been Skullface in that particular situation, but like if two people are being really aggressive, a lot of times you might end up paying for that. But can you have somebody alive, just one person to stay up and keep you in the battle?
I'm getting big game, bro. Like, we're kind of like free in the middle. Look at the beams around us. I'm just gonna get the big game.
Beams around us. The comms are just absolutely flying. In the middle of that, they were able to get a full team wipe on the LA Gorillas in the form of Scummin. So that team really not finding a lot of success here today. You guys know they are the previous CDLR Split 1 champs and currently sitting in 7th place, just barely inside that top 8. But we're looking for a really good game out of Las Vegas Legion. They have been kind of crawling their way up the leaderboard, currently sitting in 2nd place. And hey, you saw Apathy on that halftime show kind of interview. LA Thieves on your screen right now, and Apathy waiting to join their friends on the outskirts of the map in Winery, about to begin that treacherous rotation here in like 40-ish seconds.
To your point about Gorillas, though, like they're still in that, like, there's like a clump of people between like 100 points and 70 points, and then like everyone else is in like the 40s. They're one of those teams in like that 70 range, so they're like a good game away. They are 100% in striking distance, even if it doesn't like look good when you look at like where they are positioned on the leaderboard. Oh no. Well, things fall apart there, and my storytelling at the beginning of the game, gassing them up and wanting a run. The rumble in there with the car exploding in the gas.
It's the
scratch the beard and get ready for next. Oh.
Play Storm. He doesn't have anything.
GG go next, but cutting on over, we get a little bit of what is going on with Team Inveiled, your current leaderboard. You have a blimp. Oh, that's a good way to call it. I've never called it a blimp. I always try to be like, I have a balloon, but a blimp. That sounds a lot more nicely. But hey, going for the res onto Sage, and able to find one stim on the ground, but not going to be able to get it off before falling. So this is just not where you want to be.
Yeah, I mean, they were like marking stims, just trying to find something to like help him get out of it. I mean, it's just Clamp just trying to stay alive. We're like 50 meters deep in the gas. One teammate is going to get back.
I'll try and give you pings and shit. Let's get some new tools.
Now, can he get live marks for him, and do they work?
That is the real question. Do they work? And you heard it. I'm going to get pings for you. I'm going to be that UAV for that information. But this is your favorite area of the map. That area where you drop, so you know exactly how to play this. Where would you go if you're trying to hold this little area down? This house right here?
I mean, you have this house, and then it's like not a lot of cover per se, but there's just a lot of good headies mid. Just like walls or little boxes. Like there are spots to get in to take a good gunfight, but nothing that's really going to prevent, like, let's say a cluster or precision. But you go to the low ground, you're going to get smoked. You hear the call for placement. That was Breadman with the kill, just getting plated up behind the box. And it's just wild because it seems so insane because we've been around the edges of the map and there's still 20 people up. And this is like your one, if you're talking inside the circle, still, this is sort of your best building, but it's not much. It's like a studio apartment in Manhattan.
They're left.
There's like 14 windows in this building. Any which way you position yourself, you're opening yourself up. And you see the PA alert right there. It's gonna take down the whole team probably. You gotta jump on the bed and huddle in a corner and say, please keep me safe.
Oh no, I actually like say a little prayer in my head anytime I'm in a building and a precision gets called in, because like you just don't know. It's like I could be totally fine or I could get smoked, and next thing you know I'm screaming. But they get the res off, they all stay off. So the difficult part here is like you might have the best quote unquote position with regards to cover, but the issue is your middle circle. So everyone still remaining is like on the edge like of you, right? So like you're kind of getting shots from both sides. You got knocked from one side, you got another team out towards like what Joe calls Florida for some reason, out towards the edge of the cliff. But you're now able to get the wrap out with 13 players remaining. You get to the other house within the circle, and now you set up again, do it all over.
When hit the balloon, don't touch the
I need these plates. You guys gotta.
Okay, Gorenko in the hand of Brawlik is getting really fiery. Finds a knock on a full team wipe on that one. Make it 2. Okay, that's gonna be on Super Evan. That's everything that you need. Make it 3. Another team wipe. That's gonna be Wars' team. Now they're sitting in a full 3v3. This is what you want. Team Braxton coming back for 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably our best ending so far in the sense of like you got two squads that get to fight it out. We've had a lot of wonky endings, but I think he just said they heard the coughing and they're on the ground. So, all right, you got one team under, one team up. This battle of verticality once again. Where's the circle going to go? And it might come down to utility. It just,
Drop your money so I can buy gas.
what do you got to stay alive?
It's a bag. Actually, I'm gonna put the balloon down.
Ooh, you hear it there. It tracks like drop your money. I'm gonna buy a gas mask when it's above, and portable redeploy balloon coming out, trying to make a great escape. And now you're gonna be easy pickings. We saw the Gorenko being used, so you know, but can Attract get a good angle on them coming in? Finds a nice down.
But it's Brax and the boys. They're able to do it again. That's their third win. You get what, 13 kills, so not a ton, but once again, you find the dub. So where were they sitting? I know you were talking about the fact that they're like fifth, right? So they're still in that like 70-point range. Okay, so that like, I mean, it's gonna help, but it's like the same as their other wins. Like they're getting late game. They're just not getting a ton of kills, and I don't know if that's gonna be enough, but it keeps them in that hunt somehow. I mean, if the points were skewed different, like we've had some where it's like first place had double and like second through 15th had 1.5 or whatever, 1.2. If it was skewed a little bit different and like winning was a bit more valuable, they'd be in a great spot. But this tournament is set up where it is very hyper focused on kills. It's just, it is. That's how the scoring is. So I think they got to find more. They do.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you there. Let's go ahead and take a look at that winning moment right here. We're on the POV of Attract, but we know that Braxton team was able to come out on top in that moment. And really big shout out to them. They're the only team that has picked up 3 wins, but you said it best. You need the elimination. So that's what we're asking for. Team Braxton, yes, we know you have the ice in your veins to get the dubs, but you're gonna have to do more in that early to mid game to really stack up those eliminations. Let's go ahead and bring in the desk and hear what they've got to say.
Man, oh man, that was a good ending. I think one of the most exciting endings we've seen yet. Braylick hitting all those shots. Wonderful job. And I believe on Breadman's crew, right, Spider Tiff? I'm not mistaken. Well, either way, I think it was Breadman, but brought it down to at least a 1v1. That's their 3rd game win in a row. It's got to feel good, Goj.
Oh, it's got to feel amazing. I mean, Braxton's squad was sitting in 6th. Maven outlined it. They dropped, I believe, a 26-point game. So not bad day in the office. But as we take a look at some of these highlights, I think there's a lot of understated teams during that game that I want to make sure we highlight. Of course, our former World Series of Warzone champions, the Legion, they came out swinging yet again. Mayapo being our top fragger by a sizable margin. I think he's found somewhere around the neighborhood of 35, 36 eliminations, which is just about right on par after 5 games. Of where Biffle was at leading semifinals. But let's talk about some of these other teams, Ellen. I mean, we didn't see them on screen. Seattle Surge, Lofwo plus Wars. I think they were in 14th. I think they walked out of that game with 39.6 points. They were frying.
Yes, Breadman and Joe were both popping off. And I mean, hey, it's his birthday today, as Spider Tiff called out earlier. So, I mean, there's got to be some fires still like lit right there. But either which way, like seeing them step up. And also, too, DJ Moss was another player that dropped 11 kills as well. So, slaying out, that's still going to keep them up in that bubble area. As I'm kind of just looking at the standings, it's still kind of like, you know, they were still in that 5th, 6th spot. But man, I just only imagine like with Brolick's team, they were still kind of keeping that aggression going. Like you see some teams kind of switch up their strategies, but it doesn't look like they're slowing down at all.
Not at all. And you can't slow down at this point. In fact, I think you have to speed it up. That's game 5. Now we have, what, 3 more games to go, 6, 7, and 8. And then we'll know who our winner is going to be. You mentioned Joe, it's his birthday. Spider Tiff also pointed that out. But hey, what a perfect birthday present it'd be. But $30,000 for first place, okay? He picked up 8 elims in game number 5. And then Joe did. And then Breadman was able to pick up 11. So an excellent game. Plus that 3rd place finish. Not bad at all. Veld had one of their worst placings, at least as of this tournament goes, grand finals at least. Before it was 7, that was in game 4. They finished in 9th in game number 5 goes. But they picked up a lot of elims, so that helps a lot with maintaining first potentially.
Yeah, and that's the thing we always talk about when it comes to strategies. You have the highly aggressive strategy where you take a lot of early gunfights, you pick up kills, and if you do go out in 10th or so, you're still getting a small multiplier and you're going to be fine on the leaderboard. But the problem is some of these teams are taking a highly aggressive approach and not winning their gunfights, or maybe somebody's taking an aggressive approach against you. I mean, let's talk about Z-Color Squad for a moment one more time.
Yes.
An undefeated performance through group stage and qualifiers, and they are going out early every single match. And I was taking a look at some of the drop spots, and I gotta say, Las Vegas Legion, they were dropping all the way on the far west side of the map on the helipad, and this time around, they're not. They're pushing Color Squad. It was exactly like I expected. Color's team, they are just getting aggressively pushed every single time by Legion, and Legion has come out on top nearly every single time. So that's why we're not seeing Color Squad near the top. Is they're just getting stifled early, and they can't get their feet underneath them.
Just a quick note I wanted to add too to that.
Yeah, sure.
I was gonna say, just so sorry to interject, but just to interject on that, one note I wanted to point out on that was Spider Tiff said it well. NYSL. We noticed yesterday that a lot of players were landing and fighting Keep like right off the bat, but NYSL, they literally are getting free cash, but no one is contesting them. So teams just decided to back away from them. Let's not challenge them. And then they're just having basically being the only teams landing there. They have all the loot in the world, and hey, they can rotate any which way they want to.
Well, when you're the #1 team, you're going to have that target on your back, and clearly Z-Colors did. Let's take a look at our standings, see who's going to be in first place and who's also going to be on the bubble. In Val, despite getting 9th place, the Elims was enough to keep them up. Plus, of course, their previous games, they remain consistent, barely holding on Goj over Las Vegas Legion, just by about 2 points.
Yeah, and I gotta say, NYSL has been just clipping away at this lead. I want to keep taking an eye and keeping an eye out for this team. Team Braxton, again, this format is so dynamic because you said it perfectly. It requires eliminations. Team Braxton certainly in the money, certainly in the running to still win this thing. They've won 3 out of 5 maps, and they're in 4th. Talk about how aggressively you need to be playing to be at the top, and that's what Veiled Squad has been doing. But hey, eBay Squad with a massive last map in 5th. Base Blue still in the running at 6th, and Daddy App at LA Thieves 85.6, not out of it. There's still a lot of room to work with. And shout out Seattle Surge. They're just outside of the money currently, but they were in 14th, and they scored more points in the last map than all of their other maps combined.
I keep saying to New York Subliners, be on the lookout. They're coming up here. They are on now 3rd place, nearly about to take first. Silent, but they're making some moves. Liking that. We'll see, man. I mean, top 3, even top 4, top 5 is incredibly close at this point in time. Every game is going to matter. And speaking of every game, we're going into game number 6. Let's bring in our casters once again, Spider Tiff and Maven. Going into game 6. Loved what you said, Spider Tiff. When it comes to Brax, winning 3 out of the 5 games, but they're not aggressive enough off the rip. They have to be more aggressive. Pick up those elims. That's what's going to save them. Spider Tiff, I'll leave you with that.
Hey, I mean, that's a good place to leave me at. I mean, now we need to see kind of what they are going to do as we move into the back half of this tournament. A team that I really want to look into is going to be that Toronto Ultra team. They're currently sitting just outside of the top 8th and 10th place.
Well, I guess what stands out when I just look at the stats for it quick is Nick's got 7 total kills. And it might just be the position he's playing for the team. I mean, Piglet Basset only has 12. The Xena's leading the way with 20, but like, they're not finding kills. They're not placing super well. I don't know if it's mid-game decisions. I'm not sure what's going on for them, but they've got a lot to figure out because they're at 54 points right now. The lead is 130. So like they have to. They're in that range where you need like straight heroic performances over the final 3, because I don't think anyone's really in the hunt legitimately right now unless you're around like the 100-point mark. Like, it's getting to the end. We only have a couple drops left.
Yeah, and I like that you brought that up, that Nichols only got 7 eliminations throughout the entirety. I had a really good moment of looking at their performances through the semis, and this is just totally uncharacteristic. So maybe they're just having a lot of bad luck. You said it earlier, Battle Royale, sometimes you just need a little bit of luck, and maybe it's just not working out for them. But let's cut on over and see what Team Braxton is doing in that early game. We know they love Gatehouse, and finding a Marco off rip isn't too bad. A nice little orange crate, maybe get a bag out of it. Hey, they do. Better luck than you, Maven.
Yeah, I just never get the Duffies anymore, but he's finding them. He's got satchels, he's got cash. I mean, they've been getting loaded out so fast. Look at their money. Just like 12K instantly. This has been so good for them to get started out. But it's like, I guess if you're gonna go with the safe drop and get all this cash and get loadouts so quickly,
I'll just buy it. Just buy a UE.
I feel like you have to realize now, like,
Pop instantly.
we need to get a little bit more aggressive early. But I guess the problem is, like, it's a two-edged sword. They get aggressive, they get shut down, they're no longer in contention. And they can keep playing the way they are, and you could have a chance to place like top 3. I don't know what call you make. It's like, are you going for glory? If you're going to win this entire thing and get first place, you have to get more aggressive. If you're satisfied with like a top 3 placement, keep doing what you're doing.
What's teammates?
Hey, I mean, that's going to be the LA Gorillas. That's Huskers, a first elimination down onto them. And if you're going to get aggressive early, you have your loadout. You have cash for UAVs. It's not like you're short on information and you've got good weapons that you feel comfortable with. So it'd be something that I wouldn't be shy of seeing them do that. You can already see they're finding those personal supply boxes and knowing, hey, if you go down, you can come back and grab this and you'll have weapons that you feel comfortable with. You kind of hold on to it for the moment. You're in Gatehouse. You have the towers. You've got all the information to be able to be aggressive.
Yeah, yes and like no, in the sense of part of the reason they might not be getting a lot of kills early is because of where they're fighting early. Like,
true.
There are so many towers, so much high ground, so many different buildings. Like, this is a place where you can get a lot of knocks and not get full kills. Or it's tough to be aggressive because of all the different nook and crannies. Like, it's not like fighting somewhere where it's a little bit more open. You know, if you get a knock with a sniper, you're going to be able to finish it. That might be part of it. Like, you're getting a fast load up, but it's just not easy to get full kills sometimes.
I mean, that could be 100% it, because it would make sense. They land here every single time, and that's going to be a down on phase blue. So there's multiple teams in this area, but a lot of these teams know that half the people are using Gorenkos. So you have to be aware. You're like, I can't peek out into the open for an extended period of time. So if you are going to play Gatehouse, keep the areas surrounding it, you don't even want to be outside. You want to make sure that you've got cover or real estate. And if you're going to go in and take a fight outside, that you make it quick.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. If it's a public lobby, you can sprint around through Keep and just bulldoze through people, but not really here. Not in this setting. And my dog is standing at the door. I'm letting him out. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, Empathy and Co. just holding down the watchtower. A Men of the Night Watch.
Okay, I'm here. I didn't want him to pee on me.
Here. Hey, you know what? I don't blame you. That's not something that you want to have happen. But don't worry, we cut on over to the NYSL. Aiden's POV up. They're in the same vicinity as Team Braxton, but moving through the keep area rather uncontested. And as soon as I say that, hey, nice down. Easy boy. That's going to be on Oak Boy.
Just trying to get out. Down to half HP. Help is there.
We can push him.
Okay, what about these guys in the back?
And now get back. Not quite full plated, but looks like he's able to nab a couple more.
That helps, Matt.
And now you see his eyes go directly to the minimap, just try to take a look at where everybody is going to be set up. Tonight we go, though, just basically on the other side of Keep, playing on the outskirts.
They got him.
And they're just trying to swarm around all these red dots.
I think.
Going up top.
I mean, I like this. Going for up top. Gonna really be the thorn in someone's side. Finds a nice down. Can they get the full wrapped up nicely? But this person is just finessing their dead body across and finds another down. And Aiden's gonna fall. Is beginning the process of self-res gonna tap. But just so many people in the vicinity. And that's gonna be a kill on them by Intex. So Team Nadia here to play as well.
Yeah, that was, I mean, some disgusting plays there from Knight, even though he dies at the end of it. But that was some quality movement. The shots were on point. It was a chaotic little spot, but now where do you go from here? Circle's starting to get smaller.
I could get a UE.
You're going to have to leave, like, Keep in general. That's going to be out of play soon. But also part of why you probably had so many skirmishes going on here right now is
we're gonna have to cross it.
It's right on edge.
Is that you,
they're sitting in here. They're sitting
Yeah, you're just reading the mind right there. You hear Aiden say it. We're gonna have to cross at some point, but at what point do you do it? But we see another one of those radar jammers coming to play, which is gonna completely scuff their rotation. So going towards that outer skirts, and Z Smith looks to pick up another UAV as well. Gorenko in hand, a little bit of Arma for the support. Pretty standard for what we're seeing here. No major differences, but this is just not an area that I ever want to rotate through.
And this, now we hop to one of the teams that is set up already inside a winery. Oh, what can Hisoka, Skull, and Mayapo find?
Who was shooting at May earlier?
All I can see is he's on one, so Doesn't seem like anything wild going on now, but he's trying to get high ground. They've got the 2-story building on the edge, so that there's people set up there. So that's a nice building to be able to hold kind of the edge where Aiden and them are going to rotate from. But you got to deal with them. Nice shot back, and now the skull got ripped.
Ooh, Mayapo, your current kill leaders here in the tournament thus far with 29 eliminations, looking for more, just so aggressive through the window. Look at that player, so scared, running. That's going to be empathy. That's from Team Braxton, but you know, run, fire, that hurts.
That's tough. I mean, you get the full, you're able to snap out of the next fight. You turn to finesse and yeah, fire on the ground. He just ended up getting knocked by it, but Ahsoka is set up in the tower. So this is good in the sense of outside of getting sniped and like a quick precision finish, you're in a good position to be alive. And if your teammates drop, like let them be aggressive. You should be able to stay up and let them get back.
Yeah, I'm no stranger to seeing Hisoka doing this for his teammates. This was very reminiscent of what they were doing in the World Series of Warzone. Hisoka just kind of posted up high ground, has that UGM, plenty of ammo to be able to deal a lot of damage and give the call-outs for the teammates. And that's pretty much, I guess, what they're doing, because Mayapo is just such a fragger and looking to put down a lot of eliminations. You said it best. You got to get those kills to be able, and look at that, 36 eliminations. And Hisoka, unfortunately, gonna take a bullet to the face.
And this is where he is praised. As long as there's no follow-up precision.
Well,
okay, that it just came out too late. Like if that followed up the knock instantly, you probably get the full. But like before I finish the sentence, it gets called in. But like it was just a little too late. And I don't know if that's like another teammate had it and tried to call for a was, or if they hit the buy quick to try and finish the kill. I'm not sure, but it needed to be quicker.
That's not even in zone, that building anymore.
Yeah, dude, the comms are just so chaotic right now, and it's kind of funny. They're kind of farming Team Braxton, and Braxton's the team that actually needs to be farming, because at this point, Las Vegas Legion is 2 points out of first place coming into this map, and they are doing everything that they need to be like, hey, we want to make sure that we're at the top of the leaderboards. We were your World Series of Warzone champs, and we want to be your CDLR Split 2 champs, but coming on over to Brolic, trying to stay alive after being completely annihilated by that Legion team.
They're just in that building we have to cross.
And we're worried about them and the kills. And I mean, he's on 0 right now. And you've got a chance with 25 left to maybe begin to pop off. But you've got 2 teammates regaining. There should be your first. All right, so you get one on the board, but it might be another situation where they're playing the late game and just not finding the kills.
I'm dead.
I mean, they're looking at getting 10 to 12 eliminations with a W. And at that point, I would rather be more aggressive, have more eliminations, and hit the top 4. We have 9 teams remaining, so you're sitting there with a 1.4x multiplier. So whoever has more kills at this point is already having the benefits. But Brolic, with that Gorenko in hand, trying to find some cheeky angles, has a line of sight just waiting. He's saying, hey, peek me, my guy, but a gas grenade incoming, gonna force Brolic to reposition, but no harm here.
He's got tracker, probably found it in the box. Sees him scurry away. Thought he had the angle, but head just wiped off the floor. It's flanked in the tower. It's where we saw Mayapo and company for a while, but I mean, that's the example I was saying a little bit earlier. Like, it's like, you know, you're focused on a fight.
If you're gonna die,
you just feel like you're in a position where you're pretty comfortable. You're playing other professionals, have a sniper, you're gone.
Yeah, this is spicy. Team Unveiled on your screen. 6 eliminations for Unveiled. Before this was sitting on 24. So this is why they were in first place. We mentioned they may not be getting the W's, but the high kill placements, but they're getting into the multiplier with a plethora of eliminations. They don't have Sage, so they're sitting at a duo towards that end game, but the buy station is pinged. You know there's going to be people nearby this buy station, though. You cannot get this for free.
Yeah, they've had late finishes, they've had high kills, and like it's really kind of consistent across the board. Like Unveiled coming into this with 31, Sage with 25, Clamp with 22. Like they're all within like 10 kills of each other, which mean to me they're playing together well. They're playing aggressive, and they've been benefiting from it for sure. They're sitting in first right now.
On the left, you want to triple chow that shit? Triple chow left? I mean, I'm just holding.
Yeah, triple chow it. Let's go. Let's see some action, Team Unveiled. We know you're no shy of that aggression, but I want to see a triple chow.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where like we gotta rotate. Do we separate and hope somebody makes it out alive, Or do we battle it together? Now, can you play behind this knock? They're able to get the finish. That's a fantastic team shot. You hear the teammate Gas going out. One behind him. Quality beams. Laid him out on his back. They're still rolling, but they still got to rotate.
I mean, this is why they have so many eliminations but might not get a dub. They're okay with getting into the top 4. They just want to clean up the rest of the lobby. We're like, where does the lobby go? Well, it goes down at the hands of Team Unveiled as they sit here and work the edge of zone nearby Winery. Luckily has that gas mask available to help them reposition. But hey, guy comes sliding through the door and he's going to say, no way, not today. That's going to be a nice full team wipe on Team Nadia. PDS going down, and it's so chaotic.
And so the other precision that was called in a bit late, this precision got called in like, well, they have the bubble to work with, so they've probably been okay anyway, but if they timed that a little bit later, they might have caught somebody rotating, but they're able to sit here and soak up the storm. Sage is trying to float back in.
Yeah, I have one only. I'm buying another gas.
What are they going to go ahead and buy? Get another gas mask, all right.
Okay.
And this is sort of, I think FIFA said, or I had a quote in one of the docs that someone said, just don't be afraid of the gas. Like, don't panic. You know, I do it all the time when I'm playing. Like, if I'm in the gas, I immediately am like in this panic mode, like I'm dead. Use it to your advantage. You can be in there quite a while if you plan well.
Nice coughing.
There's another precision though. Uh-oh.
Just trying to stay alive, and definitely no strangers here from the gas plays, but this could be a W from them. Sure, yeah, they've been really consistent, but I'd imagine they're trying to put a staple on the lead that they have. Coming into this game, it was only a 2-point lead, so they're trying to maximize going in towards the end game, and there we go, a Team Unveiled victory. I'm trying to do quick math. I believe it's round 14. Maven, correct me, but I'm scared. Math's hard, man.
Yeah, no, it was right in that ballpark. I think it was 14. And I think what I loved about that is, like, what was I worried about when they were kind of scrambling? They were sort of talking about the rotation, right? Like, do we triple child left? How are we going to do it? Instead, they end up getting the kills. They had the, I don't know, what is it, PTD, PPS, whatever the hell the bubble is. They had that. They were able to just, in a crazy situation, take a moment, think about it. They had money, they got gas masks. So instead of doing a crazy rotation due to our circle, and they never even had to rotate, they just held. They never had to go through that insane rotation out to tents. Like, that just showed, like, I don't know, good heads up awareness in a crazy situation, good patience. They played it about as well as you could. They made a very tough situation work in their favor.
Yeah, I think they did everything right there, and you called it, that patience, right? Sometimes patience is what escapes a lot of these players. You see something that's like dangling in front of you and you're like, I could easily go chow that and kill them, but maybe you need to step back, have a little bit of trigger discipline, and in that case, it was not overextend out towards camp, and they got the benefits of it. The ring started pulling back towards them, but they never even had to leave, and finally getting a W on the board, so congrats to Team Unveiled. I'm excited to see what this does for y'all.
That one, honestly, like, they got, like, bailed out in a way by having to get a couple of kills before they rotate, because you heard the call. They wanted triple chow, right? Like, the plan was to rotate, but then because of, like, having to team shot a couple people behind, and then I think what really slowed them up was the precision that came in. Then they, like, kind of took a second and regrouped and, like, rethought how they wanted to do it, and there you go. Des, come back. How we doing?
Fantastic. Are you kidding me? What a game that was. Game number 6 down. We've got 2 more left. Unveiled first place going into game 6. It seemed as if they were on the downward trend in terms of placements, at least. I think they had got like a 7, or they went like from 3rd place to 7th place to 9th place to a huge pop-off first place game. I think 14 total elims, something like that. A game that was much needed. So holding on to first place now seems to be a reality at this point. So I'm happy. I think that game was great. Lot of key points, but Ghosh, for you, man, Unveiled first place, incredible. I mean, they needed that, and this could very well mean they get $30,000 at the end of this.
I'm just sitting here shaking my head because an incredible game, but also quite a bit of deja vu. I don't know if you remember the game that Unveiled won back in the Semifinals, but it was nearly the exact same ending after they spoiled Optic, and hops over the fence and grabs the elimination, did it again, and found the win. 28 points is massive for that team, but there were a number of other teams that went out early yet again. I love these storylines that we have of the early exit squads, and one of them was just on your screen right now. NYSL, Ellen, they went out early, but they found a ton of eliminations along the way. I think they went out at like 11th, 12th, but they had like 17 points.
still being able to tally those points is important. But I mean, another team that had a drop off too as well is the 5th place team, Ebates. They were one of the first teams to drop. So, oh my gosh, for NYSL, I'm not sure. We kind of saw a radar jammer get popped over there by the gatehouse area. And what we were kind of talking about is radar jammers. How annoying are they? But they also can force a team to rotate in a different way. You see that up and you're like, hey, maybe we'll go to a different area. Maybe it just didn't work out for them in the end. But one of the other things I noticed too, just from in terms of Sage and Veiled and in terms of Brax's team is like, they're taking their gunfights, they're choosing wisely, but they're winning them. And I feel like when it comes in terms of those fights, some teams are just taking too long to win their ones, to eliminate these teams that they're getting third-partied or they're just getting completely overwhelmed.
One thing to take away, man, Veld slaying out as well as he did was absolutely incredible. And another storyline too, Ellen, that you brought up in the beginning, excuse me, we'll take a pause on that. Seeing Team Veld now still in first place, locking it in. 17-point lead, not bad at all. New York Subliners, despite getting eliminated a bit earlier than they wanted. Goes, you mentioned the elims they were able to acquire. They're now in second. That turtle race, right, continues on. They've gone from 5th to 4th, the 3rd to 2nd, and now first place is right there.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about. NYSL's playing hyper-aggressive early, and it's paying off. Even when they die early, they walk away with a ton of eliminations. And Las Vegas Legion, it's kind of up and down. It's a roller coaster. So you're seeing NYSL hop over them. You could see it swing back the other direction, but we're running out of runway. You better take off in these final moments. I'm looking at you, Seattle Surge. Breadman popped off with 9 eliminations in the first, 2.5 minutes of the game, and then they go out early. There is still an opportunity to make money. So as much as I want to stay at the top, I also want to take a look at the bottom because it is the top 8 that are going to get paid out today. And even if you get 8th place, you're still walking away with $1,000 a piece.
That's right. And with 2 more games left to go, if you're in 10th place, 9th place, you're looking to break into that top 8, at least walk away with some money. Top 8's been the name of the game since the very start, even with the qualifiers. Ellen, let's take a look at our heat maps. Things have been, heating up quite a bit. We got, of course, your landing on the left. You got eliminations on the right. But these 2 maps a bit cooler than what we've seen in the previous games.
Yeah, and I mean, it just kind of goes to show still the landings still a little bit separated. I mean, potentially maybe see a little bit more teams landing in the keep area, but for the most part, it's still a little bit spread out. And that lighthouse area being one of the heavily populated areas is still lit up pretty red. But moving on towards the eliminations, you see where, of course, where that circle pulled and ended, it really heavily was contested over in Winery and as well as those landing spots at the tower buildings and the gatehouse area. So just in terms of for these teams and their strategies, it still looks pretty much the same, kind of like how I was mentioning with Team Braxton. Like it still seems like they're playing the same way. It's just some of these teams are just not winning their engagements quick enough. So yeah, it's to be expected. I would hope in this next one that it's probably going to be somewhat similar.
Yeah, and to hop in real quick too, to add one more side to this, I think it's worth mentioning there's not as many major hotspots. This is a much less red elimination map than we're used to, and that is denoted because we're ending the tournament soon. Like, people are playing highly aggressive early, playing really aggressive early, trying to find eliminations, right? And so we were looking at the timings even, and I was denoting in our chat, hey, Respawn hasn't even ended yet, and we're down to 9 teams. We were at 13 on map number 3 at that point, with 29 players still left in the lobby. We were down into the teens at that point without even Respawn gone. That means full team wipes. It's getting aggressive. It's getting crazy. There's still a lot of tournament to be had. At least it feels that way, but we're going to be blinking and it's going to be gone in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, game number 7 is going to be here shortly. And Ellen, we don't have time. We got to bring the casters in, but I wanted to bring up your point that you made, and that was over in Winery. We did see team number 2 and team number 4, Team Brax and Las Vegas Legion fighting over there. So that's going to be a major battle when it comes to Winery. And Spider Tiff, have you kind of noticed Winery starting to heat up a bit when it comes to our top 5 teams?
It definitely is, and I know that when I play a lot of pubs, I usually land Winery, and it's one of the hottest spaces around. But throughout our semis, it was rather lackluster and just kind of lukewarm. But now, finally, everyone kicking it into gear, especially with Team and Veiled over in Winery. Of course, for them, it's going to heat up because they're hyper aggressive. And now we've had some endings that are starting to move over towards that area as well. And look, these teams are just doing what they do best, and that's fragging out.
That's what they're doing. And Maven, going into game 7, man, if you're on the bubble, it's time to get the work, right? Maybe get a little bit more aggressive than you were at the start.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Like I kind of said at the beginning of the last drop, like if you're content just placing in the money in top 8, then all right, just keep rocking like you have. But like if you want to go for glory, you might have to make people uncomfortable. Like drop where other people are. Everyone's been kind of spreading out, but drop where other people are, try to get early kills and fly. And that's just sort of one of those decisions. Like I don't know what people are gonna do, but I know how I'd be. I want to win the goddamn tournament, so I'm dropping somewhere hot. I'm trying to get mixy.
You don't want you want first.
Yeah, exactly. So that's how I would play it. But I would think typically any type of BR tournament I've casted, like the later the drops get, the more action you get early game. People are trying to make the hero plays.
All right, well, Spider Tip Maven going into game number 7, almost at the final game. Go ahead and take it away.
All right, we got 2 more, and I'm glad he said 7th drop like right before we came on camera, because I couldn't remember if this was 6 or 7. I'll be entirely honest with you, I had no idea.
Can you believe that we're already on 7? It feels like we just started. Maven, I just met you for the first time. Game number 1, this is our moment, and now we're in 7, and someone's about to win $30,000 for first place. They've only got 2 more games to kind of send it, and right now it looks like Team Unveiled doing everything right. They went into map number 6 just in the lead with 2 points, now extending that out to 17 points, and you can see right there in the L bar, Unveiled 39 eliminations thus far, Mayafo 38. They are doing everything right, and hey, they're dropping Winery. This is why that heat map is starting to spice up.
And there you see the overall ranking. So like for me in my head with 2 drops left, it's between the top 4 teams really. For like who's got a real chance to win it. From like Brax at 117 up. Now anything can happen, but it's 2 drops, man. It's just this is gonna be tough. You're gonna have to make something wild happen if you're gonna come from below that. But yeah, Winery has definitely gotten a lot hotter, and I love it. I don't know what it is about fights here, but it's an absolute blast.
Well, there's so many different levels to do it, and I feel like the building that Sage is entering right now, Pops and Deddy, and being able to navigate these halls, people will nestle up and chill on these like seats and play this staircase right here, and it's spicy. But you got the UAV, you've got the information, you see exactly where they are, able to find one, gets the down. Sure, they've got self-res and he's gonna go ahead and reposition, but the teammates are gonna come in swarming like sharks when they see Chum in the water.
Yeah, we talk about the RNG of Battle Royales. There, you open a box, you get a UAV, you pop it, there's 3 people right next to you, you didn't realize you're able to get an opening knock. Like that box opening with the UAV, it might just be the reason they're able to win this fight. And that's just part of it. I mean, if you're on the other side of it, pretty frustrating. You just get gifted a UAV out of a box.
Look, I'm not gonna say that I've landed on like an M1 Garand like 100 times, and then everyone else is coming at me with a legendary SMG, and I'm like, you know what, it's fine. I didn't even want a chance. It's chill. Go ahead, take it.
Well, that's why I actually messaged one of the devs like about the personal loadout boxes, because like I think like later in the game I'm like fine with them in the sense of like you don't have a loadout, it's tough to get, you got a chance to get back in the action, but like when you drop and like your first gunfight somebody got their loadout box and you picked up whatever, I'm just like, all right, sick.
I heard him. I don't know where he went.
Yeah, I leave some pretty feisty death comms when that happens to me, and I've actually learned where they kind of spawn, and I've kind of addressed my drop spot accordingly, but you know, Unveiled finding a nice down and finish there on Repulse. So Team Biffle in the vicinity. It seems like those teams just kind of always running into each other, and Unveiled looking for another one, but gonna get dropped, and that's okay. Biffle answering back for Repulse. Sometimes you gotta do it. Sage trying to find some success over here, and they were able to kind of get a nice pinch on them, but Unveiled able to join back with the team.
Yeah, that shot, I don't know about that. In my head, I was just screaming mantle, mantle, mantle. Like I just knew he was gonna get caught mantling in that window. Either I don't know, maybe just hold it there. Like listen, he's been on heater, he's been playing out of his mind, but mantling takes forever and you just get smoked as we saw. But still a skirmish here around Winery, and this time coming out challenging, and yeah, he just gets the first bullet in. It's just the mantle's like not that long, but like when you've got players of this level, the difference in that like first 1 to 2 bullets is everything.
Well, yeah, because they're not going to miss. They're looking for your head, and that's exactly where they're going to be aiming. And to be fair, if there's one thing that I want nerfed in Warzone or Warzone 2, it's going to be the windows. Look, sometimes you got to duck to get in them, and Sage finding some nice damage there.
My go through the window! Please go through!
Yes!
Yeah, I have absolutely raged due to windows at times. That is factual, but right back into the action. We'll see if Unveiled can find any more.
I have no doubt that he will be finding so much more success here. 161 points thus far, extending that lead even further.
Did they get the guy? I was trying to listen to their comms for a second. Like they were talking about a guy rotating through tunnel.
Ooh.
I don't know if they picked up the kill or there's still someone lurking below them. But now, basically, to the total other side of the map, we're gonna hop over to town and see what Mayapa, Hisoka, and Skullface are up to.
Yeah, I'm getting Yui. I just can't call right now because you called the fly, yeah.
Oh yeah, it sounds like they're going on the aggression. Yeah, I'm getting Yui sharing money, trying to find out some information and where some people are, and no one. Oh wait, that's a supply box UAV that's up in there. They gotta wait on popping the real UAV. This is a great way. I love the addition of this. I usually pop them as soon as I find them, and if I don't have my loadout, I'll go hunting for the pink supply box.
Oh yes, no, 100%. I love the loot, I do, so I'm a fan of them. I'm a big RPG guy at my core, so like if I hear a chest, it's getting opened. I can't just run by them. It's not in my DNA. But they're getting ready to soar. You see the dots on the edge start to rotate in. Is it 1, 2? I believe they might have to deal with. Got a bit of an awkward timing. Gonna get knocked from the roof. The full kill is in. Mayapa should be through on the trade, which I believe he was.
Yeah, I feel like he's really good at getting the trades and just kind of clutching up in those moments. That could be why he's finding a lot of success and performing some really high kill games. I mean, we saw them kind of navigating this area of the map a few games ago, and that person's just, hey, challenge back, flying, saying, I want my loadout, but Mayapa was like, nah, man, you're not getting it. You saw the crack come through, and now he's just kind of going on that aggressive front, trying to close the distance, really pre-firing every corner, which makes it scary. You know, these are the moments, like, thank God Fortune's Keep doesn't have a gulag, because I've gone up against these players in a gulag, and look at that, the shell comes through, and you're not beating Mayapa in that. He wins his ones.
I was like staring at the map. I don't know, was he ghosted? I feel like I didn't even see them with the UAV up. Like he knew he was there, but maybe his arrow was right over the top. But regardless, I mean, he was kind of waiting for it patiently, but he didn't get first shot in. That was nice movement, a nice snap to win the gunfight in the steps. Now we're just kind of going to different POI. So we went from a winery all the way to town side. Now this is the battle at Keep, where Aiden's team trying to dominate.
Yeah, Knight gonna go falling, unfortunately, throughout the semis. He was your kind of kill leader, and I feel like hasn't been able to really string a bunch together just yet, but they found a lot of success. They're currently sitting, I believe, in second place, so that's getting a little extended out of their reach, but Aiden putting some nice damage, but this player is just finessing him, and he's only got 10 bullets, and you're gonna have to utilize all of them, and, well, they're gonna go away. XM4 coming out, able to get the down, is gonna get a full. That's gonna be on Oak Boy. I feel like I'm having deja vu, and I've seen that, but unfortunately, controller looting, not good here.
Yeah, that was a UGM up top on the roof for destroy. So
there's 2 teams on us.
He just gets
there's another full team
incinerated.
I'm flying to go.
He didn't even like try to get out of that. He just is like middle of like looking at loot and starting to get beat. He's like, all right, well,
you got me.
And you can just like barely hear the steps all around him. And he's gonna have snipe out for this. All right, feeling confident.
He's ready to chow. Knight able to get a personal supply box, so has his loadout and ready to join his teammates once he gets out of these caverns. And you were right, hey, Brolic was able to snipe Aiden, so I mean, a lot of Gorenko chows here, and you were right, it was like little tiptoes, right? You're just chilling in your mansion, your castle, and you just hear, and you're like, I have nowhere to look. I don't even know where to start.
Well, it's like, it feels like on this map, it's just rare you have those moments where a precision or a cluster or something isn't going off, or you can actually just play around your audio, but that was one of the moments he was trying to.
Ooh.
And the way he's playing this, I don't know if he saw, I couldn't really tell if he saw multiple flying at him, because he got out of there with the quickness.
Sometimes you just got to get down with the quickness, you know?
People to my left.
Eyes on another.
I'm getting like.
I'm not very quick. If I try doing athletic, I'd probably tear my ACL. But I want to be quick. And my movement in game's not very good. Just movement in general. Not great.
Look, sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. You did say that the only working out you did was running around Fortune's Keep, but hey, that just happens. Sometimes when you're just a gamer, that's what you do. You just don't go outside.
No, that's if you count throwing the ball to my dog who runs, then that's my exercise. But now going towards the top tower, there is one waiting for him. He just got absolutely bailed out. I don't know if that was a teammate. Oh, okay, so his teammate got it. I thought it was like a random player at first that saved him, but he has his teammate up here with him. Able to save him, try to jump out of the tower, gets laid out, then he gets sniped in the back. That went from looking like a good save and maybe potential to keep cruising to both getting fried.
Could be right under you, B.
Yeah, I would say no way he lives that. No way. Yeah.
Cogs, you hear it. You know that's the funnest part about this. Is so many of these players are friends, or they've all played together or played against each other throughout Warzone's history. And so when you get tagged up or killed by someone, you see it in the kill feed, you're just like, oh damn it was that person. I just find that.
I'm sure. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's just one of those things where it's like some people you're like, oh yeah, all right, nice kill, and other people you're just like, that in lots of words you want to use that you get annoyed by because you've died in stupid ways to the player over and over again in tournaments. But
watch your back,
Rax was just trying to stay alive. I think it was like 30-second plus timers on both players, and he's able to do it. They've had the consistent finishes. Now, can we get into the gunfight? Sage comes out and smokes him, and that's going to be Unveiled Squad. They're on top right now. They're finding another. Wait, that was actually Repulse that came through with that kill, so there are a bunch of teams in the vicinity.
Ooh, now Brawlic floating, and you hear the cops come in. You can go rat. Yeah, turn into Master Splinter. Find yourself some pizza and just nestle in a dark corner because, or you know,
there's already a rat there. There already was a rat. He was Splinter first.
Brian's like, you can't have any of my pizza. But let's check in with NYSL and see what's up with them. Aiden just kind of working the outskirts of the wall in the north. D-Smith. Oh God, there's rats everywhere.
It's Jon Snow. Are you saying it's Jon Snow? I heard north and wall, and that is just where I went.
Look, every time I talk about the keep, I just think, where is Cersei Lannister, yo? Like, where is she?
No, she was fantastic. Well, horrible, but fantastic. Smith, no plates. No money to buy his teammates. A sweet prayer to the Call of Duty gods above that he can find something. Anything. The big game bounty is Lord knows where, like rotating right near him, it seems like on his roof, maybe?
Yeah, sounds like it, but you know, audio, vertical audio, we've talked about it. You know how, you never know where they are, but it sounds like they're above. Let's check on him with Las Vegas Legion. Sitting there 3 deep. So you said it earlier, you want to go into endgame with your full squad, and they've got plenty of resources. So they're trying to have an absolute massive game here and beginning the moment where they're not afraid of the gas, and they know this. They've played these maps. They're feeling very confident navigating these corridors, looking for the doors. Skullface picking up elims left and right off screen, and now gonna join up just inside a church and try to find the rest of the players in this lobby. 6 teams remaining, so that's pretty good.
That seemed like the longest route humanly possible to get out of the gas, but he probably knew more than we did based on where other players were. The fact is, they're all alive. They got a chance to do it. 6 teams remain, 8 other players. And this is big because they're right now in 3rd place. They're about 20 points back of 1st. There's a wipe. It's a proximine from my Oppo. That's going to take out Biffle. Oh, good Lord.
I'm just going to pop DP right
Ooh. You talk about ways to go out, and let me just tell you, those bouncing Bettys will be the death of me, Maven. And I love what they're doing. Hisoka finding a good down there. That's going to be on a tract. So finding a lot of success here. This could be a game that helps them close that distance on Team Unveiled.
Oh, they've got him wide in the open, just lighting them up. Massive kills. They're getting them all. There's the full. There's the ping in the gas. There's one more player that still hasn't rotated. He's on the wall. The snap's on point. Syntax for the finish. A little bit of a teardrop. Throws them both short, though.
Somewhere around here. Somewhere around here.
All right, I think he has got the kill there. Okay.
Empty.
So now they're looking for 2, which I don't think we know the location of quite yet. You hear the call for trade out. They just want to fly together. If somebody gets knocked, don't even worry about it. There's another one. One player left looking for the final kill. Dub! And that was a big one. That was a big one. How many kills they have? I gotta see it again, but that was that's a massive one. That's a 50-pointer. Okay, so that's a 50-point. I mean, they may have jumped the first. We'll have to see the breakdown because Invaled's team was making a run there. I think they made it pretty deep, but like that might put them in first. That's a massive one.
I don't think anyone throughout this tournament to date has put up that many points. And look at that, Mayapa with 47 eliminations throughout the 7 rounds and a 50-point victory here in map number 7. They knew what they had to do, but I believe Team Invaled is actually the team that came in second place. So that, you know, let's go ahead and get another look at that epic winning moment from Skullface's POV, just parkouring. They get the location and they just team shoot for days right there. So beautifully done. Congrats to them. They just play so incredibly well as a team. I mean, I think they've been playing, I know Hisoka and Skullface have been playing together for at least 2 years.
Yeah, no, it's amazing to see, but like this is just, you know, you kind of said it, and Veiled made the deep run too. If they're getting second, they've been consistent with regards to kills as well. So they were basically going into that, Legion had 138 and Veiled was in first with 157.2. So that gap, did they have enough kills to overcome it? But I'll tell you what, second to last drop, putting up 50, yeah, that might do it. That's sensational. But we'll get the desk back to break it down, and we'll take a look at probably the overall leaderboard soon.
Man, Las Vegas Legion, talk about pulling up. Game 7, you got one more game left. I think a 50-point game at this point, Dream, is enough to put them in first. I'm just speculating, all right? That's unofficial, but I mean, 50 points, it's nutty.
That was like insane from start to finish, and like I was like looking at like the rotations from Las Vegas Legion, and I'm like, oh my gosh, they played it so well. Just the fact that Hisoka took the long way around it. I mean, I think we heard Maven call it out, like that was probably the longest rotation that we've seen a team make, but like it worked out in the end because they were able to essentially set up beautifully to get those kills. And I believe that was in Veiled's team at the end there, that I'm not sure if they were the team that got that quick res off, but either which way, Las Vegas Legion, where they were set up for every possible scenario.
Yeah, Goj, I mean, you have Invaled coming in second place. You've got a 50 bomb from Las Vegas Legion. At this point in time, first and second, I mean, first in general, it's up for grabs, brother. And it's so exciting because Game 8 is literally coming up next.
Yeah, I'm just shaking in my chair because this is just nonstop action, and it's really the top 3 teams that are doing a lot of the slaying. I mean, it's the battle. It's a war of attrition between Invaled and Mayapo. They're number 1 and number 2 overall elims as individuals. They're the slayers on their squad, and they keep running into each other. I got to shout out Team Invaled. Although they got second there, they had 13 eliminations with that 1.8 times multiplier. Not a bad game at all. On paper, it's actually a really solid game, except for the fact that, shout out to my boy Dandro, he calls it the 50-ball Jamal. Are you joking me? 25 eliminations and the win? I mean, you can't contest with that. It is about to just catapult them into first place and put them in a perfect position to just put up a decent game in this last map. And the last thing I want to shout here before I just go rambling on with a tirade is it's 3 different zones of activity dominated by 3 different teams. NYSL taking keep. We've got Legion in the west, and we've got Invaled's team in the east. And if you run into one of those squads, you're most likely going down.
Hey, LAG started in 6th, but with Scum and Frying, they might move up just a little bit. I'm not too certain yet, but Scummin was definitely going for it. A team, at least for me, Ellen, when I think about them, I think aggression. I think about them stepping it up, especially when the pressure's at an all-time high, and it is at an all-time high trying to remain top 8.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Scummin is like a one-man army. Like that guy literally will win any engagement that is thrown at him, not to mention his versatility and adaptability to get out of every single type of situation. But no, Scummin's always providing the gunny. But as we take a look at the standings, Las Vegas Legion in first with 188 points. Reflections, I mean, what you expected from the World Series of Warzone champs? Because I know I would.
Shoot, heck yeah, man. Especially after a 50 ball Jamal. Shout out to Dandro out there. Made Dream Lab. I've never heard Dream Labs like that. That's actually
I
awesome.
literally had to contain myself.
It's ridiculous. Dandro and the things he says, man. Goj giving him the hype. Third place, New York Subliners sitting at 155. So now, Goj, we are starting to see first and second truly break away going into game 8.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at 4th through 7th. What is that? 6.4 points separate of those 4 different slots. I mean, that's ridiculous. The 6th place, you're walking away with $6,000. 4th place, you're walking away with $12,000. You're doubling your money by a mere point or two. So this is going to be chaos going into this last map for people kind of vying for those positions. But now we've got a race for first. We've got 2nd place in a decent position as long as they put up decent numbers, and they could creep into that 1st, 2nd category if somebody gets jumped on early. And then you've got the race of 4th through 8th, and I think there's a lot of spots open. I mean, I gotta shout out Team Ebates. Ebates' squad prospect had 11 going, but like before the respawn timer even ended. He's frying right now. That team is clicking away on all cylinders. They just haven't put up a massive banger map like a 50, like a 40, like a high 30 bomb like they were able to do in map 1 of their semifinals. So watch out for that squad. I think there's a chance if they drop a pretty solid map like we know they can do, they can creep all the way up to 4th, maybe even, who knows, 3rd place if NYSL gets jumped early.
Yeah, we know Ebates, they got the Slayers. They've been slaying out, but, you know, game number 6, 16th place. Game number 7, they finish in 13th. So they're going to have to get that multiplier because we know they're getting to elims. If they just lock in that multiplier, they could hop up the ranks. 7th place, not bad at all. Ellen, let's take a look at our heat maps as we typically do. Now looking at drop number 7, landing on the left, eliminations on the right. Eliminations on the north end, looking a lot hotter this time around than last.
Yes, and kind of what to touch on what Goj did say, like, you know, we had NYSL that was landing keep. We have Legion, you know, one of our other top teams that's landing in the other side in the west, and then you have Unveiled landing in the east. So you have the top 3 teams landing pretty much opposite, and like the south obviously is a little bit more free, of course, because we kind of talked about even yesterday where teams do favor the rotations coming out of like Graveyard, Terraces, Keep, the tower sides of the building, the high grounds of the buildings, but it's just to be expected. These teams, it's kind of unfortunate that some do fall out early, you know, but it's kind of like those bubble teams, the ones that do need to get into the money, the top 8 spots. Will they make the decision to challenge the top teams? Because like you know, kind of like you said, if one of the top teams goes down, then I mean, that's it. You want to place in the best possible chance to place money. So if you can take down a top team right away, I mean, you kind of got to make that decision. Full send it or play comfortable, but you got to get uncomfortable a little bit.
It's a great point, Ellen, and I love the way you broke down these maps. You can see those 3 different zones of activity like you highlighted. It's also worth mentioning a little bit weaker. The Lighthouse didn't have a red dot over it. It always does. It didn't this time around. I don't know why necessarily. Didn't get a chance to see it, but regardless, really cool breakdown of those maps. Really excited about this last map reflections. I've got my eyes on Ebates. I got my eyes on LAG. That's who I'm watching this map.
You have to. First and second. Let's bring in our casters. Of course, Spider, Tiff, and Maven. 7 great games down. We've got game number 8 ready to go, the 8th and final game. And we got just mere points separating Las Vegas Legion and Unveiled. So without further ado, Spider, Tiff, Maven, take it away for game 8.
Here we go. One final drop, and yeah, it seems like a 2-horse race, but I'm gonna throw like NYSL in there just because we just saw like a 50-point game. Like it is possible to have early deaths for 2 of the top teams. It is possible for them to put up a 50 and suddenly Aiden and crew make a run, but more than likely we should be focusing on Legion and Unveiled. Those 2 squads. Who's gonna take home that $30,000 first place prize?
I mean, $10,000 a piece is not a bad day in the gaming room at all. Like, I'm a little jealous. You start thinking about that. Like, what am I going to buy? I mean, the 40 series GPUs just dropped. Maybe a little nice little upgrades there. You get more frames, maximize, just do all the cool things. But regardless, you said it, last wrap of the day. It seems like we were just starting the tournament, but here we are, locked and loaded. Map number 8 about to get underway. I am so ready. And Ellen made a really good point. She was kind of like, hey, do you drop on one of these other teams and maybe cause a little early game chaos? Maybe, would you do that?
I'm a very respectable adult. I would not create chaos. Yes, no, I absolutely would. I love being just an annoying troll, so probably. But I just, these first like couple minutes are like everything for me to at least like Legion and Veil, because like if they make it out of the early going, they have always made like a deep run. It's just, can you avoid some kind of catastrophic collapse in the early going? The good thing for the two teams is like they've been kind of completely opposite, right? Like one team's been Winery side, one team has been Town side. So if we have a showdown between the two, it should be something similar to last game where it's like they're battling at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. At least we're starting off with the Las Vegas Legion team, so we can kind of see what they're doing. It seems like they just go for some ground loot and start pushing the team immediately in Graveyard. The risk here is, since they only are in the lead by 8 points, and we know how strong Team and Veiled are, if they go out early, that's not going to be any benefit. Able to get a nice down, and they're just like really frolicking around this mausoleum, and Skullface already falling down.
Dude, he got the down just to, oh, I thought Bale had his teammate maybe get the self off. They're battling a couple of teams here. I thought they were out of the mix, but this is almost like in their position, like the last scenario I would have wanted to be in. Like just fighting multiple teams right off a break when all we need to do is a late finish, and now it's going to be Apathy that comes through, and he's able to get the full kill on one. He already had his loadout.
Only two though, only two.
So you take a breath, you try to reset and get Mayapa back into this.
These are guys like, I'm pushing back into town. They clearly are very familiar with this POI and how to parkour their way through these windows and kind of just dust it off, shake off all the chaos that are happening in graveyards. You think about graveyards, you think about death, you think about all the skeletons, and it's just purely chaotic over there, but gonna utilize that to throw down a nice mobile buy, maybe.
What team was it, man?
Yeah, there you go. You hear the comms. Got to worry about the team that killed you.
Yeah, I don't know which one he's wondering about. If it was Apathy that got the kill outside of church, or if it was the team on the other side of Graveyard that I don't think they fully killed. But that was, I believe that was 3 different teams.
I got a purple mark on. Get my XM4.
Yeah, more money for a UE. I have a UE in the pocket. I'm gonna pop this now.
So this is another team in the top 3 as like one of those squads in the hunt. So like think about where the 3 teams are that we're like talking about for this final race, which I think is kind of cool. Like they're at like these 3 very drastically different POIs in the map. Like you got one team Keep, one team Count, one team Winery. Can they win their individual battles and then collide for some insane ending? Is what I'm hoping for here.
It would be really cool to see here in game number 8, these 3 teams that are all challenging for the lion's share of the prizing to kind of go in, like you said, at the very end and just really duke it out. But it's kind of interesting because I feel like there's a lot more action happening over in town, and Keep's been relatively just kind of scotch-free. You saw one at night actually fall to a cluster strike, but they've regained. He's coming back in, joining the team, but no real intense action just happening over here. But you do have open season in the sky with a Gorenko in hand. Let's see if Z-Smith can make something happen here. Do you not know that people are shooting at you?
He's just peppering this guy at spawn protection. Just I don't even think he got cracked, but his teammate pushed forward. I think that was the assist onto the kill. Now tagging one at the top of the tower. So we've seen the POV of what? NYSL. We saw Legion's team. When we get a chance, I guess I just want to hop. Who haven't we seen yet in Veiled? And I'm guessing they're probably Winery side. I just want to see if they're in a similar position, because both of the other 2 teams have like decent start, got some kills. They're alive and well for now.
Yeah, it looks like NYSL's in kind of a battle with Redmond and Co. And we always talk about just how good that team is. I haven't really seen them have a stellar performance per se, competing in like World Series of Warzone or, you know, here at the CDLR, but they absolutely have the ability to put a wrench into someone's game. And we know that Team Unveiled not really super consistent with kind of placing in the top, but NYSL very consistent. But you're right. Hey, they're at Winery, Maven. They're at Winery.
Yeah, no, I think at least what I take from this so far, there's not. I guess if you're in YSL, you're praying for an early blunder from one of the other 2. That hasn't happened. Every team has kind of won their drop. They all have, I don't know, 3 to 5 kills somewhere in that ballpark, and they're in a decent position so far. So like the drama hasn't quite started yet. The only like scary moment I think was probably for Legion. That moment in Grave that got a little maybe too scrappy, maybe for their liking. But the fact is they got out of it.
Yeah, Sage and Code, they're just going in on this team in Winery, very comfortable. But you mentioned that perfectly. You're like, you know when to disengage from a fight and kind of go on that regain, but Tracker really helped navigating. Gonna find multiple people in here. Nice moment there to get a good team wipe. That's going to be on Team Biffle. They're not having a lot of early game success here today, which I thought would have been completely different, but Team Unveiled doing what they do best.
Yeah, when you're in this position, I think in general for this type of tournament, if you and I were playing Keep, I mean, sometimes we try not to wipe teams because we want the lobby to like stay healthy. It's just more fun. But like here, especially when you're in like the top 2, you want wipe after wipe. Get people out of the game. Like dwindle these numbers and get towards a finish as fast as you can. Sprint for it.
Don't challenge. I don't like this stuff.
I love how smart they're playing. Don't chow this. Play it smart. Las Vegas Legion just really utilizing the multitude of levels in this watchtower. I feel like I'm about to run into a Targaryen dragon down here. Where's Baleron? Like, I'm just, what do I expect here?
You got the blonde hair. You could be a Targaryen.
I got snipers by.
Although they were doing some crazy stuff back then.
Actually, yeah, that's true. Count me out, my guy. Count me out.
Yeah, they were into some stuff back then. But back to the action. Oppo for now. Just holding.
I'm gonna make a play.
So now, what could get interesting, right? Town got taken out of play, so they're rotating to Keep. The team we know has been dropping Keep and might still be in the vicinity would be Aiden's squad. That might be one of the big encounters coming up soon with regards to the top 3.
Yeah, really dicey. This rotation throughout that kind of wall area is nice, but I feel like Hisoka's kind of hearing someone. Yeah, able to get some tags in, but no, there's multiple and it's going to go under fire. Can you get this? No, unfortunately, going to get traded out. That's going to be a track from FaZe Blue's team, and they're always kind of lurking in this vicinity. That is where they land in terraces, so the comm's going to come out. They do have Mayappo right here holding a good angle, just kind of waiting it out.
I think that'll be good.
You're in between a lot of teams right now. You're in between a lot of teams. Team Church and the team where I died.
Call on me.
Okay, I wanted to listen to that for a second. You kind of heard the comms. He's getting ready to fly back in. Like, you're surrounded. Gave the comms to where the teammates are, and that's why I think it's just sort of a hold for now. Find freebies, let other people fight, and then we find our angles.
Ooh. This is going to get really spicy. We're down to 9 teams already. You said it. You're like, this is going to get really aggressive. You want to get as many teams out as possible. Make sure that if you want to know who's still up and at 'em, you got that Dead or Alive tracker over there on that Call of Duty Echo channel. Going to be really great for that. I believe Team Braxton has already fallen, and they were currently sitting in, I think, 4th place. So this is going to open the door for maybe someone that was probably lurming on the 4th place-ish.
I'm gonna make this stat up, but like,
okay.
I think where we're at right now, like in 3rd with 25, is probably the lowest we've been at this point of the game, and that just goes to, yeah, some people are going for glory. It just got a little bit more aggressive, but there are still a lot of people. But I think usually we were probably 30 plus around now. I mean, it's got to be the lowest number we've seen at this point. It's got to be.
Same level as me, second floor, like right above me.
Ooh. Oh, that player just bunny hopping outside, trying to chow Las Vegas Legion, but this is going to be a really dicey moment. You've got to hold your angles. There's so many different little cheeky positions inside the keep, and if this is our first real keep ending, this is going to be kind of snappy.
Yeah, I just got the confirmation. Yeah, this is like, at this point, we're usually around 12 to 14 teams. So yeah, like the 30 plus point mark, it's like circle 4 and 5 where it typically dwindles, but just due to people playing a little bit more aggressive, due to even more pressure behind getting team wipes, and maybe being, I don't know, sending a little bit more to get a team out of the map. This is why we find ourselves here with the 8 squads left. It just thins out a lot earlier. So now it's just going to be a little bit of a different ending than maybe the teams are used to. One, because we haven't had a lot of endings like around keep, which is kind of how it's looking, but also it's just less people. So like, I think it was hyper aggressive early. Now it's going to get a little campier, I would think, just due to the nature of it.
I say we gotta go now.
Yeah. Wait. There's gotta be people else.
I don't see anything.
I love that Attract, like one thing that I'll always note about him when they're going in for a rotation, very cool, calm and collected, not afraid to kind of stand up. Yeah, he's a sub on that team, but it's like, hey, no, maybe I think we wait. But look at Team Unveiled on your screen, deep into the gas, definitely not afraid of it. Gonna pop a stim, hit the balloon, and try to rejoin up with Unveiled and Clamp. And Unveiled sitting on 5 eliminations right now. They only need to close the gap of 8 points here.
Yeah, I thought he was getting like held or something. I was like, he is so deep in the gas, but his teammates have got the rotation spot cleared, at least for now. And this is going, yeah, to like the back side of Keep. This is kind of a weird circle because you've got, what, 3 stories basically to this with like the first floor, you have all the way up to the Keep roof. Good luck. 17 players left. And the big thing on your screen right now, the team in second place looking to come from behind.
Yeah, I love that we're staying on their POV to see how they kind of navigate this mid-game. Sentex is going out. They've got the inkling that someone's just in front of them, trying to make sure that they don't miss any angles that could potentially happen. Because you said it best, 3 stories. There's an absolute fence surrounding the Keep here. I feel like we are down in the Game of Thrones and people are about to start shaming people throughout the streets, and Veiled and Co looking to be the ones that are doing it.
But I believe we still have Mayapo's team in the hunt. Now, I didn't see who was able to get him. That was actually Zlander that was able to get the kill. He's a solo. That's a frustrating death to have at this point of it, as he'll try to get back into it. But Mayapo and the boys, where are they positioned? Now Clamp is going to drop. They're trying to bring it back. Gilly has $300. No cash to work with. And whoever got that second kill, it was DJ Moss that got the kill. They got the ping. But this is getting very small. Oh my God, the shadow right above him. It's a push that comes in. The team, they're able to take him out. They're going to be wiped off the board. So the run for first place, the dream is likely dead if Mayapo, Skullface, Isoko, if any of them are left.
Oh, look at NYSL. Looks like Aiden kind of dropped out of the game, so they're relegated to a duo. And you're right, this is all going to come down to what Las Vegas Legion can do here. I believe that Team Unveiled was able to get into the double digits, which is perfectly fine. They went out in 5th or 6th place, so you're getting kind of a healthy multiplier. But if Las Vegas Legion and Mayapo go on a massive streak, they're
Las Vegas is dead. Las Vegas is dead. Okay, that's what I was wondering, because last time we saw them, they were in a pretty good spot, but I didn't know if they lived. So now, I'm thinking those guys survived long enough that if you're in YSL, you probably can't bring this back. Like, you're just not going to have enough. It looks like, unfortunately, I hate to see it, but it looks like Aiden dropped out. So I don't know that you can do it, but this is really just going to be about the total kills you had of the other 2 teams and what the multiplier was. Because, again, it was 8 points that separated them. I would assume that Unveiled, Sage, and Clamp survived a little bit longer and got a few more kills just based on how that played out, at least from our POV.
I don't have a gas mask.
All right.
Ooh, you hear that right there. They've got a balloon, but no gas mask. You just got to throw it in the right position. It's a little finicky. Oh, come on. This is not what you want to have happen. You talk about the luck, and the luck is not here on their side right now.
Finally, it's able to get out, but it's just into enemy fire. He's so weak, and then finally going to get dropped. Knight, though, still up, and he's going to get a knock. Plate's just about ripped off. Over to Blue and the boys. Only 6 people left. They get peeked. Yeah, they're out of the gas, thinking they're safe for the res. It's Knight. I mean, we've seen 2 solos. It's what, like, it's 3 solos in a duo, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so it's Breadman's team.
1v1v1.
It's Team Ebates. And then it's NYSL. This is going to be a massive game for Team Ebates if they come out on top here.
I mean, just a chance to move up in the money with regards to who's going to win it all. We're going to have to wait and see how the points played out. But now down to a 1 versus 1. DJ Moss played it up. Chance to do it. Stim to work with. No circle remaining. He was just trying to hug the wall as long as he might be able to. The question is, where's he at the snap? And he's weak, but what a snap it was. Bread just wiped off the map, and now it's just time for the judges, the refs, to do our final tally. And we'll see where it sits, but it's a great run there from DJ Moss. They're going to move up the rankings for sure, and I don't know with regards to first. I mean, I just don't know what the total kills was, what the exact multiplayer was. We shall see.
Look.
But Team Ebates. I played with Ebates a bit when we were doing like ghost streams together, and the kid's twisted. He is disgusting, and it's awesome to see them make this run. They get the final dub, they get the final laugh. Well, okay, maybe not the final laugh. Whoever gets first, we'll take that, but it's too close to call right now. I don't know.
Let's run this back. You see the kill on tonight right there, finessing around through the gas, starting to scramble, gets shot at, able to instantly snap up onto that team. The hype is real, and they were kind of sitting in the bubble between, you know, 3rd through 8th, right? And Team Braxton went out so early, so who knows? I think it was about a 32-point game. That could really shoot them up the leaderboard, but I don't know what to expect. Maven, you said it. You're like, what just happened? What's the leaderboard gonna look like? We gotta turn it to the desk to see how this all shakes out.
Oof, man, I mean, it's so close because Legion and Veiled finished around the same time. Whenever I was watching a Dead or
It felt like they had
so
to.
It came down. They did.
Yeah, because I was like, let's hop to them, and I saw they were dead. I'm like, they had to have been dying around the similar spot. They just had to. Sheesh.
I'm telling you, bro, like it came down to the wire. So it comes down to elimination. Spider Tip, Maven, I know you both need to cool off after that, so I'm gonna give you some time to rest for a second. But well done overall, calling all 8 games. Goj, I know you were shaking your head when we came back, and I know you were shaking in your seat going from game 7 to game 8. How you still feeling?
I said watch out for DJ Moss, Team Ebates, and I was apparently right because DJ Moss absolutely twisted in the final moments of the game. A clutch moment too, because they may have just propelled themselves all the way up to at least 4th place. I believe they dropped 16 eliminations, 2 times multiplier. Hey, that's a 32-point game. They needed a 30+ point game to have a shot at 4th or potentially even higher. They took down FaZe Blue squad, who was in 5th. Braxton squad unfortunately dropped. That was in 4th place. They dropped early. It opened up the door, and DJ knocked the door open with a nice Spartan kick and said, hey, I'm here, and we came to play. Very well done by the kid, man. He's been on a long come up, and it was an incredible finish.
And Dream, we were screaming, you know, in our private chat over there, you know, kind of going through notes and talking about key points. And Surge was one of the teams you kept mentioning about, you know, making it into the money. And I think that performance might have very well been the performance to put them within top 8.
Yeah, for a while I was just kind of like watching some of these bubble teams like on the radar, and yeah, Surge, it was Thieves essentially that had dropped out early. Like they were in 8th, I believe, and it's like with the 9th and 10th place team, which at the time was Surge, and I believe it was Team IQ, like they were just kind of going head to head in points, but then obviously Seattle Surge able to stay alive long enough to at least place in the money. I'm sure they would be happy about that.
Oh yeah, 100%. You got to be happy to be in the money. I mean, all this work to just get 9th place, it would hurt. It definitely would. Although, let's face it, it's a major accomplishment, I think, for everybody who played in this tournament to make it this far, to make it the grand finals, especially with the qualifiers being there. So, you know, hats off to all the competitors. But top 8, obviously, is where they wanted to be. They're competitors for a reason, and they want to be at the top. But the big storyline is in Veld and Las Vegas Legion goes. Again, it comes down to who got the most eliminations, because they in Veld for sure finished with a higher placing than that of Las Vegas Legion. But as we know, that doesn't necessarily mean much given the fact that you know, elims mean the most. I mean, look at Team Brax, for example. You know, they win 3 out of the 8 games, and I believe they're still going to be top 8, but they're not first.
Yeah, we're doing all the math behind the scenes, and I don't want to call it too early. I don't know the answer, but what I do know is this. First and second is probably going to be less than a point separating them, and could have been swayed either way, with one of those teams lasting for quite literally 20 seconds longer than the other. So I can't wait to take a look at the standings. Shout out to Brax's squad for winning a ton of maps. Didn't put up enough eliminations, but still a great rep by them. And of course, one more huge shout out to Team DJ with eBay Mods, Team Ebates. Look, that trio performed at the end exactly what they needed to do to secure that spot. NYSL protected their measure. They're in 3rd place. Overall, what a way to finish this tournament. I'm just shaking in my boots over here.
I'm telling you, well, let's get you grounded a bit. Let's look at our standings and finally get the answers that we've been wanting. And Team Inveld will hold on to first by 1 point. Literally, actually less than 1 point, believe it or not. 0.8 coming out. Las Vegas Legion, 2nd place. So well fought out. We talked about 3rd through 6th, about how close they were, Dream. And, well, it seems as if finally it shook out as it did. What an ending to this tournament.
Absolutely insane from top to bottom, but the fact that it is 1 point, it's crazy to me, and just the fact too that, you know, our qualifying team that played the most consistent, like in Z colors, that shocks me the most. I will have to point out, because that was one of the bets that I had on that team, that I was like, man, I had a feeling like they were going to do really, really well with just how consistent they played throughout the whole entire qualifier. But I mean, when it goes to show, when you want to challenge the big boys like Las Vegas Legion, who obviously know how to frag out, that's kind of the downfall. But either which way, congratulations to Team Unveiled. They are, I don't know, were you guys expecting this team to take it all? Because I know I wasn't.
Look, Ellen, I think you called it perfectly. It was the kind of battle of the top slayers, and eliminations were everything. And they were certainly on my radar. Did I have them winning? Not necessarily. Did I have Legion up there at the very top? Probably. It was so close to call, and it was because of Unveiled and Mayapa in particular slaying on either team, right? I believe we're looking at our stats now. Unveiled top slayer for his squad at 52 total kills, and I think Mayapa was right there as well at like 50 eliminations in total. So it was the war at the top, and then the support by the other teammates. Sage had 37 eliminations, and Clamp had 32 eliminations. Chemistry was everything, and when you challenge any one of those top 3 teams, you were usually, if not every single time, going to lose off drop, and that's really what paid dividends all the way to the finish line.
The fact that Unveiled picks up 52 kills is spectacular to me. I mean, what a performance from them in general. We take a look at our highlights from all 8 games, and so many great moments. And Aiden, obviously on your screen, New York Subliners picking up 3rd place. Obviously, we did have that drop off at the end, which is unfortunate, but good on his teammates for holding it down, still locking in 3rd place. Stream, that's a great performance in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate too. I believe they lost a teammate that last map, so it's just like, it's so unfortunate. But to be able to secure 3rd still and hold your placing, very, very impressive. And oh man, when it comes to Team Unveiled too, I kind of pointed it out. I believe it was like drop 4 when we were spectating Braxton team, because like I feel like with those engagements they took a little bit too long to win, despite, you know, not picking up enough eliminations. But Team Unveiled, they were one of the squads that I saw. It's like you always saw Unveiled winning his ones and ripping through people. So how quickly they were able to eliminate teams, I feel like that was such a key factor, because their strategy didn't really seem to change much in terms of like the aggression, the regrouping. Like they always knew the next step of what they wanted to do throughout the whole entire tournament, and that never faltered. You know, despite how, you know, up and down they, you know, were essentially even in the leaderboard in the beginning.
Mayapa also with 51 kills to his name. Incredible performance from them too. And you know, we had a lot of hype from them, right? In general, coming into this tournament, especially after winning the World Series of Warzone, not only the qualifiers, but also the grand finals. Great performance as a whole from like I said, just about everybody. But whenever we do come to, I think at a conclusion, whenever it comes to Fortune's Keep as a whole goes, you know, I kind of pointed to you. How did it play? You know, how did you like it? Because for me, man, I loved it. You know, quick, fast gameplay. It wasn't just based off of, you know, getting a victory. You know, it was more so based off of high intensity aggression, getting your eliminations. And for me, that's what kind of sucked me in. That's why I like Fortune's Keep.
Yeah, no, it's a great point, and I think that's the big question. Like, what did we learn? This was the first big and first custom Fortune's Keep tournament, and we learned a lot about the way this map plays. We learned that you have to lock down those drop spots and take over them early, because there's a few key hotspots that our 3 teams at the top were able to lock down, secure, and that really was what pushed them over to the finish line and won overall. So let's take a look at some of our heat maps and some of the more stats on the back end. I know Mayapa, by the way, on the back end did end up dropping. I believe it was 50 eliminations overall, so right up there with Unveiled. But I mean, Ellen, let's take a look at our drops for the second half of this tournament. I mean, what do you see here as we kind of come towards the end of the event, especially with drop number 8? Look how congested that is.
Yeah, it's congested, but like, I mean, and still the high popular areas as well, but like drop number 8, like it's just so spread, it feel. And I mean, throughout the consistency of the landings throughout the whole tournaments, like it's just kind of those decision makings that these teams make. Like, do we challenge high contested teams like over in Graveyard? Maybe drop number 7, that's where maybe teams decided to do that with Las Vegas Legion. Or hey, do we give up Keep? Let's, you know, obviously maybe push it another spot. But for the most part, compared to yesterday, I just feel like teams decided to play a little bit more safe in terms of the landings, not necessarily fighting and choosing to fight right away, but space it out a little bit and wait towards the late game and keep your team alive.
It seems like high ground, it rules all. You know, those high points were definitely the key points to be on the lookout for, watch out for in general. But we also have, I believe, our kill heat map as well. And yeah, we'll take a look at this. And we did see it shift a bit, Goj.
Yeah, no, and that's what I was saying before. Of course, it was more spread out than the semifinals, but as we got into drop number 8, those kind of highly populated areas, they started to get more and more congested because people were playing more aggro. They're pulling the Maven strat. He called it out. I think we had 8 teams left with the respawn timer closing, and so it was a much more aggressive game as we closed out the tournament because, of course, you're swinging for the fences. You want to win or you want to get into the money. So looking at these kill heat maps, you can see like drop number 6 was maybe a bit more spread out, some early gunfights, and then drop number 8, we're taking fights everywhere on the map, no matter where the final circle is. Highly aggressive spots there over in Graveyard, which is of course where our Legion team was at, a highly aggressive spot over there in Winery where our Veiled squad was at, and then a highly aggressive keep fight as per usual. I mean, it really was 3 different zones of activity that the 3 teams dominated, and other people tried to contest, and ultimately it was their demise. I mean, we'll shout out Color Squad one more time. They had an incredible performance all the way through group stages, and they tried to contest Legion every single drop, and it just never paid off.
Yeah, and I think at a certain point, you just have to let it go and change it up, you know? But I understand, as a competitor, it's hard to do that because, you know, you were dominating so early on. You were dominating in the qualifiers, the semifinals, and it's like, I don't want to be the one to give up my spot. You're going to have to give it up, but unfortunately, the adjustment wasn't made. It didn't work out, and, well, the rest is history. But I want to take a look at a little bit of stats, Dream, specifically for Enveld, and these numbers are incredible. 1.86 KD in a lobby like this speaks volumes about why this roster was able to take the victory.
I mean, win those ones, 52 kills. That is insane. And I mean, Sage 2 following up 1.32 KD and Clamp with 32 kills, 27 deaths, 1.19 KD. So consistency throughout the whole entire tournament for all 3 of these boys. And, you know, I was kind of seeing if I could pull it up here in my notes in terms of like consistency factors and what they used during the qualifier, but I feel like, you know, this was the squad that they were the ones that made the decisions to use Serpentine, that used the XM4 Marco Armaguera to play in those fast pace, you know, close quarters engagements. But Veiled did the same thing in the OQ. He dropped 72 and 72 and 46 deaths in the semifinal B. So it's just absolutely insane from this guy. He's obviously a monster. He plays consistent, and I mean, to be able to do it in a tournament like this with other heavy hitters who just as well shoot the same and know how to beam, it's amazing. It's stuff from him.
And one spot here too to add on to that conversation, Ellen, you were talking about the stats, and Veiled at a 1.8 KD in one of the most aggressive and highly skilled lobbies you could play in group stages. He was shooting a lot of the same, 2.09 through group stages. So highly consistent, definitely. Top of the leaderboard, absolutely, albeit only by 0.8 points.
Man, and such a good, consistent performance. And that was one of the key things we talked about in Veld and his roster. I think even going into the halftime portion, right? Game number 4 was just how good they were looking. Game 1, game 2, game 3, game 4. There wasn't a time where they really fell off and had a bad moment. Maybe a couple of bad placements per se, but that's less impactful than it was for eliminations. Those eliminations carried them through without question. But incredible performance from Enveld and co. And I gotta say, man, I think we're actually gonna have a chance to hear from him in just a bit. But overall key takeaway from Enveld goes 0.8 points. That's nothing, literally nothing, and that's how much they won by, and that literally earned them $30,000.
Yeah, right. I mean, I think the breakdown from first to second is a massive change. $30,000 as opposed to $21,000. Regardless, you're walking away super happy. You know, we're gonna get a chance to, I think, do an interview with our winners, and so I'm excited about that. But this isn't the first time they've been here. Let's be very clear. In Veiled and Sage, they won the 50K Baka Bros Rebirth tournament. It's a trios event not terribly long ago, earlier this year, and so they've got a bit of experience in the Resurgence playlist. It was It was a team a lot of people had their eyes on to make some waves. Did most think they could also win this? Not sure, but I think they've certainly proved that they can dominate this Resurgence playlist, especially as a duo. They've got a ton of experience together, and adding in Goat Clamp was the perfect trio. And we're shouting out Unveiled a lot, and I want to give him a lot of love because he was frying, but he was playing that aggro position. It was the team chemistry, the team comms, the way they played together. That was the reason that team just won this entire event.
I mean, it takes a team to win. I mean, that's the bottom line, period. You can't do it by yourself, especially in a lobby such as this. And but incredible job. I mean, from the qualifiers to now to semifinals to grand finals, it's a gauntlet. It's not easy to do, and these games are taking place back to back to back. We don't even get commercial breaks as talent. I can only imagine them as players having to stay at that top echelon literally nonstop. Well, without further ado, let's bring in our winner. We're going to get the chance to talk to Infeld, who tore it up. 50 eliminations, baby. Infeld, how you feeling?
Great.
Man, tearing it up, bro.
You guys hear me?
Yeah. I got you, man. I got you.
Right.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you. Making sure.
Shoot, love that. And Veld, how you feeling? First and foremost, generic question, I know, but I gotta know. $30,000 first place. It's got to be great.
I mean, I can't believe we won by 1 point, and it was that one kill that I got when those 3 guys chased me. Like, looking back on that now, like, holy shit. And I thought I threw us the game too, because I was gonna move that spot because I knew they were gonna check that, but I guess, you know, it ended up winning us the tourney. I can't believe it, bro.
Incredible stuff, Dream. I know you're chomping at the bit to ask him some questions.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so obviously in a map like Fortune's Keep, we know that it's hard to regain. And I mean, did you guys, when you're in a situation where your players went down, how did you guys regain, like regroup? Like what was your plan?
We had
because I know it's hard.
We had a strat, like a 2-1 strat, where one of us would stay in the air and then just try and land at a random spot where we didn't think anybody was, because we knew we couldn't regain at our usual spot. And it ended up working because one of the maps that I got us placement in, I landed in like the mid dead zone and it was underground, and I somehow got us second, and that also like played a huge role in winning this tourney. So I still can't believe it. Like, we didn't even play that great besides getting placement every game, but our regains were literally insane.
Love that. Congratulations again, you guys, man. That's awesome.
Didn't play that great. What are we talking about?
I mean, we played pretty good, but could have played better.
Let's say this. First, you grabbed 50 eliminations throughout the course of 8 maps. An incredible average all the way through. I know you were playing aggro, but I was just talking about it before we brought you in. You and Sage won the Baka Bros Trios Resurgence on Rebirth tournament not too terribly long ago. Compare and contrast. This is really the first time that we've had a massive Fortune's Keep tournament. First time we've had a customs tournament on Fortune's Keep. Compare and contrast Rebirth versus Fortune's Keep. Strategies, differences, changes you guys had to make.
Well, honestly, we have a lot of experience in Rebirth. Obviously, as you said, we won the 50K, and we knew when like picking up Clamp, we needed somebody that was like a really hard kill on the map, and that guy is insanely hard to kill, like insanely hard. So like, we knew we could just use our 2-1 strat that we did in Rebirth, which won us the 50K. And Sage is really talented at playing his life and getting kills, as seen today. And me and Clamp just ran at everything. Clamp had I usually bait him out because he does get the blood. It's crazy as it is too, no matter what it is. And we did that same shot that we used in the 50K, and we put it out today, and it was good because we usually didn't have a lot of teams contesting our landing spot, and that's one of like the main things in these Rebirth tourneys. And today we had Biffle's team, but we were able to work around them, you know, feed off them a little, and that worked out. So honestly, Fortune's Keep plays almost exact the same as Rebirth, to be honest.
Good to know. Well, Enveld, I hope one day I'm as good as you to say, yeah, I didn't play that good, but I still won $30,000. All right. You're an amazing guy. Incredible job, brother. 50 eliminations.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Gotta be.
Yeah, I think I tied. I think I tied top fragger with Mayapo, which is like, it's funny too that like my little circle, which is like I'm really close with the team that got second place. Like, we always contest each other in all these big tourneys, and I'm glad they got second, you know, like seeing the homies eat. Love it.
I love that. Honestly, giving a shout out to the competition, friends in general. You guys are incredible. Hey, Enveld, thank you for coming on, brother, and congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
To you and your team winning this whole thing, brother. I'm so happy.
Yeah, I still can't believe it. Thank you, though.
Appreciate you, brother. And Vale, there it is. Again, man, didn't play that good. Still won, Ghosh. I love that.
I had two big takeaways from that. Great shot. He seemed very calm winning $30,000. Right. Usually we see people freaking out, flipping their chairs over, breaking their windows or whatever, maybe barking. Super calm. Second thing, I had it in the back of my head, but what I noticed, he was right. It was the final elimination. He got jumped on when there was 5 teams left. He got jumped on by 3 people, and him finding that one elim on, I believe, Team eBates, DJ's team, who ended up winning, finding that one elim. That was what won them $30,000 instead of what, $21,000. That was a $7,000 elimination.
Love that. Isn't that good? One elimination, $7,000. I wish I was in that position. Dream, let's take a look at our prizing in general. Right, $30,000 going to Team Invalid. Las Vegas Legion sitting at $21,000. We go down the list. Seattle Surge, you pointed them out. They finished in the money. $3,000, not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. And I really love how humble Invalid was. Like, yeah, didn't play great, but 50 kills, absolutely insane. But on this list too, another big surprise, of course, was, as he mentioned, Biffle's team. This was the squad that was essentially the winning squad that gave them such a headache. And that was the second place World Series of Warzone team. They did really well yesterday. So that's a little bit of a surprise for me to not see them on this list. But from top to bottom, the tournament was absolutely insane. And of course, congratulations to all teams who placed in the top 8.
100% top 8. Gotta feel good. It was a grind to get to this point, but it has concluded. All good things must come to an end. I'm sad that we have to end the show because I've had such a blast with not only yourself, Dream, but also you, Ghosh. So, Ghosh, I'm going to give it to you for your final words, brother, before we get out of here.
2 things. Happy birthday to Joe, winning $1,000 personally, getting 8th place. Congratulations. Second thing, I had a quote from Joe that was just beautiful, and I think this is just generally in life. We had a blast here in the booth, but just count every day a blessing. It's an amazing day to be able to play for $100,000 in Call of Duty. I know we've got a lot coming down the line. Had so much fun.
Dream, I love you, man. You're awesome. All right. It's always great working with you. Your insight is incredible. OG, when it comes to Call of Duty, you've been there since the beginning. Always a pleasure. How you feeling, and what's your last words before we get out of here?
Honestly, just thank you so much for the stats. My brain got overloaded with stats, but I absolutely loved every bit of it. Just to get some of the insight of the players and learn more about them. It was just truly awesome. Truly working with you guys has been amazing. And congratulations too, just to throw in another one there to Apathy on the baby. Baby Ryan was born yesterday. And just the fact that he played still, it's just amazing. Just to see the dedication from all these players for so many years. Because yes, we are going in our 15th year, but hey, I'm excited for Modern Warfare 2 because I know you all are. Hey, it's coming out soon. It's soon. It is coming up.
Hey, it's coming out, and we know 15 years isn't enough. We're going to continue to go, and Maven's going to be there cast until the very end, baby. You love to see it. Thank you all for being here for the CDL Resurgence Split 2 Fortunes Keep Tournament. An incredible performance from everybody, and we love each and every one of you. Make sure you hit that follow button if you haven't already, because the broadcasts keep on coming, and I hope to see you one day competing in one of these tournaments. It'd be incredible to see that. Hey, for myself, Taylor Reflection Noble, and the entire team, we loved having you once again. We hope to see you again on the next Call of Duty broadcast.
Get the fuck out of here.